Why are you tweaking? Huh? I'm concerned. I think I need a. Oh, twerking. Oh. Why are you twerking? That's even more concerning. Why is bro twerking? Oh my gosh, there's someone in this fucking lobby called job application. Oh, I think they left into a run. Oh, they left into a run. I want to try distracting as Gordy again. I'm not gonna lie, because I'm tired of people, like, getting in the way. Because apparently people cannot stop getting in the way, and it's like. I see you. Also, I'm gonna get a jacket on real quick. Okay, let's not run that over. Yeah, I'm gonna get a jacket on real quick because it is cold. I'm also gonna like move my bike over so it's not like there's no chance that it's blocking my Wi-Fi router. Because your streamer is cold. We are cold. Hydration today is strawberry lemonade, guys. Specifically from Wendy's. And then um, once that's all done and whatnot, we're gonna go to like my normal strawberry lemonade that I got from Aldi's. There we go. Why why is this person like you guys are my buddies now? Who are you? Who is this person? Who is this person? Oh, so funny thing from this morning. Um, I woke up and I looked at um my whatchamacallit, uh weather app. I looked at my weather app and it said it was 42 degrees and that it was windy. The feel like temperature. The feel like temperature. 24 degrees. I had to ride to work this morning on an e-bike. That shit was brutal. That was brutal. I was literally like the entire time I was like, God fucking damn it, God fucking damn it. It's so cold, it's so cold. It was cold, it was windy. I almost got blown into a ditch. I don't know who this other person is, by the way. Um, I almost got blown into a ditch. It was so windy that I was riding on the sidewalk and there's this like not it's not really a ditch. It's more like the ground just drops down. Um I think about like it's a little bit more than 10 feet. Welcome back. But yeah. That was because the wind was it was very windy in there. Like, it was super windy, and, like, yeah. I don't know who this person is, I genuinely... They're like, hi, new friend. I don't know who you are. Who are you? But, yeah. It was kinda scary. Hey guys, it's me, the person with a new high floor. I know, I saw that. I was like, holy cow. I think I found a decent distractor earlier. It got me my Yada mastery. I need 3,000 Ichor, though. But yeah, congratulations on your new high floor. Like, holy cow, that's like a lot. I really do want to meet the distractor. I want to meet the distractor. And I want to try, like, swap distracting. I'm not gonna lie. Like, just be like, yo, my friend is super cool. Where is my... Oh, wait, I turned it off. Hold up, let me turn that back on, because we're not doing webcam today. I don't feel like 100% with webcam. I don't feel 100% webcam time right now, so it's like, yeah. I need to put my drawing tablet, up so it's not in my way. So you are gonna go up there. I honestly need shelves. I really need to get shelves, I'm not gonna lie. Let me see if I can text them real quick. Just be like, yo, this person is also a good distractor. Their high floor is 38. Because usually my backup distractors just end up fucking dying. Especially in public runs, though. I think I'm gonna go ahead and... I'm gonna start walking. Stone, come on. We're making a run. We're making a run. Or we're joining a run. Run. What do you mean, get back here? Bro! What is this person like? Get back here. Should we join this Gordy hunt? Sure. Muzzled hound untied and bound, a wild for release. I want my mouth so I may howl and lift of the trees. So last night, I didn't go to bed until at least 3 a.m. Because I was in Bagel Maega's stream. Go, 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 go. Oh my god, stop. It's not letting me get in half the time. But I was in Bagel's stream last night, and me and, we were all, like, goofing off. I kept on dying because my lag was, like, actually horrendous. You have a 1-minute delay? Oh my gosh. Muzzled hound untied and bound, a wild beast. Why is this person like, okay, new friend? Who are you? Who are you? I don't know who this person is. What the hell? I don't know who this person is. Oh yeah, I gotta boost them too, I guess. Never wanted to sleep. Way too friendly, literally. Literally. Oh hey, there's a band-aid. Okay. Come on, Rebecca. We're going on a trip. And it's Connie. Okay. That is in case if Gordy decides to get in my way. They also took the band-aid. Hi, Connie. Do they even have a healer? I think the lag was mainly that, like, oh my god, 3 machines just immediately got done. Holy cow. I don't think we have a healer. Collapsing through the planet away. Everyone just blood in an ice tray. A vampire picking flowers out in the sun. Run your diagnostic test, it's positive. Diagnostic, and we still dialed 9. God fucking damn you. Well, I'm just gonna go. Bro went, woo! Bro's like, if you need boost. Dude is like, this dude is like talking for like all of us. It's strange. I don't know who this person is. I really don't know who this person is. Bro, they're like, we will hunt you down. That's scary. Oh yeah, I forgot to do the little boost. Okay, I gotta find Yada. Hey, there's a... Oh, I would love that, thank you. Okay, come on, Yada. You and me are going on an adventure. And it's Roger. Alright. La la la, la 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 la, la la la. Fish. I don't know who was the one that got that stuck in my head, but whenever I was in Bagel... Holy shit, hey! Thank you for the raid, Salem! Holy shit, yo, let's fucking go. That was a very delayed... I looked over, and then it's like... I literally was like, hi, and then suddenly... FBI, open up! But yeah, if you guys don't know me, I am Obsidian the Rock Boy. I am a small streamer. I'm also a really good Dandy's World distractor. That's awesome. That's awesome. My high floor is 38, and it's, yeah. Woo, 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 woo. I'm trying to distract as Gordy right now, cause, yeah. The same size, yeah. Gotta remember to, like, keep on... Live, laugh, distract. Are we finally gonna get, like, another Twisted that's... Ooh, that's Poppy, that's Poppy, that is Twisted Poppy. I'm gonna use that and then get to there. There we go. We've been getting... Yo, the distractor is currently in a Discord run, and you don't wanna... you're gonna go, though? Have a good stream? Alright, see you later, Salem. I almost said Thalem. Dude, I think my speech is getting worse. Oh my gosh. Like, I was looking at one of the clips that I got, and, like, I said, like, I think I've got, like, a lisp now. I don't know how to explain it. It's strange to me. I miss those pumpkins. Let me grab those. Whee! Come on, Glisten. Come on, Glisten. Come on, Glisten. Galizzy. 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 Oh my god, fish. Oh my god, he took forever. Please don't waste time. That's literally how I am right now. Galizzy. When did I start calling Glisten Glizzy though? Hi, El Macaco. Who was the one that started the fish thing? On the bus, finally getting home. No, my fucking items! My items. Oh, thank you. My band-aid is gone. Oh my gosh. My band-aid. All of my I got mugged by her. Where is my other Twisted? Excuse me, where did my Twisted go? Boxton. Boxton. Holy shit. Oh shit, oh shit. Glizzy. I gotta stop calling Glisten Glizzy. I really gotta stop calling him Glizzy. I really gotta stop calling him Glizzy. But yeah, I'm trying to distract this Gordy. I think the first time I ever did it... Oh, there's a machine back here. The first time I tried it, it was kind of cool. I did a kind of good job. But it was, like, a little bit difficult. Glizzy, Glisten, what? I've been calling Glisten Glizzy. Welcome back, ants. Hello, ants. Hi, Glisten. You don't have to worry. You're fine. Y'all don't mind. I like the bonbons. I love bonbons. Yummy bonbons. I will literally boost not Bassie. I will literally boost Coco if she gives me more bonbons. Oh wait, I can get up to the stage now. Hell yeah. Yippee! Try me. Come on. Oh. What stream? I was like, what stream? You gotta do homework and then you'll grind Dandy's World? Oh, hell yeah. Hell yeah. Go subscribe to the YouTube channel. I remember whenever the Discord, so a while ago, like, this was like 2 years ago, me, Salem, and one of our other friends... Are you a YouTuber? I gotta let them know. Oh. Okay, where are my Twisteds? Where are my Twisteds? Follow the tick. I need to put one for that as well. Hi, Sylvester. Hi, Louie. Get your ass over here. Get your ass over here. Get over here. Jesus. Ugh. Gimme. Yippee! I love Cocos that, like, give distractors. Give distractors bonbons. I love them. They're awesome. They're so awesome. No! Wait, there's a Bach. There's a Bach. I want the Bach. I really want the Bach. I thought Gordy can't extract for... No, he's a good extractor. No, he's a great extractor. Are you talking about distracting, though? Because he's basically got the same, distraction, like, he can distract about, as good as... Oh my gosh. They're, like, fighting now. Same as Yada. Like, I can distract as Yada. Normal all the way, and I couldn't be. Yeah. Come on and love me normally. Gimme. got greedy. I got greedy. I got greedy. He just doesn't have stamina. I didn't realize Louis was right there. I got greedy for the bonbons. I got greedy for the bonbons. I need a band-aid. We don't even have a healer or anything. I gotta get Tisha, but I'm not going into that room. Why is it so dark in here? Tisha, why are you, like, hiding in there? Bro, get over here. Thank you. I could never be, yeah. Come on, and love me normally. We love Willwood. Get someone to sniff out a band-aid. Yeah. I'm like, need healing. Need healing. Oh, hell yeah. What is Roger doing? What is Roger doing? Why does it seem like it's super dark? It's odd. It's really odd. Someone's AFK. Someone's AFK. Wait, no. Someone is AFK. Okay, no, they said get to elevator. Okay. I was already at the elevator. I was already at the elevator. Damn, I can't gamble, I guess. Ugh, fine. One hell of a plan, yeah, I'd rather be normal. I don't know if I trust this other Gordy. I don't trust this other Gordy. No. Fine. Thank you. I'm like, Come on, yeah. I said, come on, yeah. Come on. Trust no one. Literally. I'm scared for this Gordy. Yeah. Oh, I got Shrimpo on me. Apparently this Gordy is turning corners too fast. Because Shrimpo should not have got on me. Where the hell is Gordy? There is an air horn right there. Oh yeah, someone's getting hurt. Somebody is actively getting hurt. Give me my Twisteds. No, don't turn! Don't turn! I'm grabbing this then. No. Russia, what the fuck? Give me my Twisteds. Give me my Twisted. Give me my Twisteds. No, give me my Twisteds. Is it just me or is the quality bad? Quality is probably bad. I had to turn down the bitrate. Because it was, I think that was like why my game was lagging yesterday. I had to turn down the bitrate. I need a better laptop. Or not even a laptop. I need a better, like, gaming... I need an actual gaming PC. That is what I need. I don't either. Wow. It's kind of funny seeing that there's more people getting into Dandy's World now. Straight dragon. Who'd wanna be human anyway? It's all these cruel machines. So, we were yesterday, like, we were all, like, in call, like, me, Bagel. Not really. Oh, hey, it's Sprout. Ooh. Never mind. Never mind. There was not really any way I could get out of that, though. There was not any way I could get out of that. Like, both him and Flutter were blocking both the ways. I popped off. Oh, and there's Boxton too. We should throw the run and then, like, you know. Since when was Sprout here? I don't know who killed the distractor. I wonder if it was Sprout. Hey, we could escape, the weird person. I'm just gonna return to lobby. Slay! I wonder if it's okay if I can, like, try to up the quality again. I'm hoping this will, like, work a little bit better. I don't seem to be lagging. Is this better? Is this, like, is the quality a little bit better at least? Oh, hey, Suki. We're just waiting for Stone now, I guess. Because Just Val's there. Okay, that's good. I think I'm gonna go ahead and be Louie again. I kind of want to start, I kind of want to try swap distracting again. Please don't join as Poppy. Poor Poppy. We escaped that person, though. That was being weird. You're my friend now. Okay, friend. Bro was literally like, okay, friend. Should we start another run? Let's start a run. Let's start a run. Again and again and again and again. Do it again. That's a main run. Let's start one over here. Having 2 hearts would make you so uncomfortable. Yeah. Honestly, yeah. That's why I don't really like being Pebble, but at the same time, he's very speedy. But at the same time, I like Louie. Because I can basically choose how many hearts I want to distract at. Again, 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 again and again and again and again. Do it again, do it again, again and again. This person's name is Noob. This person right here, this Pebble right here. No, I usually play with 2 hearts, but if I If I'm distracting Pebble, I usually do one. Oh, that's good, that's good, that's good. We need, like, one more person. Again and again and again and again. Do it again. Do it again. Again and again and again and again. Do it. My voice feels weird. Like, I feel like I just need to, like... No. No Brainy. No Brainy, please. I have trauma. I have trauma. I have bad luck with Brightnies. But Math chooses to spite you. Chat, go to the Sproutivator. Ready, set, go. I was like waiting for y'all to like... I really don't want to play with a Brightney though. I don't want to play with Brightney. Okay, the 3 people that I want in are in. I got Pebble yesterday! What? The fuck? What do you mean you got Pebble? Oh gosh, hopefully this person at least knows how to distract. Hopefully this person knows how to distract. Oh, hey, we actually have a... Pebble is literally the boss versus the boss when you get to play as them. Honestly, Pebble is a pretty good distractor. He's got 5-star movement speed. Pebble's a really good distractor. Oh, hell yeah. Hell yeah. Thank you. Yippee! Okay, I gotta find Louie and... someone else. Tisha. Can they wait? Can they please wait? Oh my god, Gordy. I gotta cut him off. I gotta cut him off. Can I have my twisted? Can I have a twisted? Rat. Come on. Thank you. Oh. This is why I don't like playing with Gordies. They do not know their stealth and they immediately run out of the elevator. Come on. Turn a corner, turn a corner. Okay. Thank you. I'm scared Pebble's gonna bark immediately. But I don't think they will. Hopefully not. You know what, but you know what would be even better at distracting playing is Twisted Pebble, yeah. And we have a Sprout, so I'll take them to the elevator. Pebble really wants research. Probably. They got Pebble yesterday, so I'm like sitting here like, Bro took one to be funny. We don't know this person? Why is it Go sniff for items, dog boy. Come on, Yada. And Shrimpo. Okay, I got him. Didn't bleed my horizon. The crescent rests to the waxing to the rhythm in my chest. Wow, wow, wow. Da 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 da. I think Pebble's being a tape sniffer. Like, I think. Because it said sniff where the tapes are. They're being a guide dog, basically. Oh, hell yeah. I don't have inventory. Oh, shit. I don't have inventory. Oh, I will take that, though. I think, so, in the tier, I need to do an item tier list for, like, my, like, what I like. God fucking damn you guys. Oh my gosh, Gordy. Bro literally took my twist. Get away. Better back away. Jeez. They missed. Oh my god, oh my god, oh hey, yo. Is it okay if I tell y'all second main? What? If I tell y'all second what? Huh? Gordy will be oh, your second. I was like, what? Yeah, you just juked them. God damn it, I missed that pumpkin. How did I miss a pumpkin? Ugh, it's the ankle biter. It's rabies child. Ugh. Little do I know it all is close behind. Someone that's just... Wow, Gordy opened Roger. I think it was Gordy. Okay, there's one machine in here. I'm gonna let one of them do it because it's... Because you're higher stealth. The constellations born infinite. No warning. Surprisingly, if only... Who is getting hurt? I'm full. Can someone tell them I'm full? I'm full. Okay, who the hell... Who just died? Ooh. Oh, Gordy died. Oh, hey, there's a band. I should probably thank them. Well, at least I won't have to deal with anybody taking my fucking twisted since everybody's literally got, like, higher stealth than me. You don't wanna heal the Peb. Why? What have they been doing? Yada! Rebecca! At least I think everybody... What is Coco's stealth? Their, I don't know, bad luck. Oh gosh. Okay, Coco has 4 stealth? Okay. So that means that literally everybody's higher stealth than me then. I can distract anywhere I want. Let's fucking go. Finally. Impatient for outpatient. Thank you for following. Does that say Yowie Maxing? It says your name says Yowie Maxing. That is hilarious. Now that makes me think. Is there a Yuri Maxing? That makes me wonder. Is there a there's a Yowie Maxing? Is there a Yuri Maxing? Get your tapes. Oh, my hands are freezing cold right now. Fighting for my life out there, man. It's cause other people are too greedy. That's my twin. We're like yin yang. Oh, that's hilarious. That is hilarious. That is actually hilarious. I love that. I love that. I see Rebecca. Oh, ads. Lol. L. Imagine having ads. You do. You hear Will Wood. Who else is here? Is Bassie currently distracting someone? Oh shit, Finn's here. That's who I was like, is Bassie? Yeah, I am a big Will Wood fan. Sorry, please, tracing my steps. I actually went to see Will Wood's concert on September 5th, and it was really fun. You have to go? What do you mean you have to go? What do you mean you have to go? I don't remember 2012. I want to turn to head. To hell? To head? Remember? Oh yeah, they had to go. They had to go. I don't remember 2012. I don't remember. Yeah, I went on my own, and like this was the very first concert that I went to like on my own and as an adult. And it was, honestly, it was a lot of fun. I think I lost Finn on that corner. Sorry about that, Sprout. Sorry. Hey man, I'm only a man, howling at the face of the moon. Hot damn. Yeah, it was a lot of fun, because, we also saw, like, it was... So whenever I was in line, people were like, I saw you on Reddit, and they were like complimenting my my makeup and whatnot, because I did like a whole entire like Will Wood look, kind of like the Selfish album. I took some inspo off of that, and then the Everything Is a Lot album, because I love that has gotta be my favorite album. Roger's here. Yeah, who just saw me? Oh, it's Shrimpo. Get over here, Shrimpo. So it's Shrimpo and Roger. But yeah, whenever I was in line, like people were like, I saw you on Reddit, because I posted my my makeup look on like the Reddit page. And honestly, like me and like the people around me in the line, we were literally vibing. Oh no, there's a month in your room. Oh gosh, 30 days are in your room? Or is it 31? 31 days? Is it the month of October? Or is it February? Just imagine having an entire month in your room. Imagine spending an entire month in your room, like, well, that was basically just COVID. That was like 2 years, though. Oh my gosh. When COVID first started, like, I was in 8th grade, And so, it was during, like, it was right before spring break, and they were like, "Hey guys, we're gonna close down a day early. You guys get to enjoy your spring break early and whatnot." And I was like, "Yay, early spring break!" And then after that, they were like, "Yeah, we're gonna close down for the year. You don't like them because it's an Asian superstition that moths are passed away loved ones and ancestors coming to visit you, such as killing them is taboo since you don't want them to die again." Oh. Oh, that's actually like, oh. So it's kind of like uh cardinals. Cuz my, like, especially my family. I don't know about other like people's families, but my family, we see like cardinals as, welcome back, Bucky. We see cardinals as like family members that have passed away. That and ladybugs. Will saw me. Whoop. Your solution to bugs is to kill, but you ain't gonna crush your grandma with a slipper. Right, right. um, so usually, like, with other types of, like, bugs for me, I'll give them to the jumping spider in my room. Especially, like, the smaller ones. Um, but I do have, like, a whole bunch of, like, isopods, and I have a snail as well. So Pebble isn't my first snail that I've had. I did used to have like a whole bunch of smaller ones. Oh, my jumping spider, like, it actually managed to catch like a really small moth. What's the matter, Martha? Do you not want your tapes? Do you not want your tapes? Your aggro tapes? MCPS for Sprout? What the hell? It's the SPS. It's Sprout Protection Services. No jumping spiders where I live anyway. Oh. What's the matter, Martha? Hi guys. What's up, everybody? Be good at be. I love the voice. It's so funny. Like, whenever I'm listening to this song, all I hear is the So I think so technically I've been like losing my voice for the past couple, probably like the month, like past month about. But the funniest thing, whenever I'm losing my voice, like, I can't talk normally. But of course I can also subscribe to the YouTube, but you ain't got a TikTok and got too many service pinging you to join another. Oh, thank you though. um, but despite not being able to really talk normally, I can opera sing for some reason. I'm not classically trained or anything, but I can like sing like the Ballad of Jane Doe for some reason. It's so strange. Cause right now I'm like talking at like the bottom of my like voice register, I guess. But then I can go um, like, 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 and I can like go even higher. It's kind of it's a funny thing that I did last year for like Christmas because we were doing karaoke. Um, and like this was with my like my great grandpa's new like his new wife and all of her family, and so I was just singing in front of them, and they were like, "Holy cow!" And I was like, "Yeah, I know." I love this team. It was like, I love this team. But it's for your. Oh God! Oopsies. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 2, 3, 4. Thank you. 5, 6, 7. Oh shit. 9, 10. He's gonna pull. Please bring him back. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I'm not gonna bring Goob, to panic. Oh shit, I forgot Gordy was here too. Get in, Roger. Okay, that didn't work. Bagel's gonna kill me. Why? Why is Bagel gonna kill me? I'm scared. Why is Bagel gonna kill me? Is it because I was distracting Goob or something? Why is Bagel gonna kill me? I'm scared? Look down and... Oh, the 6-7. Wait, when did I say 6-7 last? 6-7. Then will you go down? Won't your boat go overboard? And God fucking damn it again! Are you fucking kidding me? 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 2, 3, 4. Where the fuck is he going? 7, 8, 9, 10. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Fuck. 2. God damn it. God fucking damn you. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. Six, 7, 8, 9, 10. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. He's gonna pull. God damn. I fumbled that floor. Holy shit. Bitch. I'm gonna go ahead and take that. Yoink. I didn't even let Bassie get to still here not talking. Okay, it's okay. You're a lurker. I need to like start doing like the guys lurkers. You guys need to like add to the because the Twitch is Twitch is doing the thing. You're just a yapinator. Honestly, same. I'm also a yapinator. Speaking of Adors, Ador. I had a Baconator from Wendy's. That shit was good. I was sitting here, like, I was literally sitting at my desk, like, chomping down on that thing right before stream. Like, that shit was good. 6, 7, 6, 7. Yes, please. Yes, please. I absolutely hate Gigi. I hate her so much. Gigi sucks. Dandy, you suck. I'm going to grab you by that little green petal on the bottom of your head. I'm gonna hook it, like, I'm gonna hook up, like, one of those, like, what? The fucking, those fish hooks. The big ones, though. And then, like, drag you down the highway. Like, I'm gonna reenact. Thank you, Cafe Bot! We love you. Oh, Sprout Floor. We love you, Cafe Bot! Bar cattery. Yeah. Hey, Poppy. I need to find Louie. There's Yada over there. And there's Tisha. Wait, that means we have 4. We have 4. We have 4 Twisteds. Let's fucking go. You gotta step on up. We have 4. Can I get another W? Chat, I would like a W in the chat. Yay, they're thanking Ko-Fi Bot. Yippee! We love Ko-Fi Bot. You know, Ko-Fi should totally sponsor me for like all of the all of the all of the times I've been like, "Thank you, Ko-Fi Bot. We love you, Ko-Fi Bot." Everyone sees you. I think that I might just wanna be you. Welcome back. We're at floor 12. If I control my destiny, I know what I must do. Step on up. Step on up. Where are you going? You little research-hungry little gremlin. Step on him, step on him, and him, and him, and him, and him, and bam, 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 bam. We just gotta jam out. Oh, hell yeah, some more stamina. Don't mind if I do. So, funny kind of thingy, whatchamacallit. Earlier this year, I was only at, like... Is that V? It is V. V's here. Holy shit, it's V and Yada. I was literally, like... Hi, Tisha. I was literally at, like... 200 the beginning of the year. And then... Yeah. I think I'm missing a Twisted. If someone wants to try to find them, because I got no clue who it is. Or where they are. One day you're going to die. I don't know who else is here. Is Roger here? Because we were supposed to have 4. I'm only distracting 3 right now. We're supposed to have 4 Twisteds. Unless if we got that super cool, ultra rare mystery Twisted that's also invisible. I just look over and I see Sprout booking it. Your life never mattered, so who cares if it's a waste? Well, one day you'll be not even a faint memory. Twisted lag. Yeah. You know, I think... Should I say... I'm gonna save that until, like... I have, the last of... Like, if I need, like, a little emergency speed or, like, stamina boost, I'll use that. Found the Twisted... It's Twisted Sprout. Holy shit, it's Twisted Sprout, guys. I didn't know Twisted Sprout can have a skin. Holy shit. Honestly, it would be awesome if the Twisteds could have skins. Like, if they had, like, a small itty-bitty chance to roll a, like... roll a skin, and, like, that skin be one of the skins, like, of the players in the run. But, like... I'm just gonna call... I'm gonna call him Red Moon Astro. Oh, there's an air horn. I'm just gonna... I know I don't need it. I know I don't need it. But I want it. I want it. Quill should nerf Twisted lag, yeah. Should you be Astro next round? Sure. Their hitbox is too big. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, of course it's a blackout. Hi, Poppy. It's Sylvester, R&D. Hi, Sylvester. I was seen by someone else. Who was it? Where are they? Oh, it's Brusha. More like remove lag, yeah. We need to remove twisted lag. Like him. Like him. Also, how do y'all like my little the play thingy that shows you what's playing? You despise Twisted Brusha. For real. Hi. Oh, pepperoni pizza. Or, oh, pizza pepperoni. Oh, pepperoni pizza. But it's, you put it pizza pepperoni. And my brain was like, let's read it as pepperoni pizza. I'm guessing pepperoni is your favorite flavor of pizza. I am a fan of Supreme Pizza. That and then the mac and cheese pizza from Cece's Pizza specifically. A lot of people say it's a shit pizza, but I'm sitting here like it's good. That shit's good. I'll eat it. I will literally eat it. That and then one of the pizza places like around me, they have this chicken Alfredo pizza. That shit's bomb. It is good. Like that shit is so good. I wonder if Bassy still has that box of chocolates. Oh, Pebble has to go soon? Oof. Just ain't a ghost. I don't know who it is, mama. There's also a tape. There's a tape right here. It's like right here. Yes. Yes, Queen. Queen Soleil. Also, lurkers, put a emote in the chat. Remember to put your emotes in the chat. I think you missed that. 3K rocks in a dream. Oh god, no. No, don't do it. Look. So do I look like it? You have 13.1k rocks? I didn't even know that was possible. Holy shit. That is a lot. That is a lot. Oh my gosh. Holy cow. Bro's been like grinding Obsidian the Rockboy streams. Bro's like collecting all of the who was on last? Why did that last one take so like long to do? You have a 7-floor streak? Oh hell yeah. Yeah, you got the 7-floor streak. Damn. Damn, we ain't got no Pebble now. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Housewife radio. I put this on my playlist and I'm so happy about it. I love this song. Also, ad break! Get ready for your ads! Pebbles plus Astro, fuck you. Kindly, no. Kindly, but also not kindly, no. I need a kind of like semi-lock-in because Toodles is here. And Boxton. And Rebecca. Which was it saw me? Oh, it's Toodles. I look back and it's just Toodles. Okay, I need one more, I think. FM. Oh, hey, Boxton. I mean, a blackout works, I guess. Don't feel like something cursed is approaching. You feel a tingling sensation, and that cursed feeling is gone. Woo! That cursed feeling is gone. That cursed feeling is gone. It's been banished. Gordy's floor is a living hell in a blackout plus high graphics. Ooh. Ooh. Yeah, I would not be able to play with, like, higher graphics. Low graphics as well, you can barely see. 7 a.m. is when the station plays its... Ow. Thank you. Town radio, black and white and black and white and black and white and blue and green and yellow and red. The radio plays in black and white and black and white and black and white and black and white and blue and green and yellow and red. The radio always plays in black and white and black and... Whoa! I think the first time I played with, in the Halloween update, the first time we got Gordy was when we got Gordy and Pebble. And I believe Sarah was busy singing all the openings of I Expect You to Die to yourself. You're ready to yap again? Welcome back. Always blazing, white and black and white and black and white and black and white and blue and green and yellow and red. The radio always blazing. What? Pebble! Oh god. Hi Tegan. Hi Tegan. He's right there! He's right there! He's literally right there! He's following me! I'm being followed! I'm gonna take Pebble on a walk. Hey, thank you, Willow. I'm gonna drop a heart over here. Hope you don't mind. Oh shit, I'm so sorry. Oh, that concerns me. I am low on stamina. Oh gosh, oh gosh, oh gosh, you did that at the worst possible fucking time, dude. Crazy. Oh, wait, Siri. Hey Siri. Hey Siri, set a 1-minute timer. Crazy? I was crazy once. Fuck, set a 1-minute timer. Dude, I am like out of stamina. Hey Siri, set a 1-minute timer. Crazy? I was crazy once. They locked me in a room. A rubber room with rats. And rats made me crazy. Crazy? I was crazy once. They locked me in a room. A rubber room with rats. And rats made me crazy. Crazy? I was crazy once. They locked me in a room. A rubber room with rats. And rats made me crazy. Crazy? I was crazy once. They locked me in a room. A rubber room with rats. And rats made me crazy. Crazy? I was crazy once. They locked me in a room. A rubber room with rats. And rats made me crazy. Crazy? I was crazy once. They locked me in a room. A rubber room with rats. And rats made me crazy. Crazy? I was crazy once. They locked me in a room. A rubber room with rats. And rats made me crazy. Crazy? I was crazy once. They locked me in a room. A rubber room with rats. And rats made me crazy. Crazy? I was crazy once. They locked me in a room. A rubber room with rats. And rats made me crazy. Crazy, I was crazy once. They locked me in a room. A rubber room with rats, and rats made me crazy. Crazy, I was crazy once. They locked me in a room. A rubber room with rats, and rats made me crazy. Crazy, I was crazy once. They locked me in a room. A rubber room with rats, and rats made me crazy. Fuck you! You did kill me. Holy shit. I was using that to get more stamina. I'm going to broken. Oh, I heard someone die. I heard someone die. Don't do that. Don't do that. Tisha, why are you sweeping right there? This is by far one of the worst maps for Pebble. I hate this map. I hate this map for distracting Pebble. Because what do you mean that there's barely any distraction spots that you can jungle kite? I'm just hoping they're gonna finish these soon. Hopefully. Oh my god, that scared the shit out of me. Oh my god. Are they... There's a primed one. Where's the second to the... Oh. Oh, they were literally just right there. Literally. Also, where the fuck... Where did my music go? Where did my music go? My music's gone. Excuse me, Spotify, play music again. Please. Like, I didn't want you to pause my music for no reason. That's wild. That's wild that you decided to just pause my music. Why I can't see that I am the me that I... They had a med kit. They had a med... I had a band-aid. I need to, like, not cry. Because I had a band-aid this entire time. I needed a box of chocolates, though. Oh, Glizzy's here. Glizzy's here. They got two Halloween tunes. They got two Halloween Twisteds on them. Oh shit. You should know better than that by now. It's not profound to know. You know, I'm never distracted as Tisha. Like, she's like the tune that a lot of people usually start distracting as. But I've never distracted as Tisha. I went straight to Goob. I've never seen a Bassie do this before. Like, in person. Like, I've seen on TikTok them, like, distracting like this. But I've never seen a Bassie in person do this. That is so neat. I don't have Bassie, by the way, just so y'all know. I don't have Bassie. I've never played as Bassie and whatnot, and yeah. You started as Peb and now you main him for distracting? Ah. Yeah, I went from Goob to Pebble. And then from Pebble to Louie, because Louie came out. Only glisten? Bassie has the rest. Did you know? Bassie has a lot of twisteds. Yes, yes they do. Watch them run, watch them go, watch them distract. You plan on buying Poppy and either you will master Poppy or get enough to have Eclipse. Poppy's mastery, once you get Poppy's mastery, you'll be able to get Louis. Cause I got Louis! I want to know, I want to see if there's going to be, if they have a toon, that's going to be slightly like Louis, but instead of being like a, like getting more speed with the amount of like health you have, if it's going to be getting more extraction speed. I feel like that would be awesome. And so like there'd be like two that are like, there's Louis and then there's Bluey. They're gonna be named Bluey now, guys. It's the popular dog show called Bluey. It's from Australia. It's Louie and Bluey. This is the best angle. Get now. This is the best angle of Tisha, by the way. Just so you know. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Bing! Oh. Oh yeah, Glisten's... I forgot Glisten was on the floor. I completely forgot. I need to make a tier list to, like, rank the items. I wonder if there's already one. That would be awesome. And there's an air horn. Oh, there's an air horn. Oh. To, like, rank the items that I like having, like, on me as a distractor. Because I feel like that would be really helpful, to be honest. That would be awesome if I, like, had, yeah. I like the girl for talk vibes. They make me feel alright. I listen to a lot of true crime. I'm looking for... Because I don't know if I can actually, like, open up Opera on stream without my computer freaking out. Oh! 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 But he's ugly, and I'm glad he's dead. There was no... Yeah, I'm dead. I can't take Pebble. Why? How did Roger take Pebble again? Bro was like standing right where you're distracting. I listen to a lot of true crime. Lurkers, don't forget to put your emote in the chat. Put your emotes, your little emotes in the chat. Your emotes bounce around, by the way. It's awesome. It's super cool. Your little emotes bounce around. I don't know why that one didn't want to bounce around. I don't know why that one didn't want to bounce around. I'm home working. Oh yeah, I put in the new raid one. Ooh, I can see that lag. I like the girl tech vibes. They make me feel alright. You're your only follower emote? Yeah. My only follower emote. Dude, Roger needs to do these machines, bro. Roger needs to be doing these machines. Well, he collapsed when Stevens dropped his syndrome in the via floor. I can't fucking sing that. All you hear is that's all you hear. We're just watching Stone distract Pebble. It's a very fitting name. Cause we got Pebble, which is right here. We got the Rock Boy, which is in this corner right here where my mouse is kind of pointing to. And then we got Stone right here. We got all the rocks, guys. What's next? Boulder. We need Boulder. He was wearing stolen rubber shoes and wrapped a poison ivy noose around his lungs when they came. Well, they found him with him to every victim of his love and a tattoo and a blue jay on her face. This is fun to watch. Au revoir. For what? For what? For what it's worth. If it was gonna kill you, boy, it would have by now. For what? For what? For what it's worth. There's no more looking back. It's looking up or looking down. We're just watching. We're watching Roger. Oh yeah, Friday, Toodles gets optimized, which means Toodles is gonna have another skin. Which means also there's a chance that Roger... Oh. Oh. Oh no. Oh no. Bassie fucking died. Bassie has died. Bassie has perished. Oh no. Oh no. This is like, this became tense. This has become intense. Roger distracts Poppy. Let's fucking go. Roger's distracting Poppy. Let's go. Thank you, Bot. Has your hair been an octopus this entire time? What do you mean octopus? It's not an octopus. When did we first meet? What day was it? Oh gosh. Oh my gosh. I don't even remember. Holy shit. All I know is we got into like a super good run. And then I was like, yo, I'm like streaming. like, it's super cool. Like, it's super fucking cool, you know? Like, it's super cool. And, like, you were like, hell yeah. Yeah, it's super cool. And now it's just like, I don't know. I don't think it was the Cosmo that pissed me off. I don't think it was Outrun. This is all. It was? Oh. I'm staring in your soul. When we first met, I'm gonna like stare right into your souls. Hi, chat. Yo. Then I can just. Ah! I gotta mess around with it. I have to. It's like a you have minor headaches, so you're gonna visit your friend Mr. Tylenol. Be careful, I heard it gives you autism. Oh my gosh. I heard it gives you autism, guys. Bro, that was like super close to stone. You see no downside? That's fair. That's fair. You just see Poppy. Oh god, no! No, please, not this crap. Why is there a frost advisory? What the fuck? What do you mean frost advisory? Is it supposed to be fucking snowing or some shit? Please don't. I hope it's not. I really hope it's not. I don't want to ride to work in snow and ice. I really don't want to do that. Tragedy and comedy. Don't come at me. I'm the main character and you have to like me. Honestly, one thing I'd love to get would be a recorder, because whenever I was like little and in elementary school, we did like this thing called recorder karate, which I see Pebble in the background. Oh gosh. I look over and I just see him like walking. Um, but we did like recorder karate and I had a blast doing that. And one thing I'd love to do is the um oh, I'm yawning. I'd love to do whatchamacallit? What do you call it? The part in Sugar Cloud from my brain's not working. Oh my gosh, my brain just like shut down. Holy shit. Oh my gosh, I was talking, my brain just was like doo 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 doo. Oh hey, Sproutfloor again. Oh hey, Shelly. Oh hey, a blackout. Oh gosh, we got kicked out of the elevator. Oh shit. Smart thinking. I want to get a recorder to play the part in Sugar Cloud, from Ride the Cyclone. The part that goes do 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 do. Like, it would be fun to like do like little like covers. Because I remember whenever I used to play recorder, I got pretty good at it, and then I used to play like clarinet in band, and so I'm pretty sure I still like I'm pretty sure if I picked up a clarinet, I could slightly play. Oh, funny, but also not really funny thing. Um, so my, so I'm gay, and so before I found that out, this was like sixth grade. I was dating this dude. Um, and afterwards, I had, oh, both of y'all are at one heart. Oh shit. Both of y'all are at one heart. And so basically, before like, kind of after we broke up, like, uh, gay wowzer. What some people don't know. Some people don't know. Some surprisingly, some people think I'm like as straight as a board still, and it's like, what? How do you think that? How? Wow, what a surprise. But whenever I was dating this dude in sixth grade, by the way, um, basically like, oh shit. um, I had broken up with him to get with a girl. Like that's whenever I found out I was gay. And so then like, life happened. Fast forward to about I think it was around 10th or 11th grade, so I was in high school. I had moved schools and turns out turns out he had sixth grade. Damn, you must be popular. What do you mean? But we were both band kids. We were in band and we sat next to each other. Um Technically I was a weird kid in school. It that shit was wild. Oh, Roger's dead. Roger's dead. Oh no, you're dead. Stone is dead. Stone is officially dead. But turns out, like, fast forward to like high school, turns out he brought a gun to school. Yeah. Um yeah. One of my exes literally no, like an actual gun. Like he literally like threatened to shoot up the school. I wasn't in that school anymore. I was in a different school. But yeah. Um But the thing is, that's not even the first time I like kind of avoided being in like a shooting. I've technically, if I've almost like I've kind of avoided like three. Um, if you guys like, if any of you guys are Californians, oh, there goes Roger. But if any of you guys are like in California, um, 2019, there was the Gilroy Garlic Festival shooting. Me, my great grandpa, my apple, which is my grandpa, and it was the three of us. We went the day before because my great grandpa was so like he was so impatient to try the garlic ice cream um that we ended up going a day earlier than we were supposed to because we're supposed to go the day after that we actually went. The day that we were supposed to go, like we saw on the news there was a shooting. And like I was literally like we were all like holy cow. Um and then what grade was I in 2019 anyways? I forgot. But the other one that I was like that I kind of dodged um, was basically in, I think it was 7th grade. We were in science, like, I think it was geology. Um, the teacher for geology, she was awesome. She's super cool. She always brought snacks, and, basically, this one kid in class, I'll name him. Chat, give me a name. Give me a name real quick. Give me a name. Oh, because I was Maria Pebble. No, I'm not. No, I'll name him Gabriel. His name's gonna be Gabriel. So this kid named, like, I'll name him Gabriel. Obviously it's a fake name. So 7th grade geology class. Gabriel basically took the snacks and he ate them in, like, he was eating them in class, but, like, even though the teacher had like utensils, still ate he still ate like a whole entire can of SpaghettiOs with his bare hands. And so he got bullied a lot by the other classmates. I was the one that was really nice to him and whatnot, because, I don't want to be, like, mean to people and, like, home life situations. Um, Fast forward a couple weeks, I get pulled into the office, and, like, because there was, like, rumors going around about him, and the principal was like, hey, you know Gabriel, right? And I was like, yeah. Welcome back. And I was like, yeah. And the principal was like, well, are you two, like, together or something? And I was like, no. Apparently, like, this kid had, like, he did have a crush on me, but I was already dating someone else. But besides that, basically what happened was, yeah, I chose Gabriel as the name. Basically what happened was this kid, I shit you not, since everybody else in the science class was bullying him besides me, he put everybody's fucking name on a hit list besides me. I was the only one not on that goddamn hit list. And I was like, holy shit. Like, that was wild. Like, that was actually wild. Hey, it's Shiny Dino. Yeah, this is, like, 3 times I've avoided, like, things like that. It's wild. Nothing beats a Jet2 holiday. Literally. Because it's like, dude. Holy cow. Like, I've basically... Oh, you're tired of gathering tapes. Oh, geez. Stones sprout. Right now you can say 50 pounds per Nothing beats a Jet2 holiday, and right now you can save 50 pounds per person. That's 250 pounds off for a family of 4. Oh gosh. But yeah, that's just like, that's like one of the wild stories. And the thing is, like, for some reason, I'm considered like a good luck charm to people. Which is kind of wild. But at the same time, it's like, holy cow, that's cool. Hello, ants. Guess who? Oh my gosh, we are like one person away from an actual, like, full run. Holy shit. We're like literally one person away from an entire run. That's wild. Oh wait, you're going? Oh wait, never mind. You did slash J. I was like, what? You're going? Where are you going? Bro, whoa, I just like smacked that with my thing. Just looked at the top left to see Rule 34. Fish in a birdcage because you didn't read the name. Imagining that, like, that's like just such a shock. You look up in the corner and all you see is Rule 34, like, hey, yo! Bro, you are getting impatient, dude. Is anybody else? Let me see if Corey's over here. Because Corey was Bassy. Oh, they're there. I need to let them know so that they can actually, like, hear the wildness. Kidnaps. Let's go to the Shellevator. But don't get in yet. Don't get in yet. Get back out. Get back out. There's a random. There's a rando. There is a rando. Run. 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 Run in. Get in. Hurry. Guys, there's a rando. Yay, we got everybody in. All you see is just all these friends. Guys, I have so many friends, guys. I'm so cool. I'm a snot-nosed bothead. Oh my gosh, it's a bot. We don't like the bots. You're getting banned. Don't get in yet. Everybody goes in. Guys, run. It's a random run. It's a rando. We're your besties. At this point, yeah. I'm such a cool distractor. Like, I know basically all of you because I'm such a... I know. I need 3,000. I'm literally gonna go bankrupt. Louis! Get over here. I need to find the other one. Rebecca! Hell yeah. That's such an amazing way to lose a heart. Honestly, I've made so many friends with Dandy's World. Like, it's awesome. Like, I joined a little, like, holy shit, that got fast. That got done fast. I'm already bankrupt. Proudly. Bad things happen to good people. Good things happen to me. There's an air horn, of course. Dang it, you have 2 useless stickers. I have all 3 sticker wheels, like, filled up. I love the Something is Fishy sticker. That is literally like my favorite sticker. And then of course, like, every time I'm in like Bagel streams and like in the Bagel, like the open chat, so, whoa, gimme. Can I have it back? Can I have that? I like the box of chocolates. I like a box of chocolates. Please show me your bones. Chubby Dandy explodes cute. Explodes cutely. Explode. Spontaneous. Oh gosh! Spontaneous combustion. Gimme. Thank you. Yay. It's like we can telepathically connect. And some of the best liars only want the truth. All nightmare starts as a scheme, so wake me up, I'm tired of sleeping. They say that beauty's just skin deep. So don't get your aggro tapes, please. Why does everybody want tapes? Holy shit. Holy shit, y'all are greedy. Holy shit, y'all are greedy. I don't even have the inventory space for that. What am I trying to do? Y'all really need to go back into the elevator. I didn't get hit. Yeah, y'all are fucking greedy. Y'all are greedy. Oh, hey, there's tapes right here. Why did I sound like Moist Critical for some reason for a second there? Louis, get your ass over here. Get over here. Thank you. Greed doesn't suit you. Thank you. They say that beauty's just skin deep. From your bones. Let me see your bones. Well, I don't wanna know. Wait, we had a sprout? Have? Yeah. Oh, did someone take it? Totally didn't take like 4 Oh. 4? What? I'm just imagining the snoring one. The very loud snoring one. You have what saved? Oh, the meme. That shit's hilarious. Dandy eating a sandwich. Screams in terror. Okay, you guys better not be greedy. You guys need to stop being so greedy. Oh my gosh, the greed sickens me. The greed sickens me. Y'all's greed sickens me. Absolutely sickens me. Bish. I need to find, like, the soundboard for that. I think my favorite new addition is, like, because I added 2 more things to the soundboard. By the way, what? Nah, there's 3 Louis here now. There's a Louis, there's a Tegan. Hi, guys! 3 meds. Oh my gosh. Bro, at this point, you're a healer now. All of you sicken me for your greediness. Finally, a machine! La-da-dee, la-da-dow, la-da-dee, la-da-dow. Bro is like aura farming. Heavenly music. Oh! Wait, no. We gotta have like the hallelujah, hallelujah. We gotta have that one. I like how we're both like hydrate. Okay, let me. I gotta wait. Oh my gosh, I gotta wait. Oopsies. I messed up. Oh, that didn't work. Well, I'll let you get to the elevator with them. I'm gonna hydrate with my Wendy's lemonade. The ice is like super melted. La da dee la da do, la da dee la da do. Bro's like, whoa. I think I just lagged. I just saw Sprout, like, fucking teleport. Hell yeah, we love suppression, guys. Apparently Sylvester doesn't, but, you know. I was like, did someone leave? And then I realized, like, one of the, you didn't vote. your Sam died. Oh gosh, your stamina died. Oh no. But yeah, we have sound alerts, guys, by the way. Oh, hey, scraps. I don't want to do scraps. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Might have made a mistake. Okay, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. And we're just gonna lose scraps. We're gonna lose this bitch. I am greedy for these pumpkins. Wait. Oh. I thought Scrap saw me. Yo, thank you, Ridona? Ridona? Potato. Potato for the follow. Let's fucking go. My family kind of homeless. Wait. Speed, I really need this. My family's... My mom's kind of homeless. My mom's kind of... Or wait, are you doing that one, or are you doing the rocks one? You guys ruined the joke. Guys, pick a number between 1 and 3. Oh shit, it's the ankle biter. Oh hey, an air horn. And then inside since the day that I died. Well, I whittle my bones until I'm brittle. Am I pretty now? For some reason I find myself lost in what you think of me and too confused to choose who I should be. Distactors. Distactors. Corey's not even watching the stream. Can y'all let her know? Can y'all let this person know, like, my Twitch? So that they can hear this wild ass, like, stream. Oh shit, I'm 4 followers away from 269. Please! Speed, I need this! My mom's kinda homeless. Nice, Obsidian. Yeah. Guys, y'all's greed! Y'all greedy! Holy shit, there's so many, like, people outside of the elevator. I think I'm gonna go with Louis. It's kind of required a lot. I want to see how y'all try to explain it. Try to explain it how I explain it. Stop. Only Sprout needs aggro. Thank you. Don't have it. Oh. Oh no. Damn. Bro's like, website. website. Thank you, Ko-Fi Bot. Guys, it is required. This is a requirement to thank Ko-Fi Bot. If not, I will be standing, like, in your window, just T-posing. Guys, get to the elevator. Astro's almost done with this machine. How come I haven't dropped a buck? Ooh. I know in your head you say 6. You're like, don't say it, don't say it. Nah. Nah. Bro's like clocking me. Sure, buddy. I'm 2 away from 267. Your greed sickens me. You already got them twisted, bro. I have a feeling that somebody's watching me. Oh. I have a feeling that somebody's watching me. Oh my gosh. Not all of y'all trying to get. Oh my god. Twins? Yeah, we're twinning. We twinning. Right now. Come on, Poppy. Poppy from the hit game. Poppy. Oh shit, Cosmo's here too. I need to save Astro. I need to save Astro. Get your ass back over here. Oh, I just lost Poppy. Oh, I put Poppy on Sprout. Oopsie daisies. Just thank you. There's a box of chocolates right here too. That's wild. I cannot get it. My inventory is full, but at the same time, like, I'm like, ugh. I guess you're getting it? Okay. You're inches away from— Huh? 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 What do you mean? What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that? Huh? I'm scared. Bagel was talking earlier, like, yesterday and, like, this whole week, and I'm scared for what they have in mind. I'm very scared for what they have in mind. You ate the box of chocolates? You ate it all? In one sitting? One sip. Bagel has also been doxxed multiple times. Oh god. Oh god. Oh, it's an ankle biter, of course. And it's Brightney. It's the ankle biter and it's the light. It's the fucking lamp. Who else is here? Oh, it's Baxton. It's according to Aaron, it's America. I think we just traded Twisteds. Fine, you won't put your postal code in. Like, oh my gosh. Honestly, I've had Ko-Fi Bot, like, in my chat for, like, years. And, like, every so often, like, I'll remember, like, I'm like, I need to check Ko-Fi, and then it's just like, huh. Ko-Fi's just sitting there. Over and over and over and over, over and over. Ko-Fi is literally collecting dust, but at the same time, we love them. Ko-Fi gets a lot of love from me. Even though, like, I haven't received anything, Ko-Fi's literally been here, like, since, I think not since I was, like, Sunset Be Thick, but, like, early Obsidian the Rock Boy days. Whenever I was, like, fine. No, I think it was actually there with, the Sunset Be Thick days. Oh, I think they were. I think Ko-Fi Bot was here during Sunset Be Thick days. Just not in the chat. Just I couldn't see them in the chat. I don't know how to explain it. I need to, like, make new merch. I'm not gonna lie. Like, every so often I'll be like, I need to make new merch, and then I just don't. You're greedy? Oh gosh. You are greedy, bro. It's the rare two-tailed Louie. Hell yeah, we're at floor 10. It's these scraps is in here again. Hey, Baxton. It's Connie, Baxton, Rebecca. You're gonna spin Sylvester around by their hair. Oh, Reaganomics. I haven't heard that song in forever. Holy shit, it's been a while. Are you unhappy, girl, in this amusing world where everything you earn is nothing left to burn? If you were up to me, then when you free, and I can give you that, and I could give you that, da 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 da. Wow, 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 wow. So there is a video with me in it from, like, 2018 when the Hazbin Hotel pilot came out, where me and, like, 2 or 3 of my friends at that time. Hello. I eat ooh, what kind of Doritos? What kind of Doritos do you eat? You eat Doritos, but what kind? Do you like the normal, like... Is that Rebecca? No, that's not. That is a Rebecca, but not the one that I'm, like, distracting. Guys! 6, 7. Oh, you were trying... Oh, nacho cheese and ranch. Ooh. 2 of the best flavors, honestly. I don't think I've really... Ooh, I have tried their... I like their, the sweet spicy chili as well. But I can't eat too much of it, or else, like... I don't know. Oh, so we were, was like, continue your story. We basically made, Murdered by Bagel? Wait, what? What do you mean Murdered by Bagel? You'll be pushing out daisies where the sun don't shine. What? Huh? What? Huh? I'm confused? Is it because I said 6, 7? Is it because I said 6, 7? Wait, I hear Astro. Oh, and R&D's here. Where's Astro? Where's my Twisted? Excuse me, Rebecca, get your ass back over here. If you just hold my hand. Ow. 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 Owie. Thank you. You know what? Thank you. So there's a video of me recreating the like pilot episode of Hazbin Hotel with 2 of my friends. 2 or 3 of my friends, and it was hilarious. Because I was like, they literally like, we did like the best sound effects that make it super funny. And one of the parts was I was playing on my friend's piano, and basically I was just doing these random ass notes. So like in the background like of one of the scenes, you just hear yo, thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow. I eat Doritos. it literally said your name so fast. Oh, I'll have to start. Oh, 6. We're gonna ignore that. We're gonna ignore that. Yeah, bro's like just lurking. Bro's like watching me. I got a feeling that somebody's watching me. I got 2 Astros watching me, bro. Chat, the Astros love me. I'm so good at preserving my stamina. I know. They're there. Mary Kate and Ashley, I hope you understand that I love you a lot and I wanna be your man, and I think okay, stretching. I'm stretching, guys. Oh my god, I didn't even realize I could do that sound. Oh my gosh, I didn't even realize I could do that sound. What the hell was that? Oh god, you have 6 ads. Holy shit. The sound that I just did though. That was so high. That was such a high pitch. Oh my gosh. But I was like the one dude that got crushed by the boulder. That was who I was in the like in the thing, and then like I literally was like, I'm alive? Like kind of like that. I just walked right into that hole. Thank you. I forgot who else I was. I think it might have been Husk, maybe. But that shit was hilarious. Like as like a what? How old was I in 2018? I was like 12. That's wild. I was 12 years old when the pilot came out. And we were like reenacting that shit. I'm the same. You're 19 too? Oh my gosh. I don't even know if it's still up. Cause I think it might be on like a, old YouTube channel of mine. Oh shit, I forgot to go to the elevator. Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, hold up. Sorry about that. Whoopsies. I was just walking around like do as panic mode came up. Do not push that button! Do not push that button! You will kill us all! You will kill us all, guys! Oh! Oh no. Wait, I'm older than you? Holy shit. So that, wait, you're 18 then? Okay, dial always spawns kind of there. Damn. I gotta get Tisha. Okay, I've got Tisha. Oh, you have all 3 of them. Okay, thank you for bringing those 3 too. You were like, dude. Holy shit, you were like super young. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I turn 20 next year. July 24th. it's like wild. I'm sitting here like, dude, because it's so funny whenever I tell. Who was it? Who did it? Who did it? What happened? What happened? I was like, I'm so sorry. Oh gosh, what happened? What'd you do? But I'll tell you what, I'm not afraid to die. I'm more afraid of what might happen first. Oh hey, there's a band-aid over there. Everyone would kill Sylvester. What happened? You got someone killed? Holy shit. But yeah, it's wild because like I was literally like, oh gosh, people are dying. Guys, this is why I said don't do it. This is why I said don't do it. I'm scared. What have you sent me on Discord? He's pissed. He's pissed. Who failed a skill check? I am hearing people getting... Dial easy. We mostly organized too. And then, like, all I hear is just people dying left and right. Oh, Dial's right there. I'm gonna move to distraction spot number 2. Because he's pissed off again! I'm gonna go back to distraction spot number 1! I can't, like, look at Discord and, distract at the same time. Oh, he's actually going that way too. Okay, let's go back to... Is he going straight or is he... Okay, let's go back to number 1. Bathroom mirror, policeman, no heel to toe. Oh, please let me go, policeman. I'll have to see who all died. Make no mistake, your death was a murder. Who murdered you? Why is he pissed off again? Why is he pissed off? Why is he getting pissed off? Why is he pissed off? Who pissed him off? Who keeps on pissing him off? Yeah, I can't, like, text and drive at the same time, you know? I can't distract him. Gosh. Oh, gosh. I'm scared. I'm gonna try to go back to spot number 1. I don't see the bar anywhere. On accident, screams. Who all is still alive? Because I think I heard like 4 or 5 people die. Which is wild. Oh, so for the new players of Dandy's World, because I know a couple of you guys are new to Dandy's World, if you guys ever get Pebble, in order to get his mastery, you have to go, like, you have to get to floor 20. Sylvester, Astro, Louis, and Yada. Oh, one of the other Louis died? Oh wait, no, you're still alive. I just saw you. Hi. Get to the elevator, y'all. So, Sprout's dead. Bassie's dead. Oh my gosh. Okay, let me check what was sent to me on Discord. I'm scared. Oh my gosh. What have you done? I'm scared. I'm scared. Oh gosh. I'm very scared. What are you doing? Oh my gosh. I don't even know if there's like a... Is there even like a Ko-Fi alert anymore? There's not. I don't even think there's a Ko-Fi alert, but I think Ko-Fi bot says stuff. I think. Oh, of course, it's Goob. Because, yeah, that's obviously, like, what's gotta go on. Do you want to take Goob? Like, I can take the others if you want me to. So fucking special. I wish I were special, but I'm a creep. I'm a weirdo. What the hell am I doing here? I don't belong here. Do you want all of them? Just do like the sticker if you want all of them. Actually, I can, or like, I can take Goob and like you take the rest. Okay, you want all of them? Okay. I guess I'll do this one then. Honestly, Louie's a pretty good extractor. He's like an all-rounder. He's like quite literally a good all-rounder. I feel like he's also perfect for like solo runs as well, because he can get away from people. I forgive you. I lie to make you feel better. Oh my gosh. But I'm a creep. I'm a weirdo. What the hell am I doing here? You curse us with Heb. You should look. Oh gosh. Oh gosh, I'm scared. I'm very scared to look at Discord. I'm very scared. Oh my gosh. Thank you. So now I know that Ko-Fi bot does not say anything in chat. Ko-Fi does. You bought me a rock. Thank you for the rock. Thank you for the rock. Dial L for Louis. Dial L for Louis. What is going on? Where's the other machine? Where's last? Oh, hey, there's a band-aid over here. Why am I built like a shrimp? Coughs. Ooh, band. It's down the long hallway, by the way, if you want it. If you want the band-aid during panic, it's in the it's like at the end of the long hallway. Oh, bro's running to it. Bro is running to it. Bro's bolting to it. Bro's gotta go back. Bro's like, Hebs or Gigi? Don't. Do not. Please do not. No. I'm very scared. Please no. But thank you so much, Willow. Thank you so much. I need to add a little like, whatchamacallit. That's a Bright Knee Blackout. The Bright Knee's here. You can now buy McDonald's cheeseburger. Okay. I need to find Louis. Brightney. Yada. Ooh, my lighting's being messed up. Okay, I'm on my way to the sticker because that's usually Louis. No, that's Yada. That is Yada. Holy shit. Bro. Well, I was right. It was. You got Peb and V in a blackout. Ooh. Oof. But yeah, anything that y'all, like, give to, like, support, that's... Oh, they have to go. Oof. Oof. You gotta go. No. Anything y'all give to, like... Oh, shit, Sylvester's here, too. I was like, where's the Halloween tune? Oh, I wonder who. Guess who's... How are you banned? What did you do? Holy shit, what did you do? What did you do on Roblox? God damn. We got Sylvester aura farming. Damn. Bro came back. Bro's like, I always come back. Hopefully not something that would get you on a schlep video. JK, Roblox doesn't ban. Oh gosh. Oh gosh. They really don't. Oh my gosh, I'm distracting 2 Twisted Sylvesters. That's wild. And then this one's just aura farming the entire time. Stop oro farming. Stop oro farming. For the world to... Oh, you spammed 3. Oof. Oh my gosh. I'm distracting 2 Sylvesters and 2 Louis. This shouldn't be possible. You guys, I'm pretty sure you 2 are the only, like, the 2 that are left, right? The second Obsidian makes a narrow tune, you're dead. Basically. Good morning, White Picket. Oh, I'll have to see at the... What is Louis doing? What is going on? What the hell? Oh my gosh. Bro's like aura farming. Bro's literally aura farming. Oh my gosh, you literally did spam it! Holy cow! Oh my gosh. Bro, you literally did spam it. That's a lot of 3s. What do you mean, loser? Your head's smaller than mine. Your head's small. It's a small... What the fuck? This is a weird point of view. Oh, I hear a Bane. I think it's Sprout. Oh, hey, Blot. Oh, hey, it was Sprout. I was right. There's a box of chocolates. Shorimpo. Shorimpo, what are you? Oh, princess. It's kind of funny because I'm like trying to like be like, yo guys, I have sound alerts, by the way. Petition to remove all children from Roblox. Oh my gosh. Honestly, for the safety, it would be for safety. Louis just immediately gets on the fucking machine. Ooh. Oopsies. Ooh. Okay, Brightney, get your ass back over here. Oh, drink now? Oh gosh. Let me. I gotta grab. Thank you, Coffee Bar! Let me grab my drink. I gotta go around the map, I guess. There you go. Are you happy now? I've hydrated. You can also spontaneously die? Oh my gosh. To be honest, removing, like... Oh my gosh, another one? I cannot grab another. I cannot fill this up yet. You'll have to wait. You're going to have to wait. You're going to have to wait. The undead dead is speaking. Lol. Didn't they want your blood? So I apologize for being blue and gold. Didn't they want your... No, you got scammed? What do you mean you got scammed? I'm going to get a drink. I can't get a drink right now. Oh, Blot, you motherfucker. I was gonna be like, Blot's being so good, I could just kiss him right now. And then Blot does shit like that and blocks my fucking path. Bro's like, what? Bro said, what? You hate Blot so much as a distractor. He's okay. I like Blot. I like Blot. Blot's cool. Stop aura farming. Get in the elevator. Oh my god. Okay, I'm grabbing more drink. I will be right back. So give me a quick second. I will be AFK. We have drink. This time it is raspberry lemonade. Oh, someone opened Roger. I look over and it's just Roger's there. Oh, hey Roger. You have this for a second. I'm gonna be right back. I am gonna auto walk though. So, chat, just hold on for me. Holy shit! Hold up, never mind. Whoa! Holy shit! I was gonna go... I was gonna go to the restroom, but damn! Oh wait, is it gonna do all 5 in a row? Oh my god, it's a hype train! I was gonna go to the bathroom! No! Yeah, thank you so much, Bagel! Oh my god! Thank you so much! Holy shit! I literally like went to get up, and then I saw the chat just go. Wait, what? Wait, what? Oh my god. Oh my gosh. Not the at everyone. Well, I guess I can't go to the bathroom now. Thank you so much, Bagel. Holy cow. Hi. I can open up Roger right here. Hi, guys. Hi. If y'all, so what, so. Oh my gosh. Thank you so much, Bagel. Oh my gosh. We're watching. Oh my god, El Macaco! Oh gosh. Oh gosh. Hey Siri. Set a 1-minute timer. Crazy. I was crazy once. They locked me in a room. A rubber room. A rubber room with rats. And rats made me crazy. Crazy. I was crazy once. They locked me in a room. A rubber room. A rubber room with rats. Rats made me crazy. Crazy. I was crazy once. They locked me in a room. A rubber room. A rubber room with rats. And rats made me crazy. Crazy. I was crazy once. They locked me in a room. A rubber room. A rubber room with rats. And rats made me crazy. Crazy. I was crazy once. They locked me in a room. A rubber room with rats. And rats made me crazy. Crazy. I was crazy once. They locked me in a room. A rubber room with rats. And rats made me crazy. Crazy. I was crazy once. They locked me in a room. A rubber room with rats. And rats made me crazy. Crazy. I was crazy once. They locked me in a room. A rubber room with rats. And rats made me crazy. Crazy. I was crazy once. They locked me in a room. A rubber room with rats. And rats made me crazy. Crazy. I was crazy once. Oh crap. Someone got oh crap. Oh crap. Oh crap. Oh yeah, I need to calm down Stream Elements again. I need to calm. Oh my god, no, not another one. Please. No. No. No, guys. Guys. No. 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 No, there's 4. There's 4. No. Siri. Please spare me. Please. Oh gosh. Oh gosh, my voice is going to die. Let me get a drink beforehand. Hey Siri. Set a 5-minute timer. Crazy. I was crazy once. They locked me in a room. A rubber room with rats. And rats made me crazy. Crazy. I was crazy once. They locked me in a room. A rubber room with rats. And rats made me crazy. Crazy. I was crazy once. They locked me in a room. A rubber room with rats. And rats made me crazy. Crazy. I was crazy once. They locked me in a room. A rubber room with rats. And rats made me crazy. Crazy. I was crazy once. They locked me in a room. A rubber room with rats. And rats made me crazy. Crazy. I was crazy once. They locked me in a room. A rubber room with rats. And rats made me crazy. Crazy. I was crazy once. They locked me in a room. A rubber room with rats. And rats made me crazy. Yes. Crazy. I was crazy once. They locked me in a room. A rubber room with rats. And rats made me crazy. Crazy. I was crazy once. They locked me in a room. A rubber room with rats. And rats made me crazy. Crazy. I was crazy once. They locked me in a room. A rubber room with rats. And rats made me crazy. Crazy. I was crazy once. They locked me in a room. A rubber room with rats. And rats made me crazy. Crazy. I was crazy once. They locked me in a room. A rubber room with rats. And crazy. And rats made me crazy. Crazy. I was crazy once. They locked me in a room. A rubber room with rats. And rats made me crazy. Crazy, I was crazy once. They locked me in a rubber room with rats. Rats made me crazy. Crazy, I was crazy once. They locked me in a rubber room with rats, and rats made me crazy. Crazy, I was crazy once. They locked me in a rubber room with rats, and rats made me crazy. Crazy, I was crazy once. They locked me in a rubber room with rats, and rats made me crazy. Crazy, I was crazy once. They locked me in a rubber room with rats, and rats made me crazy. Crazy, I was crazy once. They locked me in a rubber room with rats, and rats made me crazy. Crazy, I was crazy once. They locked me in a rubber room with rats, and rats made me crazy. Crazy, I was crazy once. They locked me in a rubber room with rats, and rats made me crazy. Crazy, I was crazy once. They locked me in a rubber room with rats, and rats made me crazy. Crazy, I was crazy once. They locked me in a rubber room with rats, and rats made me crazy. Crazy, I was crazy once. They locked me in a rubber room with rats, and rats made me crazy. Crazy, I was crazy once. They locked me in a rubber room with rats, and rats made me crazy. Crazy, I was crazy once. They locked me in a rubber room with rats, and rats made me crazy. Crazy, I was crazy once. They locked me in a rubber room with rats, and rats made me crazy. Crazy, I was crazy once. They locked me in a rubber room with rats, and rats made me crazy. Crazy, I was crazy once. They locked me in a rubber room with rats, and rats made me crazy. Crazy, I was crazy once. They locked me in a rubber room with rats, and rats made me crazy. Crazy, I was crazy once. They locked me in a rubber room with rats, and rats made me crazy. Crazy, I was crazy once. They locked me in a rubber room with rats, and rats made me crazy. Crazy, I was crazy once. They locked me in a rubber room with rats, and rats made me crazy. Crazy, I was crazy once. No! They locked me in a rubber room with rats, and rats made me crazy. Ah! I was crazy once. They locked me in a rubber room with rats, and rats made me crazy. Crazy, I was crazy once. They locked me in a rubber room with rats, and rats made me crazy. Crazy, I was crazy once. They locked me in a rubber room with rats, and rats made me crazy. Crazy, I was crazy once. They locked me in a rubber room with rats, and rats made me crazy. Crazy, I was crazy once. They locked me in a rubber room with rats, and rats made me crazy. Crazy, I was crazy once. They locked me in a rubber room with rats, and then rats made me crazy. Crazy, I was crazy once. They locked me in a rubber room with rats, and rats made me crazy. Crazy, I was crazy once. They locked me in a rubber room with rats, and rats made me crazy. Crazy, I was crazy once. They locked me in a rubber room with rats, and rats made me crazy. Crazy, I was crazy once. They locked me in a rubber room with rats, and rats made me crazy. Crazy, I was crazy once. They locked me in a rubber room with rats, and rats made me crazy. Crazy, I was crazy once. They locked me in a rubber room with rats, and rats made me crazy. Crazy, I was crazy. They locked me in a rubber room with rats, and rats made me crazy. Crazy, I was crazy once. They locked me in a rubber room with rats. No, and rats made me crazy. Crazy, I was crazy once. They locked me in a rubber room with rats, and rats made me crazy. Crazy, I was crazy once. 69. They were locking me in a room. Finally, I'm free. My voice. My voice. Thank you for the follow, Debug. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. I'm scared. Oh, finally though. It's over. I need to raise the price on that again. No. No. No, you won't. I'm going to raise. Hello, Debug Live. Hello. You missed the 5 times. The 5 minutes of pure crazy. And then me screaming because I saw scraps. I need to go to the restroom. To 30 seconds. At this point, I'm going to be right back. Try not to cause too much chaos while I'm gone, okay? Okay. I will be right back. I will be right back. Let me change this real quick. There we go. Wait, you can wait, I can transform the text. Let me Oh, it's just here you guys can have uppercase and then there you go. I'm not going to be auto walking. I will be right back. Wait, what happened while what did you do while I was gone? Why is Gordy loose? Wait, what? Did none of y'all feed them? Oh gosh, they have Astro. Oh shit. Oh shit. I'm gonna... Okay. There you go. You can... No. No, 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 no. You got Gordy, I got Astro. What? You want all of them? What kind of... Oh, I got them again, I guess. Whoopsies. Oh gosh. Look at Discord. Oh gosh, I'm scared again. I'm scared. Oh my god, did you do it again? Wait. Did you do it like 2 times or something? Wait, what? Or was it like just the time that you did? Oh my god. Really? Okay, I'm back with the distraction. I gotta find Finn. The Twisteds. Yum. Oh my gosh, I'm distracting again, guys. I'm distracting again. Oh, it's Toodles. It's the ankle biter. I have an ankle biter on me, guys. Ah. Oh my gosh, it's Toodles. Look at Discord again. What do you mean again? What do you... Oh, fuck. Shit. Ow. What do you mean look at Discord again? I'm scared. Gotta grab Toodles again. Woo! Oops. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm trying to take her. I got her. Yeah. From your perfect loop. Dude. I'm sorry. I was scared for you. I was very scared for you. Okay, I'm trying to look and distract at the same time. Oh my gosh. Thank you. Holy shit. It's like today's like people's like, here you go. And I'm like, distracted driving. Yeah, distracted driving. Sorry guys, I lost every single Twisted I had, and yeah. You were texting while kiting gore. Oh my gosh. What? You scare me. There's another cheeseburger. Thank you. Thank you so much, guys. I really appreciate it. Like, I really do. Holy cow. That's like, dude, that's, so it's definitely gonna go like towards like saving up for a new setup as well. Cause if you guys haven't noticed, this laptop, oh gosh, I'm very scared. Cause as y'all might know, my laptop isn't, I'm streaming on a laptop, and it's not the best. Honestly, it's kind of bad, actually. But it's better than my, like, old one. That I used to, like, that I started out streaming on. Obsidian commissions win. I want to open my commissions, but I'm, like, scared. Because I'm like, oh gosh, because usually I can just... Right now, I feel like I'm, like, only able to draw, like, humanoid... Just humans, I guess. And, like, Louis and, like, I guess Toons and whatnot, I guess. Let's see, Yada, Tegan, Louis, Boxton. I'll grab Louis and Boxton. Because I saw one... Oh, there's a medkit over here. Start joining the furry art streams. I'll try. I will try. There should be one more. Right. Oh yeah, Connie's here. That's who was here. Does that mean you get 2 drawings? Whoa, Roger's here? Holy shit, Roger's here? Since when? Sure. Send me your character. You gotta go to bed in a bit. Oh gosh. Oh gosh. Send me like the 3 of your characters. Like, I'll try. I will try. I'll try. Wee. I like kiting. I like kiting. Kiting likes me. Me like kiting. Wee. Wee wee wee. Oh, wee wee. My music stopped. I'm sad. Why did my music decide to stop again? You haven't been to floor 22 in a bit. Yeah, it was the last. Oh yeah, it was the last time you played with both of us. I'll do another round after this. Don't worry. I'll probably like go into your your stream, your Discord call. Imagine a V with 1 tooth and a lollipop. Sometimes you gotta take chances. We're just going wee, wee, wee. I'm gonna grab this pumpkin. Yoink! There are 10 machines. Holy cow. You haven't been to floor 22 ever. I could have if it wasn't for... Oh, you just got off of work. Oh! Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Oh wait, what? Hold up. Grass is... Wait, whose grass is purple? A really fat dandy with a chocolate cake. Oh gosh. Survive. You're gonna go nap, dinner ready really quick before the next run. Survive forever. We can try. We can try. We can try. Perfect. Sprout floor again. Toodles is trying to eat Roger's glass thinking it's candies. Oh gosh. Okay, I see Cosmo. I don't see anything, actually. Rebecca's here. Bro's like, prime that. Prime it. Just prime it. Oh no! I panicked. Eee! Holy cow. Some guy came into your work and said he runs... Woo. Do you want me to... Do you want me to take him? Oh wait, scraps and goop? Hold up, let me get scraps. Also Boxton, oh shit. I can't see a shit. Oh, that's just Boxton. Where? Eee! Who saw me? Who saw me? Oh, that's Finn. Twisted Goob, he will reach and grab for you, and he'll pull you towards him. He's basically like Scraps from earlier, but he actually pulls you. Where's Scraps? I don't know where Scraps is, and that scares the living shit out of me. Yeah. Don't know where Scraps is. Someone said there was Scraps. I have not been able to find Scraps, and I'm scared. I'm very scared right now. Ah! I found her! Oh, we're dead. Oh, I'm so dead. Oh, I miscounted. Oh, we are both so dead. Yep, I'm dead. There I go. Thank you, Kill My Butt. Timmy don't bite. I looked over. Timmy don't bite. Are you sure about that? Run after next turn. Timmy don't bite. Goob and Scraps happened. Goob and Scraps. Same floor. If not in Blackout or if they're near each other, yeah. You're going back to your dorm. The dining hall's closed. Nope. Down it's just the dancing granny. Oh. Goddamn. Damn, I didn't even have any heals. Oh, damn. Oh, hey, a box of chocolates. Dude. That's a wild combo. It's an awful combo. Dude. Bro literally got jumped by both of them. That stupid cracked. Bro got jumped. Bro got actually jumped. Oh, so fun fact about me. I actually can't really eat rice. It, like, for some reason, the smell of it triggers my gag reflex. And so I cannot, I can't. Oh yeah, Sylvester is immune to their attacks. I forgot about that. Oh my gosh. But yeah. Where's Discord? Discord, I'm howling at the moon, sleeping in the middle of the summer afternoon, punching rabies, or punching babies and oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. I'm gonna go into like Bagel's little like thingy. The whatchamacallit. The whatchamacallit. Bro's like, no rice. Yeah, I can't have rice, because the smell of it triggers my gag reflex. Come on, Sylvester, you got this, you got this. Bro's just got permanent, like, cardboard armor. Which is just armor. But with oatmeal. Huh. Okay. Oh, there goes Corey. I forgot Corey was still there. You can't have milk. Technically, technically I'm not supposed to have milk, but I literally just go YOLO. Where's my music? I need to put my music back on. It's wild that, like, Spotify does not let you have, like, your music on Discord.
In my head, I can't even believe Bagel isn't here.
It's just me. It's just me. I've infiltrated. Also, why was it playing on my
Who am
phone?
I then? Who am I?
What?
If it's just you, who am I?
It was just me for like a minute. Oh, so I'm scared for whenever Metal Pipe gets brought back. I'm actually scared for when the Metal Pipe one gets brought back. That is scary to see. 7 out of 15. That's like basically half of him. That is half of the sub goal. That is terrifying. Like, that's actually terrifying. Also, I cannot believe both Goob and Scraps were there. That's wild.
Sylvester's got this.
Sylvester's got this. Bro's like the only one left. Bro's literally the only one left, too.
He's immune.
He is literally immune to both Goob and Scraps' attacks. Unless if they physically hit
The
him.
one to rule us all.
I just realized he probably picked up the candy from, like, Yada's dead body.
I mean, that's just being resource savvy, ain't it? Not gonna waste a good candy just because of grief.
Right. Be like, oh man, Yada. Ooh, candy.
If Toons
Bro is
dropped their
getting
items and
jumped. Bro is literally getting jumped. Oh no. Oh no, this is the end of Sylvester. Oh, Sylvester has been ended. Oh man.
it's a shame.
Sylvester, you suck at this.
I believed.
Not. You died before. Oh gosh, why are there two? I just looked at my follower count. Chat. We have 267.
If Bagel was here.
Then you just see Scraps walking. Why is her tail glowing? That's wild. Haha, buddy.
Why are you on the tail glowing? That, huh?
That's wild. Hey, at least we got, like, a pretty good run there. Like, I think that's enough of working on his mastery. You just constantly get jumped. You just get absolutely fucking jumped. Also, what are the two clips? That scares me. That scares me. What are the two clips? Oh, it's the fucking crazy. It was the 5 minutes of that. That shit was wild.
At least clips can't be 5 minutes long.
Yeah, at least.
It's just like maybe 2 minutes of you saying crazy.
That sucked. That sucked. Like,
this will never leave your digital footprint. It's kind of funny because, like, I added in, I've been mentioning this multiple times.
I have sound alerts, y'all. I have sound alerts. You guys can literally go for free. You guys can
Yeah, I have the
literally
stream
go.
muted again, so there's no doubling.
Start digging in your butt, twin.
What? Free. What?
I'm imagining it's a very funny noise.
It is, it is. One is just like, fa! And then the other one is literally, beep beep, diddly doo doo. Start digging in your butt, twin.
Those are words I never want to hear again. You truly belong in the loony bin.
Can I train?
Hello, motherfucker.
Can I train Whistler? Then you choose to do Peb. Huh? What? What? Can you say that in words that I can understand? Bro, dude, this poor Boxton was like, "Is this a run?" And then Coco goes, "No!" It's 1:40 a.m. for you. Quack. Wait, did I break it again? Did I break sound alerts again? Wait, what's going on? Did I break stream again? What? What do you mean? What do you mean, can we marry you up? What? We're waiting. What, you're leaving? Damn. Bro, you are so impatient. Brother is being impatient. Autocorrect. Oh my gosh. We just had a run that got to floor 22. You're embarrassed. Oh, there they go. Oh gosh. Oh no. Oh, there they are. Can I use train whistle, then you use shoes to kite Peb and others easily? Are you meaning duo distract, like the duo distraction? Like the clown horn and ribbon spool? Or are you wanting me to do speedy shoes and dog plush? You just want to use whistle? Just you? Oh, you. Oh. Oh, there's Bagel. Bagel, I am in your Discord voice. Bagel, I am in your Discord VC, by the way. Okay, let me... Man, I haven't not used... Where even are my speedy shoes?
Good news, everybody. If my roommate comes in here with a migraine, I have to shut up.
Oh. Oh.
We got time.
Hi, Bagel.
For now, you can enjoy my iconic voice lines.
Insert cash or select payment type. Use pin
I
pad
hate
to
how good
complete
at that you are.
transaction. Oh gosh, what did you say in Discord? I'm scared again. Oh gosh, there's 10 things. Rats. Can you please make a V profile picture? Alright, alright, alright. We'll do that, we'll do that. I'll try to do that one day. Oh, you gotta go to bed? Okay, good night. Bye, Goober. Bye, Goober. Pat, pat. There they go. But yeah, this is... So, a lot of the people that were in last run are... Sleeping is boring. I got 3 hours of sleep last night. See? I got 3 hours.
Love having roommates that force you to go to bed at a reasonable time.
Oof. Okay, you got one? Oh gosh. What do you mean? Oh hey, disappointments here. But yeah, a lot of the people that were in last run was like are the people that like I usually have like in my runs, and we get like pretty good floors. You need medical attention, Dino. La da dee la da do, la da dee la da do. How do you function? You just do am better. Mmm. Yummy. You do am better. Gosh, there's someone. Bagel!
Hooray!
Bagel's
You see,
here.
I would like to state that I have like 3 pounds of candy that I bought for my work today.
God damn.
And I have more tomorrow because I don't actually have to buy that. We had 15 cases of Almond Joys that expire. Well, they best sell by the 10th by 10/25, which is, you
Almond
know,
Joys?
the year. Almond Joys, Snickers, Reese's.
Oh my god, those are like I fucking love Almond Joys. Like I will like sit there.
Oh, I'll fuck up an Almond Joy.
I will also wait, are you saying check Discord for me?
Ah!
Oh, in the photo. Oh my god, that is that is such a silly photo of just like it's just Louis nose. It's all nose. It's all Louis nose. Holy cow! I went from like 50 this morning to 54 members. Holy cow, that's a lot. Oh my gosh.
How many people?
In my Discord, like 50 to 54, like I literally checked like an hour ago. There was like only 50. Now there's like 54. That's a lot. that grew fast.
Oh, my goal is to get you to 500.
Oh gosh.
See?
I realize Legal is here to limit the 6-7 talk. Thank goodness.
Amen. Amen. Disappointments.
The devious giggle says everything.
Obsidian. I know where you are located now.
You don't know my address.
Salem. Salem. Salem.
Salem don't know my
Salem.
address. Salem don't know my address. Salem
Trade off.
don't
I'll
know
give
my
you my
address.
address for your address. You know what? I'll buy you a new laptop.
Oh gosh.
100%. Real, not fake.
Y'all want to like y'all want to start another run? We've basically got a whole run. Oh, Goob has said Goober
The
has
Nazis.
said,
We have 6 people and only 6 people.
yeah, we have 6 people.
Don't say the other word. Don't say the other number. Don't say the other.
You guys are I'm going to lead the call eventually if this
No.
keeps up.
Fish.
If this talk keeps racking up, you're all done. Guys, I'm at
You're
58
done.
100.
You're done.
What's the best tune to do for research?
Roger.
I don't want to do Smash Stream. Fine, I guess I'll lock in on Roger's
he has
Myth
4-star
Mastery.
extraction speed. He's got pretty good, like, the only downside is his movement speed being 2, but, like, he's got pretty good, like, otherwise. Shiny Dino? Shiny Dino? Shiny Dino?
Shiny
No.
Dino.
But yeah, you get double research as Roger.
I only have 3 tunes, one of them being
Anyways, let's lock in, gang. I'm
Yeah,
ready to
let's-
go.
Let's
We're ready
lock
to go.
in. Let's go to the Sproutivator.
Ah! Oh wait, I went to Shelly.
too used to it. You don't call the shots anymore.
Oh, you're right.
Oh, yes, I live
don't
in
feel the
Garden
shock this
View.
stream.
Bro's literally in. They're just walking around.
Hey, wait a
while in.
minute. Hey, wait a minute.
They had the glitch.
I had that happen.
I also had that happen.
It's such a fun glitch. I get to troll my friends.
You get to troll your friends. Wait, what?
What did you say, Bagel? What's that sound? What's that sound, Bagel?
I'll
Bagel,
just get the band-aid.
Bagel, what's that sound? What's that sound, Bagel?
What's what sound?
Oh yeah, I don't call the shots. I don't call the shots.
Wait, what's what sound?
You have to step out of the spotlight for once.
You get to be in
Just
someone
pretend like
else's
you're on a cheese stream.
Don't worry.
This is the Cheese Beagle
Why
stream, except
Oh, Cheese Beagle
It's-
streaming. Hold up.
It's the
Go back to Twitch.
Wait, are you wanting to wait, Shiny Dino, are you wanting to main distract, or do you want me to just, or how are you wanting this? How are you wanting us?
Oh, did I get hurt? Oh
No,
no,
I
that
didn't.
wasn't me.
That was me.
No. I got scared for a minute.
You don't mind? Do you want a main
I'm
distract
just gonna
and I can
steal
do
this
backup
tape.
so that I can get Pebble for you? Because I think my extraction might be a little bit better than yours.
Oh,
Beagle, you don't need any tapes, right?
no. I don't give. Can I swear in your stream?
Yeah. Dude, my chat literally started a swear counter. My chat, I kid you not, started a swear counter one time, and they lost count because I would not stop swearing.
Holy
Fuck,
profanity.
Fuck, shit.
I swear a lot inside of my streams.
You've had
I
a
swear a lot in
decent track
general.
record so far.
I swear a lot.
Hey, you want a health kit? Found
There's
one.
research in here. There's research in
Are
here.
there any machines?
I don't know
Where's
what
the last
Roger's-
machine?
That's what I'm looking for. I found a tape. No, this mock tape.
I'm on the way. I'm on the last machine.
Oh,
I would
okay,
recommend
okay.
coming over and grabbing the health kit.
oh. Do you want me to get it, or
Whoever.
I'll get it?
No, I'll take it.
Okay. Get to elevator.
Yoink! Oh shit, you're lagging? Honestly, I was lagging as well earlier. For some reason, I was like lagging. I kind of am lagging,
Did
actually.
someone take the med kit?
Yeah. Hee hee.
Eat a colada, boys, and make the girls go wow. Oh shit.
I'm having so much fun. Dandy, why the
Whose
fuck-
Oh, I
stream do I
forgot
clock
you're not
out on?
Tegan. I'm way too used to that.
I'm too used to being Tegan now, honestly. I'm
So
just
none of us
Roger.
specifically need tapes then.
Tapes.
No.
Every man for himself in terms of tapes.
It's every man for themselves.
Yippee! Wee. Jump scared, bageled, and lagged. Oh, hey, Louie.
Stop rage baiting me.
Trapped. We see how
I'm getting rage baited by people I don't even know.
So
The easy solution is to not care.
The issue is, it's me, Roger.
It's me.
The issue is, I'm Bagel. Thank
They
you.
should have like
Thank
a
you.
bagel tune.
Remove your identity as Bagel. You are now Roger in both spirit and mind.
Hello, Roger. How are you doing today?
Magnifying glass.
I was expecting like an accent or something.
Magnifying glass.
Oh shit.
That's like me going, human skull.
Guys, get to the elevator.
But
No, but
my
there's something over
research. I
here.
need my research.
Well, that's totally bad.
Damn, I'm not gonna do a machine anymore. Fuck that shit.
Hey,
Can't I
whenever
just
you're able
saunter
to get
over?
a Vimo, like, that's gonna be awesome.
Where's my Twisteds at? Hey! Hey, free hugs! Hey! Oh, I want Goob just to hug people.
I'm
I
thinking
fucking
about
love Goob.
I'm thinking about getting like some like clay, like polymer clay, and like some wire just so that I can like try to like sculpt something. Cause I realized that I'm kind of better at like not better, but like I'm good at
Oh, I lag.
I'm also lagging. It's weird.
I have not lagged in the slightest despite this horrible college Wi-Fi.
Yummy. Oh, it's the ankle biter. Oh, we have the ankle biter.
Please, I'm all bones. Don't let him get near me.
Oh my god, Toodles
He
just
tried
phased
grabbing.
through the wall.
Bro tried grabbing R&D and... Oh, there's a band-aid over here.
Bro, I
Oh, that
just
was actually
watched
hilarious.
Toodles go through the freaking wall.
Oh yeah, Toodle's just like that.
My room is your worst nightmare right now because it absolutely reeks of rice.
Oh gosh. Yeah, I don't know if Bagel, I don't know if you heard this earlier, but I cannot eat rice.
Why not?
It literally, like, the smell of it triggers my gag reflex.
Oh, Pookie.
Literally.
I mean, you're not Pookie.
My
You're
Sheila,
not Pookie.
my
You're not Pookie.
Sheila.
You're not Pookie. Sorry. I need to stop calling you Pookie. Salem will bite me. Oh,
Dookie is just like a synonym for dude or bro.
yeah, but Salem's my Pookie, and they're gonna bite me. They will physically bite me. I feel like if I even look at somebody in a different direction,
That's supposed to be
they're
a
gonna be
bad
like,
thing?
"What?
What?
No." I'm just saying it's a scary thing. That's just how Salem is. They're great.
Ooh, Reaganomics. This is like such an amazing angle of me. Oh wait, shit, I should probably get inside of the elevator. I want a kebab. Honestly, a kebab kind of sounds really good. Oh my god, that's a valve. Like, one with, what? Steak, like, bell peppers. What else goes on a kebab?
I get to see everyone's trinkets.
Yes, let's go.
Who's in control?
Someone tell Bagel stealth I'm lazy. Oh yeah, you have 3-star stealth. Goob has 2-star stealth. So no matter like how close.
I
Like,
know. I know. I just listen. I'm such a bad person when it comes to this. I get Roger.
I think you opened up Roger.
Run!
Hey, they saved you.
Oh, Buxton!
And here I am, just chilling.
I'm also chilling.
I did not even realize I opened frickin' Roger, dog. I didn't even realize that. I didn't even
I gotta
look at the
remember that I
band.
don't
should've
have.
looked at the
I gotta
band.
remember that I don't have.
Imagine not having 3 stars in everything.
Sigh.
Yeah, I gotta remember I don't have the whatchamacallit.
Couldn't be me.
I don't have Dial's trinket. I don't have train whistle. This is such a
Oh my god.
Ah,
I
run!
apologize.
Run! I'm sitting!
I was like, am I gonna be fine?
I'm not the only one.
I was like, am I gonna be fine? Am I gonna be fine? No, I was not fine.
But now you're fast, right?
Thank you, Ko-Fi Bot!
Fuck you, Ko-Fi Bot. Eat shit. You're not taking my machine. Oh wait, I'm on
just
last. Hold
watching
on.
you.
Is Ko-Fi Bot your personal skill bot?
Oh wait.
Oh
I
my
forgot
god.
about
Oh
that.
shit. Who keeps opening it? I panic went onto the machine. I panic went
You know
onto
what?
the
You know-
machine and
you
then
know what?
got
I'm
it
done.
again.
I'm going to Ellie. I'm going to Ellie. I'm going to Ellie. I don't know where Ellie is, but I'm gonna grab this research. I don't need it. I just need to
Don't look at me
get
like
my
that,
Roger mastery.
Don't look at me like that. Jesus.
Oh, I do need Roger research. So what am I talking about? What am I yapping on?
Please stop edging Roger, god damn it. Please.
Let me in. Let me in.
Stop
Let me
pressing E
in.
like you're a newborn learning. I'm finishing this machine. I think my upstairs neighbors have a drum set. Buxton, why'd you see me? I am but a newborn babe. I
Yeah,
can't believe
Ants
I'm
is still
older than
doing and
you.
dying.
I'm older than Ants. I didn't realize that
This
until
knowledge
like...
haunts me.
What?
This knowledge haunts me.
What?
This knowledge haunts me.
Yeah.
Keep
It's
your
kinda
hands to yourself.
wild.
I don't know.
Desires have unraveled all my
Goob!
wires. Goob?
Goob is targeting me, dog. Goob is targeting me. Dog
Like,
just
our
wants to offer
Goob
me a
or-
hug.
I was thinking
Goob
you said
is targeting
Goob as in,
me.
like twisted Goob, and I was like, Goob. Had flashbacks from the fucking
No,
last
just
round we
Goob.
got to. Both Goob and Scraps, though.
We're only on floor 5.
We were on floor 22 at that point. That shit was scary.
You would think
I
the TBD clone would be scary, yeah.
Oh, trust me, the first time I saw Dial, like, I fucking screamed. Because I thought, oh, I'm gonna distract him. He's gonna be a normal tune to distract. No,
He was not.
he was in fact.
Hold on, guys. I need to get
Not.
my research.
Go get your
Huh.
research. There's
I
a
gotta go
research
get
capsule right
my.
here. It's for Poppy.
I know. I see it. I see all of them. Of the thing one.
He glitched once and
I'm just
Indecisive
lazy.
couldn't distract him. Holy shit. Where is Indecisive, by the way?
Hmm?
Indecisive is just
What
like...
the fuck is this song?
What?
I have no idea what the song is.
Which song?
Cabinet Man?
Isolate.
Oh.
Disappointment. You can join VC anytime. Hold on, let me grab my server link probably, because some people probably don't have it in your chat.
I do know a lot of my. Like, isn't your server 16 and up? I think, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Bagel server is 16 and up, chat. Just letting y'all know. Because I know that, like, some of them, like, I know some of my chatters aren't 16 yet. Yeah.
Are we going to make him angry? Okay.
Oh,
never mind.
yes.
I was like, about time.
Ah! Make him hangy.
My dinner is ready. All I have to do is die.
What? No.
But I ain't.
You gotta start auto walking. Tegan's here. Did you know that when Tegan and Finn. Did you know that whenever Tegan Wait.
Tegan is a glutton for tapes.
Yeah, she literally steals your tapes whenever she hits you.
And I love her for that.
Reminds
She's
me of
such a
someone else
baddie.
I know.
Sprout?
She's such a baddie.
No. Beagle.
Oh.
I sent my server link in your chat.
It did not work.
A Link's banned?
Yeah, I think so, but let me
Then
grab one real
I'll DM him.
quick. That's not to yours. That's to my that's to my fucking one.
Ah.
I almost went to copy like my link
Just
from
the
my chat
two of
or
us.
from my whatchamacallit.
You and I.
Just a
Say
day
that you love
in this
me.
castle
Hold
in the
me, hold
sky.
me.
Okay, so that's the link for Bagel My Ego's Discord. Just a
Someone's streaming?
reminder. Just a reminder, chat though. It is 16 and up.
Yeah.
It is 16 and up.
If you
I've seen-
legally can't get married, no, wait, that's 18.
I mean, they're
If
trying
you
to make that
legally
in
can't,
America.
wait.
They're
Thank
trying
you
to
for
make
that
it where you
follow,
can get
Assembly.
married at
Ah.
14. It's super fucking weird.
Is no one on the last machine?
I don't know. I think all of us are here.
I
I'll
don't know
go
where it
find
is.
the damn
I
last
looked around.
machine.
I think all of us are at the elevator. We all just decided to go to the elevator at once. Where's this last machine?
Shush, it's okay.
I
It's
found
okay.
it.
We're goaded.
All right.
I found it. Go to the damn
We got to the
elevator. I found the last machine.
guys, get to the elevator. Get to the elevator. We have to get to the
Wait,
elevator.
Gabby, are you disappointment?
Yep.
Oh my gosh, I didn't know that.
Why do you think I called you Beagle Bagel? No one knows that unless they're in your stream.
People rhyme.
I literally also asked, can I be in your VC?
I know, but I really thought you were somebody else. I didn't know you were Gabby. I'm not used to your name being disappointment.
When do you restart? I don't think we're gonna restart until like all of us die. we gotta die to restart.
Of course, I will be first, considering I have an empty trinket slot.
Yeah, where's your other
Go.
trinket?
You were greedy. You were greedy.
You were greedy. Your greed sickens me. Ad
Did
starts
someone
in a
die?
minute.
Guys,
Oh my
Beagle does
God.
not
I need
need
med
10
kit.
apples.
I need healing. Need healing. Bandage here.
Boo! Boo! Oh my gosh,
Need
it's a
that
newbie.
bandage
It's a
here.
newbie. Oh my gosh, it's only floor 7.
Bandage
I have higher health
here.
than you, and I started playing this week.
Hisha.
I knew
Okay, I started playing basically this week. We forget this. I just got
Was
hyper
this week
fixated.
2 years ago, or
Oh,
I wish it was 2 years ago. I think I would be burned out of the game by then.
I started playing a little over a year ago.
Beagle, there's a machine right near me.
I
in the little
became
cubby
an
right here.
expert.
burnout
Where?
isn't real? It's a myth created by big therapists to sell more
Right here.
therapists.
Right here. Beagle, right here.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Oh. You want me to work on the machine? How dare you?
Oh
I
gosh,
thought you
I
were
just
leading me to
realized-
medicine.
I just realized whenever the ad breaks go on, I'm not gonna have as many people like be like, God damn it, ad, which is kind of funny.
I found a
'cause it's
smoke
like-
bomb.
Oh hell
Should
yeah!
I take that?
Let Beagle take that because Beagle literally is on 1.
Yeah, Beagle's on 1.
Beagle, over by this corner, wherever you are.
Beagle's
Hold
over there
on.
in the back corner.
Gang, hold on. Guys, don't pick up. Where's it
Beagle,
at?
come-
Where's it at? Where's it at?
Beagle,
Where-
come search
where-
me. Come find me. Come to Broken Alley.
Come search you.
Huh?
I
Oh,
didn't know you were a war criminal. I don't know where you are.
It's at the
I think
it's the other one.
It's a- Are you taking it? Are you?
no.
I am
Right here.
coming.
No.
I'm on my way. I'm on my
It's
way.
in the back corner next to the elevator.
Hey,
I'm
Shiny
right.
Dino,
Look
you wanna
for
know what
me.
I can do right now?
Hold
Also,
on,
I
let's
don't need
stand.
the smoke bomb. I literally have a ban and
Okay, I
Um,
fucked that up. I was gonna do a funny
Wait, where
and
is
be
it?
like, oh hey, I can.
By Broken Alley.
Oh, I was gonna be like, oh hey,
Oh,
I
wait,
can just
personally,
walk right
I'm
through
trying to
you
find
after
it.
eating two skill check or 2 skill
Skedaddle checks.
Oh,
stealth candies.
did I just lose Beagle? Beagle, come here. Follow me.
I like.
Yeah, I think I
tripped
need
and
somebody to-
stumbled on my words just now.
the guide. I need somebody to hold my hand.
I tripped and stumbled on my words.
Come on, let's go to elevator because I think someone's on last.
Yeah, I'm on last now. You guys
Why
better
did I
to
get a
the elevator.
smoke bomb? I thought this was bandages.
No,
I
you need the
said
smoke
smoke
bomb.
bomb.
It's a smoke bomb. So that you
What
don't
the
have
heck?
to. So it's so that you don't have to be like, you know.
Stupid Tisha.
Stupid Tisha. Yeah,
Tisha just hit me.
I saw that.
I didn't even see her. She's seen me because there's like a little eye thing on the corner. I didn't see that.
Ooh,
I'm waiting. I'm tipping tapping my little
We need
feet.
to ask, what are we calling
Don't
you?
be
Are we
greedy.
calling you Gabby or Disappointment?
You can call me Gabby.
okay. Oh my gosh, it's a
Med kit. Let's go.
Let's fucking go.
Well, I don't need this, but I'll take it.
Obsidian,
I'll
what's
take
your?
Bradley.
What are you streaming on?
I'm streaming on Twitch. It's Obsidian the Rock Boy.
Oh, basically your user.
Bagel added everybody and was like, go follow them, go. I was like, oh gosh.
I don't know if I have you.
I like
actually. I think it was when I
Obsidian's
was.
actually streaming with Bandicam.
Research.
Brusha's here.
Ugh, Brusha.
Ugh, Brusha.
No, don't. I hate brushes so much. We literally got our last floor with
I'm gonna
Pebble, Shelly.
scream. I watched
and,
you run into Tishla.
Tishla.
Ooh. Tell you what, I'm
Tishla?
not afraid.
Hi, Tishla. How are you doing today, Tishla?
Tishla.
Who the fuck?
Someone
is
go
on me?
wrangler her for me.
Hi, Tisha. Oh my god, I'm Brusha. What? No.
Oh gosh,
me
it's
alone.
forbidden. Yeah, it's forbidden, or it's toxic Yuri. I was about to say it's
Toxic
forbidden
Yuri.
Yaoi. Wrong thing.
Wrong
I
thing.
can't believe you would confuse the two like this.
It's
I'm so
toxic
sorry.
Yuri.
I don't know. if
Obsidian
Dino
is over,
can hear
party.
me. I don't know if Dino can hear me, and I'm so sorry for taking them. They just would not come off me.
I mean, 2-star self.
I got 1963. I just need 20 more Icker, and then I'll have the bite of 83.
The bite
Then
of
I'll
83.
have the bite of 87.
What the bite of 87?
What is the bite of 83?
I'm actually gonna cry. I just watched Gabby run into Tisha twice. Oh my gosh, what are you doing?
One.
Being
the
iconic,
first time wasn't
that's
my
what.
fault. The second time, I didn't even know she was right behind me. I was just checking on people, and I got
Why are you
hit.
checking on me? I'm just a goober.
Oh my gosh, I'm one
Yeah,
follower
you're also
away
the
from
s-
fucking
you're also-
269.
You're also slow
That's
tune.
wild.
Get to the elevator. I'm on the last one.
Well, that's very nice, isn't it?
we'll have to be like
What's really
nice.
Please keep them away from me. I already have my mastery of the twisted seeing me. I already got all 75. I got it last round. I know, please! Please!
Hey, wait a minute.
No!
Tech savvy. Oh, you can definitely tell they're auto walking. They are happily walking. They are very joyfully walking there. They were joyfully walking. They were like doot 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 doot. Is that you?
What the hell do you want to watch?
Is that you? Are you reading Lady _2?
Yeah.
You are the 269th.
Pebble.
Ah!
Pebble.
Gotta go! Pebble!
Give him.
I love
I
filling
gotta
Eager
lose
tanks.
2 hearts now. God damn it. Come on,
Pebble's on my
Pebble. Move.
But she's right there.
What a peaceful day, filling Eager tanks.
Okay, I'm filling close. I'm priming closest to Ellie.
Oh shit, watch out.
No, stop. I mean, no, please. I don't want
Okay, I
Pebble.
feel close. I primed.
Prime, you
closest to
said?
Ellie.
Like Twitch Prime? Everyone in chat should subscribe to Twitch Prime.
Did you know that
True.
Twitch Prime exists?
Did you know you get a free sub?
Yeah, you get a free sub.
Well, if I was in blackout, but if I'm not in blackout, I'm not grabbing Pebble.
I hear Pebble.
Oh, I'm
Pebble
distracted.
here.
I do a little more than here, Pebble. Oh,
I'm kind of, yeah. Watch out, Bagel.
Especially you, Bagel. Be extra careful.
That was a very delayed smoke bomb. You need to.
I didn't expect
You
it.
need to evacuate.
I'm evacuating right now. I wanted
last
that
one's by
Pebble
Ellie.
research.
All right, everyone go to the elevator because I'm on one right here, and then the last one is primed by LA.
Yeah, it's right by Ellie.
I keep hearing the aggro sound and just looking around and not being.
Oh my god, I do the same, except I have no sound on right now because I'm a lot more terrified and more aware of my surroundings. as
I'm
I have-
also like low on stamina, so I'm like trying to like. Oh my god,
Fuck
my
the damn
lag.
machine. Pop the machine, please.
I'll go.
Get your butts to the elevator. Every single one.
Wouldn't it be funny if I got Pebble research?
Yeah,
Oh, God.
I'm bringing him. We're bringing him to Ellie. So get your Pebble research.
Oh my god!
He
I
got
ran
it.
inside. He still got me. How did that happen?
Hey, Dandy.
Beagle
How did
doing
that
a
just
one now
like that?
again.
Would have been a good thing to sell like a floor ago or two. You know, Dandy, this would have been a good thing to sell a floor or two ago.
Trust me.
That and a band-aid.
Beagle my last round would not Beagle. Danny didn't sell any heal until floor 21.
God damn. Oh, I'm also
We literally
lagging.
got
My
trash
ping
items.
shot up to like 400 just now.
Oh, Icar leak.
I'm gonna drink it.
Ooh.
Oh yeah, I'm lagging.
Rebecca's here.
I'm lagging.
Eclipse.
Thank goodness I don't get slowed by Iger
Astro's
leaks.
here. And Rebecca,
Okay, I
because
cannot be
Rebecca just hit
running
me
this
like a dumb butt.
bullshit.
Oh, hey, Astro.
Oh, there's a Rebecca.
I just said there was a Rebecca. And an Eclipse.
Someone take him from me.
Goob got it.
Oh my god, I'm listening to 3 kobolds in a trench coat.
And-
I didn't expect
and
this
she
one.
just passed the machine.
Oh, my friend Mech, when we went on our graduation, like,
I
road
know
trip
you're
that
over
we went
here.
on
What's the
together,
point of doing it when you're here?
We
And
literally,
you passed the
like,
machine.
Oh, is there another?
Yeah, you passed. It was literally
we were
behind you.
singing 3 kobolds
Dang
in a
it.
trench coat.
Come here. Ants, come here.
Fine, I'll do it.
Beagle,
I'll do
one of
it.
the two.
Oh, dang it, Pickle! I have
Oh
jumper
god,
tables.
I
have
don't want to be
okay.
seen. I don't want to be seen. I'm just
I'm
doing
gonna
the
play in the
machines.
Icar.
I
I'm gonna
am.
play in the Icar.
I'm literally broke and have a bunch of skin. I didn't realize we had skin and stickers.
Oh, somebody's on me. Somebody's on me.
I think Eclipse might be on you. I heard the howl. I'm playing in Icar. You wanna
That's
play
what I
with
got
me?
concerned about.
Oh, I guess not.
Where's Bagel?
I
Where's
love being
Bagel?
of no help and just roaming around.
Where's Bagel?
Just jumping in muddy
My good
Icar.
Ellie.
Yep. It's yummy.
someone even on
this
last?
is fun to play with. Yee.
Where is last?
You gave Bagel research. Ah. Shiny Dino gave you research, Bagel.
Thank you. Is Shiny Dino the one?
Yeah,
One of
they're
the 15?
They're good.
No, 15. Not 16.
I don't know.
Because they're welcome to join the call if they would like, if their age.
Where the hell's last? Did
Are
someone
you
eat it?
16 or over?
No.
Oh, they're
Oh, I found the
not.
last. I found last. Get the elevator.
I'm at Ellie.
Oh,
Waiting.
come here. Play in the puddle. We can like jump in puddles.
I don't
Hell
get
yeah.
slowed.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. We're playing in the puddles. We're playing in the goo. I'm like
I can't even get
deathly ill.
sick.
I'm like
No, Rebecca
like
has
coughing
literally
like an
no
iPad
effect to
kid.
that.
I ain't got lungs to cough out.
Oh,
You ain't got no lungs.
Who's on last?
Oh my god. I did not notice that. That's
I'm
Get behind
ill.
to the
I'm like
elevator.
violently ill. I'm gonna cough on you.
oh my god. Thank you,
There we
cool.
go.
I think
Okay,
I think I know what Biggle wants.
Yeah. We get help, yippee.
And here I am, 3 health with a med kit.
Someone's car's going off.
Ah,
Mother fricker.
There goes Eclipse.
I'm priming this one.
Fricker.
Oh shit! I'm stuck on kid skill check. Come here. Do you want me to distract? Dino? Anyone? If you need me to, I'm a lot faster in Blackout.
Okay, I
You're
primed the one
power
nearest
up
Ellie.
over here.
Blackout.
Ants, come here. Ants.
What
Yeah.
I really
What?
You'll let it
What?
slide. You'll let it
What am I
slide
seeing?
from me coughing on you. Oh shit, I just failed
I'm
that.
sorry, is your sprint during blackout all running on all fours?
Yeah.
Yes.
They go
You go
like,
from the Naruto run to all fours.
yep.
You want to see it? You want to see it?
Oh yes.
You're not super
this
young,
is
but
a
young.
love song.
Oh, Roger's here
Oh,
too. Be
I'm
careful.
in love
All up on all fours of the stairs.
with
Okay, so I just have to not pick up any acre.
No capsules. No capsules for you. Oh, Roger's right. No. that's-
Okay. Well,
not
this
Roger.
one. Okay. That was safe.
I got turned around. I'm lagging. What the hell? Yoink.
Didn't say I wanna beg you forgiveness. I wanna beg you
You'll receive
forgiveness.
Oh, hi there.
I wanna beg you forgiveness. I wanna beg you forgiveness.
No, why would you do this?
Still here.
Oh, what
Oh, Roger's
fun.
in the middle in a room by
the
a broken.
misery.
They go get to the elevator.
Hold on, my research. I need to
Hey, I
grab
got the
it.
primed one.
Where's Bagel?
Should I pop it? Should I pop it? Should I pop?
No, first find Bagel because Roger is slow. There you go. Okay, you can pop,
Pop
it
it.
now.
I was trying to get reset.
Yay!
Oh man. Yeah, Eclipse also gets larger whenever she's like, oh hey, another band-aid.
I just
Yummy.
That's interesting. I now have. Oh, you can't have two. Oh,
What?
it's just bandage.
Yeah,
I thought it was another
I
med kit.
That's crazy.
Well, now I have a bandage,
The
a health
furry
kit, and
ate
3
a
hearts.
bop I wanted.
Okay, I do not have a bop. I have a soda.
That was a bottle of pop.
No, I have a soda from last round that I have. I'm saving in case I gotta run for Pebble.
Oh hey, Brusha.
There's another soda right here. Dino, come here. Dino!
They're not in VC. They have a little bit of a stream delay.
They're watching stream though.
Yeah, there's a
Oh.
delay though. Cause I have stream delay. Oh hey, there's a box of chocolate. I will gladly take that actually. Yoink!
Ah!
I'm not used to having.
I primed another one.
I
And
love
so there's a
shrimp.
machine in there.
Sarah.
There's a machine.
Where the fuck
Oh,
did Brusha
Brusha.
go? Oh,
Why are
no,
these-
no, no.
Why are the
come here.
plushies legitimately scaring me?
What?
They just make. I keep thinking the plushies are twisted.
There's like 2 bottles of pop, right? Not bottles. 2 cans of pop over here.
Yeah, I just
bottles
let
of pop
Dino
are technically a
to,
little bit more like. Okay, there's.
The cans are
More
a
thick.
lot less than the bop.
I accidentally
The
got
bops
them
are
hit.
like-
I am so sorry.
Oh. There's another one right here. What the heck? There's 3?
Gimme. Yeah, cans of pop aren't as good. And so, like, we don't prioritize those, like, at all.
It's mine now. I need the ichor.
Sorry about that.
What was that?
What was that?
That was a Kirby.
That was my intro. Noise.
Hi.
I put someone uploaded themselves saying the Kirby hi, but it's
When-
not actually.
When
Kirby.
did we get a Garflins?
Oh, like a while
Dark
ago.
Lady? Alright, get every single your booties near the elevator.
6, 7.
Yeah.
We
You're
definitely
done
need
for.
an elevator, need an escalator. Or
Let me get them my primed.
We're playing Dandy's World 29.
Oh.
Yippee!
Hold on, I was entering Cheese Beagle's raffle.
I'm just watching Low Guy.
Low guy, I heard of
Am I the only one who's watching Obsidian and no one else? I can't believe you
I
all.
have Obsidian up, but I also have Cheese Beagle up. Because Cheese Beagle's my homie.
I did not know that.
I thought
Obsidian
Salem was your
streamed.
Pookie.
Dino's gonna
Salem was
stream
my
too.
Pookie. Yeah.
Okay, there's a band-aid.
Cheese Beagle's.
Oh, look, a band.
Oh, it is
Dino,
gone.
take my place.
That shit is gone. Oh, hey, there's
Dino better
scrap.
take it.
It's scraps.
Sorry.
Oh,
We gotta let Goob.
I have
take
literally
them
almost
real
every
quick.
mastery done besides Blackout.
I got
and,
stealth.
I have 3 floors
Yeah,
with
I was
7
like,
other
you
players.
go do
around
that
me.
machine in the middle. I'll do this one over here. So don't apologize for being blue and gold.
Oh, Eclipse is on the closest one. Sorry, I mean disappointment. Sigh.
Oh, your pink spike to 2K.
the second Goob makes a wide turn, I am dead.
I primed the one by elevator until we all are at the elevator, by the way.
Alright.
That's always good. We're getting into later floors, so that's good that we're starting to
Yeah.
do that.
It's only culture and it's more afraid of you than you're afraid. Come on, drink that blood. Didn't they want your blood? So don't
Just left.
apologize
Who did we lose?
for being
29, I
blue and
wanna say.
gold. Oh.
Oh,
Blood. Didn't they want your
Yep.
blood? So don't apologize
29's a
for
good
being
bean.
blue and cold. I'm gonna get that. I'm gonna get
no,
that.
no. Almost.
I took the
literally
machine. Let's pretend I'm doing it. Yeah. I mean, that hand's
Scraps did the
blue,
attack
so-
animation. I almost died.
The hand's blue,
Well, not
so it
that
looks
part.
like R&D's doing it. Yep, totally. Totally doing that machine. You are walking in place.
Everyone, get your behinds to the
They
elevator.
are- hold on.
Word.
They are, like, walking in place. I think Suki's crashing.
You gonna do it? Are you gonna do it?
Hold on.
Don't pop it yet. I think Suki might be
If
crashing.
you touch that machine, I will lick you.
Huh?
Don't threaten me with a good time.
I think Suki might be crashing. Are they still walking in place? Let me check on them. Oh, they are walking in place.
I think
They
they
might
probably
be
died.
Bro. You good, bro? Chat, I lied. Yeah, you are kind of, Oh. You good?
She's lagging. Or they're
Let's
lagging.
go to the elevator, man. Let's go to the elevator, man.
Where is Suki right now?
In, like, the back corner. Like, near broken. They're like,
Oh god.
oh gosh. Can you not
Hey,
move?
who's Goob right now?
Ruby says help me.
Shiny Dino. Shiny Dino.
No.
Suki is, Razzle and Dazzle. Thank you, Kofi.
Sophie's wondering what is happening.
Fuck you, Ko-Fi bot.
We love you, Ko-Fi bot.
Thank you. You just wanted to take a screenshot and then you just absolutely broke everything. You took a screenshot and you broke everything, dude.
I say fuck Ko-Fi bot
Crushes out.
for
Wouldn't it be
specific
funny if I-
reasons.
If you what? If you what? What are you doing?
Gabby understands.
I have to
If you
plug
do
in
that
my-
machine,
there
I
goes
will
your
bite and lick you. I will bite and lick you, ants.
I'm tempted to say the response I said earlier.
Oh gosh.
Don't threaten me with a good time. I know.
Oh gosh.
I'll threaten you
I'm
with
made
a
of
big
bones.
good time.
Ko-Fi bot will save you. Yes. You just gotta believe. You gotta believe.
No, I'm literally a wolf. I could just literally munch on your bones.
As a person who does not like Ko-Fi bot for the very specific reason of they take 5% of all commissions.
They
That's
moved.
trash.
They moved a
What
little
else is
bit.
there though?
They moved. Yippee!
Simply all you have to do is add an automatic timer to a thing, and then get rid of the Ko-Fi premium.
Ew.
Because
I
you
got
have
it.
to
Elevator.
add a premium for the bot. So any commissions
Ew,
you
I
make,
got
5%
spam
gets taken out of there.
Get me.
Damn, ants didn't get hit.
I haven't been hit the entire match.
Oh god.
Ah, Meg Kit.
I now have 2 medkits, a bandage, and no 3 hearts.
Wee.
I have a stealth candy, a pop, and now a Meg Kit.
I am bouncing off the walls. I was bouncing off the walls. Anyways.
Remind me to never take a screenshot. Okay, don't take a screenshot. Don't take a
Crashed. Do
screenshot.
not
Don't
take
take
the
a
screenshot.
Me taking a screenshot right now?
Oh
Yada.
god.
I
Aw.
hate dark. Oh, yada 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 yada.
I
Yada.
summon the Twisted Pebble.
No.
Oh god, no, please no.
Please no.
As somebody who has done this,
I see a Boxton
Oh my God.
though. Hey, mind getting them for me, Obsidian?
Dude. Bro. I could report you for griefing, dude. Bro almost griefed me on 4K. Well, actually on, I think it's like
I'm not
1080p.
griefing, I'm just using you to save myself.
Where's Boxton?
Past me.
I'm literally helping Dino right now, so Dino, here you go. No! Stop!
don't die.
No, I'm
Try
trying to
not to
give Dino
die.
the twisted.
I
fuck?
hear someone
Boxing.
dying.
That is me, cause Boxing's being a brat.
I'm gonna maul Boxen.
Isn't Boxen a common?
Yes.
And everyone struggles with him?
Yes.
Okay. I'm gonna distract Boxing unless Dino, you want him? There you go, Dino.
Okay, realizing we have no primed.
Oh,
Because
that's
there's
okay.
nothing close.
Oh.
It's okay. Just get
That's
the
okay.
closest one, even if it's a little far out.
I see.
I keep hearing people getting hurt.
I do too.
That's me. I just died.
No.
You were literally on a machine. Oh, I was like, how did Beagle just die?
Okay, nobody popped the last one.
Okay. The last one isn't
Yeah,
even
until
I
like,
see the
partially finished.
I see the
I'll
light
go
of
ahead
Eclipse
and
behind
finish
me,
it.
and I fear.
I'll finish last whenever everybody's at the elevator. You just walked right into a fence.
Stop!
We
Don't
got 4
watch
at the
me.
elevator.
I'm trying my best. I walked to another thing. Okay.
Where's Bagel?
Watch that.
Okay, there's Bagel. I found Bagel. Bagel, hold on, I'm coming. I'm your light source.
Thank you for being my light source. I desperately need it in these troubling
Wait, guys,
times.
I'm on the other side of the map. I say as I'm at the Ellie. Oh my gosh, we gotta wait.
Literally standing in front of Ellie.
Okay, I'm at the Ellie.
Is everybody
Oh,
at
hold on.
Ellie?
Hold on. Let me.
Pop it.
I'm starting it.
You're starting the
I'm
machine.
Oh,
starting
yeah?
the machine. It wasn't even
Not popping it?
done at all. It wasn't even like it was just an empty machine. It's like the farthest machine.
You literally just said, I'm gonna pop the machine. Nope.
Imagine
I
the
said it,
elevator
guys.
theater music right
It
now.
hasn't even been started.
God, why do I have to pick up things off the floor in order to eat them? Can I just like vacuum it off the floor with my mouth?
Bum,
Oh, I thought
Do
you
you
were
want me to
doing
come
like
to you
the.
for your light or?
I'm running. Always
Careful
the
by the
common
elevator.
twisters that kill you. Yeah.
Why?
We just fucked We just fucked up.
Gooba!
Why?
We both got it.
I
there.
technically need blackout, but I'm doing it to help you guys.
Who fucked up? Who fucked
Both
up?
of
Go-
them. I
Well,
ran.
Dada fucked
I
up.
ran like right behind them and got hit, and then
Oh.
they hit me, and then they got hit.
Okay,
So-
That
Suki, have
shit
you been
was
hit
kind of
yet?
funny.
damn, if I was not trying to get a Gordy research, we
Hey,
would...
Gordy.
Hey!
What was that noise? Hi,
Brussels
Flutter.
here too.
Fucking
And
I hear
Astro.
Wouldn't it be
Okay.
funny if I fed Gordy a med kit?
Don't do that. Oh my gosh, I just lagged.
Don't die.
I'll try not to. I'm gonna
Okay.
do the... I'm not gonna
Jumper
do that
cables.
Oh.
I'll take that.
Who wants to kite Gordy?
Wants the what?
one. Not me.
Who wants to kite Gordy?
Not
We're not
me.
fighting Gordy. We're gonna feed
We're gonna
Gordy.
feed Gordy.
I can. I just have to find something to feed him.
I have
There's a
a few
stamina candy
things.
around me. There's also a pop. Or like a not
Yeah.
a
Oh,
bottle
shit.
pop, but a...
Ah, where is
maybe
it?
Goob just took
People are
it.
forgetting about him. People are forgetting.
Oh wait, Shiny Dino's doing it. They're feeding him.
I got it. I got it. I got it.
They're feeding him.
I got a stealth candy to keep him company.
He's been fed. Don't feed him until like he's like around
Because it
Oh,
goes to
okay.
max, right?
Why is this bar going so fast?
What?
It's literally almost kind of. It's a quarter filled now. It's literally going fast. This bar,
Shiny Dino,
Oh,
you are no
yeah.
longer Louis. Do not risk it.
especially with Flutter. I hate Flutter so much. I'm going to leave. Beagle,
Flutter's
you
here.
should
speed
do this.
just doesn't change.
Here, I can get. Here, you go because you're Eclipse and you have two.
Oh, sorry, I
I'm
forgot to
running
say.
faster.
Oh.
What do you mean?
Oh.
Bring your ass, Gordy. I got Gordy. Run.
I have no
Y'all need
stamina.
to run.
Come here,
I have no
big
stamina.
back. Come here, little big back. I got the big back. I'm running.
That scared the shit
I
out of
got the
me.
big back.
Just
Here's the
I
give
was
big back.
about to feed him.
Back.
Woo!
You want to kite him though? Oh god.
That was certainly eventful.
That was an eventful floor. Yeah.
Thank you,
What do
Dino, for
instructions do?
saving me.
They help with extraction, I want to say.
Yeah.
I love how people just stayed next to Gordy even though the machine's almost done.
Can I just say my heart is racing after that one?
It's
Like,
2:38
oh my God.
I
I
basically
for
have
you,
5
dude,
hearts in
go
my
to
inventory right
sleep.
now.
Oh my gosh.
Trixie,
I'm so
don't-
Oh,
slow,
and of
like,
course
listen.
Glizzy is here. Oh hey, there's a band-aid. I'm gonna
There's a
take that.
band right here. Oh, okay.
give it to Goob. I think Goob needs it.
Poppy's
this
here too.
bandage.
I
With
say as I
bandage.
take the band-aid because I don't have a backup band-aid anymore because I,
3M me flexes.
Oh, and Boxton. Terrific. Hi, Boxton. And
God
Poppy.
damn. Yo,
And
thank you for the
Cheryl.
follow. Glizzy.
I'm being cornered. Yay!
This game sure is
Maybe
easy when
maybe
people are
listen a
carrying
little
you.
bit.
Careful. Sugi,
Thank
careful.
you for the follow, though.
All I have to do is not fuck up extraction.
My research.
Oh wait, I cannot.
Dana says I'm enjoying Ludi on
Shrimp
Fish.
loot.
You should low-key
Shrimp loot,
join
by
and
the way.
stream that. Trust.
I'm lagging.
That's what Dino said.
I am lagging.
Who's lagging?
Me. Please.
Who's
Please take them. Why are you losing them?
Is
Why
it
are
Dino or
you-
Obsidian?
Dino, why are you losing the Twisteds? I am lagging.
Oh, hi, Poppy. Hello, Poppy.
Please.
Poppy just-
I
only
lost Glisten, by the way. I don't know where Glisten went.
Bliss is over here. I found Glisten.
Please.
Why are there
Okay.
2 half-filled extract machines?
Because I got seen.
Dino, take your little family.
Well, I'm doing
your
that.
little-
I don't
Family.
want them. Goob, no!
Oh no!
No!
Goob died? Did Goob die?
Yes, I'm lagging. Dude.
Oh, it looks like you're distracting now.
Oh god, I'm lagging.
I would help, but I have literally no stamina.
I'm lagging, bro. You're so dead high.
I have a
yeah.
feeling I'm gonna outlast everyone.
Nah, I gotta grief you.
Who just did my machine?
Me.
I'm lagging.
You weren't
Okay.
doing it anyway.
I'm being chased. How am I supposed to do a machine if I'm being chased?
Wait, who's chasing
The answer
you?
is you aren't.
The answer is I gotta raise up stamina.
Oh, if anyone's
Okay,
close
you guys
to
can
doing...
go to the elevator. Ants is on the
It
last
takes
machine.
skill to distract with like.
Everyone get to
yeah.
Ellie.
I'm leaving Glisten. Glisten is kind of by Ellie,
Oh, do not
Fine,
do
you
that
take
then.
it, huh? You want it? You take it.
but not two. They're in the one room. It's still a little far.
Okay.
Get your butts to the elevator and run inside.
Go, 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 go.
Where is Ellie?
Who's the little green egg? That is Garf.
That's not
Run.
Garflin. That's
Wait,
Zan.
what?
Black listen! Black
That's
listen!
Their name's just Garflin.
Whoa, bye! Fucking go!
Oh gosh.
Can we not die, gangsters? Can we not die?
I think we all need a heal.
wait.
Wait.
No, we're all good.
Not really.
on.
We're
There's
all
only 2
good.
people who need heal.
We're good.
Oh, I
Um,
didn't see that what you were at.
I don't have an empty slot because I'm not willing to get
Oh,
rid
I
of this
got a
bandage.
ban. I just got a
I
ban.
got gumballs.
I got instructions. I think that's the best thing I've ever
Oh,
done
my
when it
lag
comes
just-
to
I hate
gambling.
this map.
Oh, bandage,
fucking
bandage
hate
right
this
here.
map.
Oh, no,
Band
no,
right
no.
here. Band right here. Bandage right here.
Ah! Oh, I just fell through the floor.
This is a bandage right here. Who needs a bandage? Oh, lamp. Brightney, there's a bandage right there, so I would say whoever needs it,
6,
do you have meds?
7, 8,
Gabby?
9,
I have a band.
10. Hold up.
I
Watch
would
out,
grab-
watch out, watch out.
Oh, we have Goob.
Yeah.
I
Take
would
the
say
band.
that band then.
5,
Take the band.
7, 8.
Sorry, what was
9,
that?
10.
Bandages.
Are we priming this? No.
Obsidian, come take this band when you're left outside.
I'm distracting by normal.
Okay.
All right,
It's
take
the only
band
place
when
that
you
actually
can.
has like actual good like tables.
Yeah, there's a band where we were. So I would say grab the band just in case. I don't know where you have what meds you have.
Yeah, take the band because you have Goob, so you're gonna struggle a lot worse.
And it's best if you have some heals.
I have
Yeah.
a banded right now in my inventory.
Take the second one. You
Yeah,
have to.
the second one.
Well, hold on. Hold your horses. I'm trying to.
We're holding our horses.
Fuck
Don't worry.
You.
Oh, hi, Tisha. Tisha's
What a
loose.
surprise.
Can someone bring Tisha to me?
I could try.
Okay.
Where's Tisha? Where's the tissue box? Come here, you big one.
I've been spotted.
Nom, nom, nom.
Oh! Boxen, someone get Boxen from me.
I'm coming.
You.
Where's Block? Where are you? Come here, you fat box.
Well, that's a bandage used.
3,
Worth it though.
4,
I'm
All
gonna
right,
get
get to
my
the other side.
research.
There's like
7, 8.
I couldn't see where he's coming from, so I ran directly into him.
Bye.
Oop, whoops.
Are you okay, Obsidian?
Yeah.
Okay. Beagle, get to the elevator.
Nobody do the last extraction yet.
Beagle, get to the elevator.
That's what I'm doing.
You're slower than a turtle, especially when you're Roger and you run out of stamina.
That's literally what's happening.
There's like stamina candy over here in this open area.
I lost Goob. I do not know where he is.
Let me go find the little Ruby
Oh, found
grabber.
him. Found him. He was in the same room.
I'm right by obsidian.
The ominous red light.
Out.
I'm trying to get out. Promise.
Hi, Suki.
I don't know where I'm going.
I'm coming.
Okay, I'm right here. I'm at a good Ellie.
Okay. I'm gonna watch
Hey there,
Suki.
magnifier head.
Hey.
I'm
Go,
just gonna
Suki.
run.
Come on. Come here, Big Mac.
Come here, big boy. Air horn.
Should I grab air horn?
I'll wait for another med kit.
If we get both Pebble and Astro, can you take Astro?
Me? Yeah.
Okay.
Please let it be blackout. I'm a lot faster. I literally do not have any fast items. All I have in my inventory is a band.
Pebble
I at least need a
blackout?
soda.
Oh,
Oh,
shit,
God.
Astro's floor. I love this floor.
R&D Louis. R&D
Press
Louis.
pad.
Boxton somewhere.
No.
I love having, vision.
Rebecca, Cosmo.
Me too.
I
There's a
don't.
med kit. I'm
Hey
gonna go
there.
ahead and take it.
Oh, hi, Cosmo.
I'm at broken right
You
now.
got Cosmo.
Ants, I will bite you on your non-existent bony butt.
I'm getting the extractor next to the one that you were doing, not the one you were doing, okay?
So, bye.
Oh.
Obsidian, I did a drop off.
You also picked up my Twisteds.
Oh, oops.
Yeah, you
I'm
picked up
sorry.
my other Twisteds.
Ain't you got the same stealth?
Yep.
I'm trying
They
to
go
get the soda.
after the one that's closest. We might. Oh wait, it's R&D. I just remembered. I was like, we might have a fifth one. Then I was like, oh wait, it's R&D. Yes, to err is
I'm doing the
human,
machine
so
by
don't
Broken.
be one. This was a mistake. I'll take my leave. But before I
All of
go,
you can
let
chill
me
by
not
the elevator. I'm gonna do the machines by Broken, so it's easier because I have a lot more
All the
speed.
machines are like next to each other.
Yeah, I'm doing one by Broken. I'm just making sure.
Instincts I've met needed to
So this
abstain.
should be
The
okay.
monsters must be people. So, oh, please, I can bring light if you let me, baby.
Bye-bye.
Drain you of your love. I just see you like whoosh, just Naruto run across. Lips
You didn't see
turn
anything.
blue.
Beagle, go to the
A wrench
elevator.
would be really nice right about now.
What?
Beagle, not that way. Beagle. Beagle's that
Don't
way.
worry, I'm okay. I'll be okay.
I'm doing second to last. The last one is primed.
Okay.
I told you I need to grab my research. I need to get my research.
At least get the speed candy.
Well, you can't. What you can do is stay alive for us, Biggle.
Yeah.
That's what I'm doing. By getting research, I'm staying alive.
I'm right next
I
to
don't
Bagel.
believe that to be remotely true.
I'm next to Bagel, so I can pull off the
Don't
switches in case
babysit
I
me.
have to. I will babysit you because you're kind of
Everyone
able
get
to
to
pull
Ellie.
switches on your butt. You can pop. Thank you, Suki. Is that Pebble behind you? No.
No.
Oh god. I was like, is that Pebble?
Yes,
Already?
Pebble. I've totally been distracting Pebble this entire time.
No, get over here. Get over here.
I literally all the mastery that I have left is literally let's go gambling.
No.
Oh. All I
Let's
have
go
left is
gambling,
I need,
no.
to do,
Oh.
I need 7 more blackouts and 2 more rounds of 7 people in the game in the round.
Damn.
I need 2 more. I need 3.
Oh, it's V
Oh
and Lizzie.
no.
I
And
hate
listen.
V.
Oh
Do not give-
shit! I don't have. Oh, this is gonna fucking suck.
Remind me
Oh,
who
this is gonna
Glizzy is
suck
again.
ass. Listen, this is gonna suck actual
Ants,
ass.
come here.
I can
Connie,
babysit
Finn,
Glisten if you want.
Tisha.
What?
Do this machine.
You want to go distract? Huh?
Glisten
me go
by
help.
Ellie.
Hi,
Go.
Finn. And I'm glad I went to because Finn was just heading to Obsidian. Obsidian, you're missing
I'm
one.
trying to-
That's
I'm
on
trying to get
me.
him. Okay, got him.
Where is Glisten?
Listen's by good, Ellie.
He was at good last time I saw him.
I'm near him. He's by good Ellie.
Which is?
I'm gonna get
You mind
away
if I go
from
in this pocket?
Broken.
Okay.
I'm gonna distract in the area that's like kind of next to good. Cause there's no.
There's,
What does
like,
this guy with the
there's-
meter do again? Oh, is that Glisten?
Yeah, that's Glisten. I
There's, like,
lost
4
Finn.
machines.
Finn, get back over here. Got him. Hi, Connie.
I'm
I
trying to
can't
make sure
believe we
I
got the
have-
worst 40.
I don't even have Dial's trinket anymore. I don't know how I did this without. I don't know how I did this.
Oh, I
don't know how
walked
used to
right
do
past an
this. It
extract.
sucked ass.
I literally hate V so bad. I cannot. It's hard to take out the ads while on controller.
Yeah.
What are you supposed to do?
She slows you whenever she gives, like, she spots you.
Ants, there's a machine behind you if you turn around.
Oh, there is. You're correct.
Hi, Glisten.
But I got ditch one.
Go Lizzie.
Glisten went by you, so I wasn't going to try to
I think
go.
you went to it.
Yeah, I saw.
69.
V, get the machine.
An ad popped up right in front of me.
Petition to kill V.
I don't
kinda
think there's
like
any more
V.
machines over there.
I'm right by you.
Careful, because Glisten is kind of, well, he is kind of out. He's going away from elevator now.
Yeah, that's what I'm kind of getting him going up.
I'm just gonna use this to get, like, the stamina. What's your
Is
highest
anyone
score
unlocked?
again?
Oh,
Connie's in one of the machines. Connie just entered a machine. Hold on. Don't pop yet. Don't
you're
pop.
good. No one.
Glisten is still walking away. I'm gonna quickly
Make your way to the
go around
elevator.
him. Yeah.
Is someone
I
on?
wanted to, I'm at
Wait,
low.
come baby.
I'm at low stamina. I just wanted to get Glisten.
Why does V play the
up.
Undertale zap sound effect?
Because it's a stock sound.
Okay, I'm
I
getting
was
near
playing
out.
Undertale a little bit ago, and when I
Maybe
was
get
in
to
the
my rice and be
puzzle,
burnt.
it was so funny whenever I was in the puzzle because the zap sound. Get your research, get your research, guys. Because when the zap sound played, I was like, it's V!
You know what?
It's V from Dandy's World in Undertale. Oh my gosh, that's like literally how it was.
I need to buy things from him.
Ooh. Don't worry, I'll
Don't
be back.
worry.
I always come
I
back.
always come.
Get out of here, Dandy. Can we all?
This is the original Gen Z brain rot.
Yeah. Oh, hey, Gordy.
Oh, we got
It is
better
so funny.
glisten.
Oh, hey, there's a med kit over here.
I'll take that.
Okay.
Can I have a third med kit actually?
No. You're stockpiling all the med kids.
All the med kits I have were bought from Dandy.
Fucking scraps again.
There's also
We have
Sylvester.
Roger, by the way. Roger's by Gordy.
Okay.
Oh,
and of
Eclipse
course
as well,
it's
Eclipse.
Eclipse.
Eclipse, get away from me!
So we have
I said-
Sylvester, Roger, and
I'm so
Gordy.
cooked.
Watch out, watch out.
Nine. And
I have
also
no stem.
Eclipse.
I have no stem. Ah. Okay, thank you.
Hi, Sylvester.
Box of chocolates right here. Box of chocolates.
Can someone feed Gordy?
I just fed Gordy. I know he's not saying, I don't feel great.
Did someone open Roger's?
This is mine, Biggle.
I'm gonna feed him again.
Hold on, yeah, he's about to.
Got him.
I'm gonna try to find some candy. There we go.
I didn't realize Roger was there, so I got slowed down and Sylvester hit me and I had
Yeah, that's why I said Roger's at Gordy.
I love having an inordinate amount of tapes.
I know, right? It's fantastic.
Fuck yes. got
I mean, it's
box of
probably a good part
chocolates.
because there's a couple times I've seen Danny just have his shop full of heals, like literally med, and then ban, med, ban, med.
I can't
Holy-
trust any capsules anymore. What have you done?
Roger's capsule's right next to Gordy, so
Yeah, that's the only one you have to worry
There's so
about.
many capsules next to Gordy, though.
no,
without
literally,
bands.
You'll see the one with the
I'm right
band.
next. It's like right next to the candlelight thing, my Bob. You can get something.
Does Roger move?
No.
Roger does not
Go
move.
find more candy.
Oh, I'm gonna. Who just fed him?
Okay, I did. I just fed
I'm
him.
lagging so much right now.
I'm like trying to run around
I
and find a
just found more
machine.
candy. I found more candy.
So he
I'm
here
sorry.
has watched Nope and
Who saw
knows
me?
the name Gordy in a different
Scrap saw me.
context.
Scrap saw me. Scrap saw me.
Shit.
There's another Gordy capsule over here next to the elevator, right by the haystack barrel. The giant
Ellie,
haystack.
I believe. If whoever's on last, don't pop it yet. Cause I'm by
Bagel,
Gordy.
don't tell me. Are you right next to Gordy again?
Yeah, it's because I got candy. I don't want to pop before then.
Watch out, Eclipse.
Yeah, last is primed.
Moss is primed. Okay, I'm gonna start heading over. I don't know where. Yeah, I'm gonna start heading over now.
I'm gonna save up stamina so I can drag Gordy to the elevator.
Okay, I'm got good, Ellie.
Okay.
I think
I'm
Suki
getting
wants
ready
to
to.
pop.
Hold on.
No.
Wait till my stamina's full. Okay, you can pop. You can pop.
Do it.
I really have no soda because I literally was just running from Roger and come here, big man. Okay.
Running,
La la la
running,
la
running,
la la la
running,
la la
running.
la 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 la. I gotta run. Bye bye. Gotta run like my pants are on fire. Bye. Here's your delivery of a big bag.
You're on stream, you can hear wait, what? Dandy's rolled, but thank you? Or don't worry, but thank you.
I'm so screwed if I get hit twice.
I don't have any heals anymore.
I don't either.
Okay, next heal,
What
we give
floor
it
did
to
y'all die on last time? I forget.
Obsidian,
Oh.
and then next heal, go give it to Gabby.
Oh shit, Astro. Oh,
Astro's floor. Hi, Rebecca.
I'm stuck on the floor. Oh, there we go. Who's here?
Razzle and
Rebecca's here.
Dazzle, Finn, Yada,
Suki, please prime that one.
Poppy, Tisha, grabbing a medkit, got a medkit.
Okay. Next.
I think
it's
I'm
Gabby we
missing
need.
one. Finn is here.
R&D's in the wild, so.
I'm missing Poppy. Okay, I got Poppy. I am at Broken. There is one kind of near Broken.
I'll go do that if you want. If anybody's
Please.
not going to it.
Actually, it looks like Bagel's right here.
So, Keiko, please be careful.
Bagel, do the machine right here, please.
Alrighty, I got you.
I almost fumbled that machine.
Thank you, Cuff, I bought.
Fuck you.
Please
Cliff,
don't run an R&D circle.
Does
I'm in
fumbling machine like lower your stealth?
No.
I'm in R&D circle now. Please be careful in R&D circle. I'm in it at
Yeah,
the moment.
do not
doing
run
everything.
in their circle.
You can run when I'm out, not in.
But wouldn't it be funny?
Wouldn't
Would
it be
actually
funny if I
really
died?
sad.
I already lost
Obsidian,
one
it's time to
backup
content
distractor.
farm.
No.
Sorry, clip farm.
No.
Do it for ants, because ants has a lot of meds and bands anyway.
What? Huh? What? Oh, no, I don't.
You literally were just
Oh,
saying
you
earlier.
unbanned from
I have 2
Roblox?
meds
Let's
and a band
go.
and 3 heart.
I don't know
There's a
how you
machine
get
right
banned
next
from
to you.
Roblox. No offense, non-offensive.
What?
I don't know how you get banned from Roblox.
They were spamming
Gang, I don't
3.
know how. Oh.
It was actually 4, I think. Wait, was it 3?
I think
Dang.
they sent it in those 3. It's 3 a.m. for you. Damn.
I'm on a machine.
Suki, come here.
2012, and I never even saw her
Suki.
face.
Where did Suki go? Suki. Come here. Go. Suki. Suki. There you go.
There's a stream delay.
There is a very there is a stream delay.
I know there's a delay, but sometimes it's not a delay, and I still want to say their name because they wanted to do the machine.
Nobody
I know.
running Rise and Daz? Nobody running
I'm
Rise and Daz?
passing real quick. I'm getting to like.
Finn saw me.
Oh shit! Sorry. Oh shit! Sorry.
Okay. I'm just trying to break line of sight.
Are there multiple GTE stickers?
Oh,
Yeah.
no, Rebecca saw me. Rebecca and Yara saw me. Fantastic. I'm good now. Gotta scatter.
I live.
I have all 3 of them on me.
I don't know where good Ellie
Should we
is.
pop?
I lost Finn.
Do pop.
Hold on. Don't pop
Oh.
yet.
Bagel,
away,
where
that's
are
all.
you? Oh,
Bagel,
Oh,
okay,
by
there's a
Rise and
dude
Daz.
behind me.
I'm in Rise and
Take a
Daz
switch with me.
circle. I'm in Rise and Daz circle.
Oh, hi, Tisha.
I think you
You
guys
should
realize
broke
how.
one of my hearts.
I
I
found-
didn't even
oh.
touch her.
Where is Good Ellie gang? I'm so bad.
Bagels, I just saw a little mini figure of Telescope past me.
You're watching
I wonder if
Glory
that's
Extinction
Bagel.
with my stream open right now.
It was me, probably. Where is a fucking Good Ellie?
Look for a shiny. Oh, hi, Finn. Look for a shiny, walking, spinning, bright light.
Okay, I'm not broken. Hold on.
I'm coming. You see a shiny, bright light? Come follow me.
I do.
I'm this
I see
way.
the beacon.
You see my conga line?
I see the conga line. I'm here now.
Should we pop?
Yeah, pop
Where's
it whenever you
Obsidian?
want.
Where's
I think
Obsidian?
Obsidian died.
Oh,
Yeah.
oof.
I died. I perished. I perished to
Heartbroken.
fucking Tisha out of every tune. For our stream,
Floor
you must be
22.
tired a little.
Wait, you were on one? Why didn't you tell me you were on
'Cause
one?
got
I could have
hit
distracted.
twice. I got hit twice, and like I did not use my med kit.
Well, it's floor 22.
My
Like,
highest
really-
floor in the
That means you
group.
joined 2 hours ago. Dang.
Who's here?
Cosmo.
I'll prime this one.
There's one
Unless
over
I
here.
mess up.
I see
Cosmo,
Poppy
Rebecca.
and Shrimpo. They're
We
just
all
out there
love
passing each
Shrimpo.
other.
Cosmo.
The one tune I hate so much is Brusha and Toodles. And V.
Who saw me? Who the fuck saw me? Ah, Poppy.
Hey,
Boxton.
Louis. There's a Louis behind me. And a
There's a Boxton behind
Shrimpo. And a Rebecca.
Oh my gosh, Rebecca distracts.
Are you all getting grabbed?
I have Poppy on me.
Oh my god. R&D, did you just die? No, come
No.
here.
They have
No, they're still
Boxton.
alive. They've got Boxton.
Oh, Suki.
Hey, mind if you take these for me?
Come
I
here.
can't take them. I got no stam.
Not you.
Oh,
I think it's
Suki.
technically.
Hey,
I think
mind
it's
taking these for me?
Razzle's floor for them.
Where are you? Come here. Come here, little flex. I'm on one, so be extra careful, all of you.
There's
a
also a
machine
Louis.
that
Oh my god. Come here, balloon boy.
balloon boy.
Okay, machine
Yeah, it's
time.
Razzle's floor for them, so they're really they're faster. Because their stats
Go.
their stats switch from extraction to distraction.
There's 3 machines right here. I'm passing 3 machines by broken. And there's one by broken.
I'm doing a machine right now.
Oh, someone finished the one in the little cubby. There's 3 right
I'm
next to
also
broken, like where you
finishing.
turn.
I'm also finishing a machine. Getting started on a machine, actually.
Bagel, if you come out the little cubby room, those little 2 cubby rooms you went into earlier, on your left, there's like
Oh.
3 machines.
Hey, want to take this one for me
Yeah,
too?
that's where I am.
Okay, is this drop off and delivery daycare?
I mean, yeah.
I mean, that's typically
I'm
what
on
you
one.
do to the distractor.
Hope there's a Danny brings a med, because I'm screwed.
Honestly, the only reason why I died was because I got caught on a box, and then Tisha was blocking the way. And so I couldn't get away because I was in R&D circle trying to go around.
La 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 la. Just a walking
Good
conga
riveting
line.
gameplay you're watching, Obsidian.
Yeah, amazing gameplay. I'm just like, yeah.
La 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 la.
There we go.
I'm probably
We've
gonna-
switched to Gabby's POV.
Obsidian, should I do dog push on Eclipse? Or you think that's no?
Honestly, yes, I would say dog plush.
Yeah, I already have the speedy shoes. I would probably switch the fishing rod to dog plush right after.
I'm priming the last one right now.
Do you have either clown horn or
I think there's
ribbon
already
spool?
primed.
Clown horn or what obsidian?
Ribbon spool.
Oh, damn it! I tried priming it. Sorry.
Well, I'll need it to the elevator, or I'm chasing you.
Holy cow!
We didn't see that, okay?
Dude, that fucking juke.
We didn't see that. No one saw that.
Hey, Dandy. Dandy, what do you got for us, Dandy?
Oh, we're all on full heal. We're gonna be using the last card. Are we sure about this?
That's not the
You're
last
the one that
card.
needs
wait.
it. You're the one that needs it.
We're doing it for you.
I thought
'Cause
y'all
you're
were
our
meaning
only
last
distractor
card
now.
as in like the last ever card that you get.
Okay, so
Oh, I
either
hear
dog
Astro.
plush. Okay, either dog plush, clown horn, or what was the other one?
Hey, Rebecca.
Do you
Astro,
have
probably.
Do you have ribbon spool, which is R&D's trinket?
Yeah, I have
Yeah,
fins
we have
here.
Astro.
Hi, Sylvester.
Sylvester as well.
If you guys find any, I'm the drop-off daycare passing around currently.
Yeah.
Oh, poor Suki.
I'm gonna need to do this
Oh,
one.
fuck.
So.
Ankle
No.
biter.
No, I'm so
It's
screwed.
the ankle biter. Oh no.
The rabies child is here, and I don't have a soda.
I believe in you.
Save your stamp.
No, do not. I had some person try to interfere and try to get Toodle so much, and I died using all 3 of my meds. Oh, Astro's here. All of you
Yeah.
be careful. I can't really grab Astro because I have Toodles on me right now.
Just don't fail skill checks, because Astro can hear you from across the map, and whenever he goes to your machine, he drinks part of your machine.
I
Good
think.
to know, as I almost just failed a skill check.
Suki, don't bring it to
Astro's
them.
on Raz and Daz.
Suki,
Okay.
don't bring him don't bring him to him. Don't bring him.
I just found out who just stole Sylvester off me.
Suki.
Suki.
They have Astro. They
Suki
have
has
Astro.
been too.
Oh no, oh no.
I'm alive.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh shit. I have tired on me.
Yeah.
You're okay, Suki. I did that on purpose. Oh,
Who
I'm
died?
okay.
Because that was a dead noise, right?
No.
No, that was the hit noise.
It was a hit bolt.
When mains hit you, it's like a lot louder.
I see. So Astro hit someone then.
Get
We
your
also
booties
have
up, hurry.
Roger, guys. Roger's in the one clothing
Imagine
room
if they made a
with
twisted
the
that deals
Kelly
2
bunch of
hearts.
plushies.
I beg of all you to hurry up. Please, Toodles. Toodles being on my butt and I'm on 1. I'm literally running out of stamina.
I'll try to lose them for now. I think we can all survive with losing
Speed
them.
candy, speed candy. Oh,
There they go.
or not. No speed candy.
I literally grabbed it and I was about to use it and Toodles ate me because I
Yeah.
ran out of stamina right at that time too.
So,
Terrific.
next run, do you want to do like swap distracting?
I don't mind.
Okay, so what? So one of us is gonna have like either the clown horn, and the other one's gonna have ribbon spool.
Whichever one.
And so like we're both gonna have like dog plush as well.
That's fine.
Astro's on me.
I'll
Suki has
have dog
Toodles.
plush.
Fuck.
No.
Suki has Astro now.
Okay.
And everyone is being traced like this is Bring Around a
I have no
Rosie.
stam. I have no stam.
Oh my god, this
Does
kind of
anybody
reminds me
have
that
a
time.
healer? Actually?
I
have
have
a
a
healer.
healer. I'm trying to get research in my
Oh yeah.
my mastery for
Right.
Roger.
Right.
But if we really want to, I can play Cosmo.
Cause I'm just like kind of thinking, cause like I can try to distract as Sprout.
You don't have to.
I want to try doing it with like Clownhorn and dog plush.
Okay.
Who's alive
so-
right now? Can someone check for me?
Suki,
Bagel.
Bagel, Ants, Suki,
Who's Sonny?
Bagel, Ants, Suki,
Freaking-
Bagel, Ants. That's the only ones that are alive.
Okay, everyone get to Ellie.
Hold on, Toodles.
Careful.
Oh shit.
Astro and
Toodles.
Sylvester's nearby. Astro and Sylvester's near elevator.
Yeah, I saw them.
Mhm.
Toodles is also near there. I just had to chase them away.
Suki's on 1. Suki, run!
Fin.
I'll take him. I'll take him.
It's all good.
Bagel, run!
I didn't know I thought he was right there. My bad. My B. Toodles is
Toodles is
coming your way,
nearby
by the way.
elevator. Toodles is near elevator.
Pop and run, pop
Okay,
and run,
Suki?
pop and run. Pop and run, pop
I
and
got it.
run.
Okay, you got it.
I should not have done that because I forgot Finn's here. What are you waiting
What if
for?
I tempt fate?
What are you
What if I
waiting
tempt
for?
fate?
Trying to be a hero.
What do you
Medkit,
have?
medkit, gumballs,
Damn it.
extraction candy,
Useless.
instructions. You know what?
Wow, Dandy, you're so nice.
I wonder if we're gonna make it this floor.
I don't know, man. Are we?
I got
if
3,
we get
Bagel's
Pebble,
got
we're
2, Suki's got 1.
3, 2, 1.
So Obsidian,
3, 2,
Obsidian,
1,
let me
go.
know which ones you want me to be.
You can be either. I'll
Oh, we
just
have
stick with the
Astro
other.
again.
Huh? What'd you say, Obsidian?
Someone else
you can
prime
take
this
one
because
of
I'm not
them.
very good at priming.
We have Pebble. We have Pebble.
I
we have
see
Pebble.
Pebble.
I don't
Yeah,
see
we
Pebble.
have Pebble.
Oh. Pebble
Who's got
and
the fastest
Astro
run speed by chance?
We have
sucks.
Poppy.
None of you.
Pebble and
Oh,
Astro.
there's a-
Fuck
sucks.
Astro's on me. Fuck Astro's
There's
on
a
me.
med kit. There's a med kit where Bagel was headed. And
Hear
Rush
me
is
out. What if
there.
I took that?
Rush is here too.
Bagel, you're cooked because Louis headed to you too.
Thanks, Bagel.
Bagel's just distracting Astro.
You're welcome.
No, wait, I got stuck.
Okay.
Hey there.
Oh,
Oh,
that's
Astro.
Suki's dead. You should go get the Pebble research, if anything.
No, no.
Pebble's like
Right
right
she is.
there.
Pebble's like right there, and Astro's like right there.
And
Here, Connie, I'll
Connie
take
too.
your actually.
You gotta try to get the Pebble research and then, like, get seen by Pebble. Suki didn't even get to get the med kit either.
I got the med kit. I have 2
Yeah.
med kits. I'm all good.
Damn.
I used my med kit.
So Obsidian, which ones do you want me to be?
It doesn't matter, like, if
I'm
it's,
running out
like,
of stam.
Clownhorn
I'm running
or
out of
Ribbon
stam.
School, because one is odd floors, one is even floors.
Pookie, I can't help you. I'm gonna be real honest with you.
Isn't it better to use dog plush and speed shoes or no?
Oh,
What?
damn it.
Aren't you like faster with dog
I'm out of
plush
stam.
and speed
I'm out of stam.
Cool.
I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead.
Not with speed shoes. It's actually faster if you have like dog plush and like either ribbon spool or clownhorn.
Should have been spectating me. That was fun to watch.
It was fun to watch.
I see
Your
Bagel
bone
walking in
butt.
place. Oh,
Hi Pebble.
or not.
Hi Poppy.
There's Pebble.
Thanks for your loud ass growl, Pebble.
Eagle's the only one alive.
Yeah. How do you feel about that?
Well, time for me to get dinner. I bet this rice is black now.
I'm gonna be AFK watching Bagel for a second because I gotta braid my siblings' hair real quick before she heads to bed.
All right. Ah, damn it! It's a ugh. It's a
Bagel, don't get your butt eaten alive.
bot. It's a bot. Hate this bot. Get out of my stream, bot. Get out of this. Get.
Who saw me?
Astro.
Astro.
You need to get seen by Pebble so that you get the Pebble research.
That's my plan. I have
Yeah.
2 med kits. I'm missing like.
Oh, hey, Pebble.
Pebble, I
got
want to grab this
this.
at least last research, dog. Last research. Don't worry, I'm still alive. We're still in it, gang. We're still in it.
Damn, they're both like going after you, bro. Oh, there's
Yeah, that's a
Astro.
wrap.
That's a wrap.
Oh, I did 32 machines.
I forgot
41
how many
event
machines
items.
I did.
Yeah, I saw a Pebble in the background. I'm like, oh, we're fucked this round.
Yeah. Yeah.
I fucking said it, and then boom, it happened. I need to not say Pebble anymore.
People need to stop jinxing us.
How much research do I have? 55 research on Pebble. Pebble.
Nice.
Hooray!
I really want research on Shelly. But I also have the mastery of Tisha.
I'm going to the room where it. No, actually, I need to spend things, don't I?
Where am I with frickin' Roger's mastery? I want to get this shit done. Oh, I only have to encounter like 40 more twisteds and go
Nice.
a few more meters.
I am gonna go AFK real quick.
All good. This gives
Do
me a
y'all
chance
want
to
to
do my
like
college
make
work.
y'all can make a little play. Y'all can make a little play. There we go. We got the BRB sign.
I can
I
just
need
do
to
my
eat.
college work. What?
Food is what I need to eat.
What the fuck is this app?
Damn,
Team Render
1,500
server.
pumpkins? If I can prove.
Ba-da-da-yi-yi, baby boy. Hi, chat. Hi, chat.
If I can prove.
Oh, these shrimpos are trying to Here, we'll move over here, shrimpos. Come here. Psst, psst, psst. Yeah. Let's go. Let's rock and roll. What if I just pull out my mastery skin? Boom. We all understand each other. We don't have to speak to understand. That's just how shrimpos work. You don't have to speak words to understand the shrimpo. You just have to do it. This is peak. This is
You could have
peak
had another
shrimpo.
hype train, but you chose not to.
I'm broke. I only got paid so much that I had to put in my savings. I only give myself such little money to actually spend on selfishly.
The Gordy plush is only $38.
It is a really tempting thing. I gotta follow the crown shrimpo. Where are they going? Tommy
Honestly,
in it.
I'm tempted to get the Did you just say Tommy in it?
Yeah, there's someone named Tommy in it in the lobby.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, it's Tommy in
Is he
it.
streaming?
Oh my god, Tommy in it plays Dandy's World, yeah.
They're trying to replace me.
Tommy is like, send backup. My gosh, it's Tommy in it. It's like they're literally cosplaying as like the Tommy in it.
Yeah.
I'm so glad chat was good. I'm so glad chat was good while I was gone. Also, I really
That's a
want to
blessing.
Yeah, yours sets the whole entire place on fire. Mine is good. Mine
Exactly.
is
Ignore the
awesome.
deleted message.
What? What? What'd you say?
Isn't there a deleted message in chat?
Yeah, because that was a bot. I banned him.
Oh,
Yeah.
I'm so close to all the Gordy research, gang.
Nice. And then you can get
I wanna-
Gordy.
Yeah, I really want to get Gordy before Dog is gone.
Yeah. Because I literally, like, oh, I can't wait for the next Christmas update. Because all I saw was, like, I only have, like, 6% on Ginger. And do I have any of the other? Rudy. 23% on Rudy.
Yeah.
And then, like, for the Easter event, 24 on Bassie, 17 on Coco, 100%
In, like,
on
an hour?
Exon, and then 96% on Full Light. If I could and wanted to, you could buy all the Halloween skins. God damn.
By the way, Scraps is the tune of the day.
I know. That's why we've been seeing them a lot. It's scary. It's terrifying.
Why can't it be? Will a main ever be more active?
Yeah.
Tune of the day.
Yeah.
So you're saying Pebble could be there? Okay.
Oh yeah, sometimes he is.
So what are we doing? Locking in, logging out.
Yeah.
I'm playing as Roger, of course. What's Roger Skins? I hate Flutter. I hate Flutter. I hate Flutter. I hate Flutter.
I'm gonna try to distract as Pebble again. I haven't distracted as Pebble in a while though, so I might be like a little just a little rusty at distracting as Pebble.
Oh, good. Oh, this will probably be my last round though.
Honestly,
I need to go to do
same.
my college work.
I'm currently eating my
yeah.
dinner, so I'm trying to speedrun that.
I got you. You should probably be killer skew.
Soupy yippee. ABC Pro. Run! Hi!
Hi.
How you doing?
I'm gonna kiss you.
Hello? Where did that come from? I got
Damn, Salem doesn't want me to kiss them. SMAH. Okay. Fine. Fuck you too. Damn.
Are you gonna join us?
Yeah, I guess I can. Yes.
You better hurry.
I'm going
You
as
better
fast as I
hurry.
can. Guys, I think
Get Astro out of here. Get that Astro out of here. No fucking
Uh,
way that they're gonna be that juke
Guys,
freaking gumbo looking motherfucker.
I think I'm actually gonna install Roblox and reinstall it. It's so broken right
Oh
now.
jeez.
I told you to do that
Oh.
last night.
I'm doing it on my PlayStation. There's a difference. Hold on. That's annoying. PlayStation, get better.
Oh, we have a full run. 1, 2, 3, 4.
I was like, we're waiting on a friend. Hold up. Thank you, God. Bye bye.
Oh my god.
Fuck you, Ko-Fi
Download
Bot.
faster,
Eat and
damn
die.
it. Dang, what did Ko-Fi Bot do to y'all?
Took 5% of my
Oh.
commissions.
Damn. You know what? Fair enough. Fair enough, Reason. Fair enough.
Yeah, you have to disable that. It's annoying. I hate it so much, but I have to use it anyways, so whatever.
Someone remove themselves.
I'm gonna listen to Bird Brain on loop while we play.
Alright, we're just waiting on you.
I'm waiting for my game to install. That's
yeah,
the
I'm waiting
thing.
for you. Oh, I want to get the Gordy. I want to get the
listen.
Gordy hoodie so badly.
Dang. I want to get the plushie. The plushie is so cute. I love the plush. Oh, thank God I don't have to sign back in. Oh. Guys, I was gonna lose my shit if I had to.
We just said that. Pay attention to the damn fucking thing, dum dum.
Guys, someone has to leave the game.
It looks like some people are going into a run over there, so yeah.
God, they need to be faster. I'm second in line.
4, 3.
Finally,
2.
damn.
Oh, okay.
Yes, I know how to use the UI. Leave me the hell alone. It's like, learn how to use the UI. I'm like, I know. Back off. I'm waiting for the next raffle and cheese bagel stream. I'm being honest at least, okay? Wait. Gideon's playing as Pebble.
Get
Are you
Astro out
playing
of here.
as
I hate
Distractor Pebble?
Astro.
Okay.
Why are you hitting on them? What's happening?
The Glisten needs to go. They gotta go.
Why? Why? What's wrong with Glisten?
They're impatient.
We're like making a tune wall. This is hilarious. It's a wall of tunes.
What if we all
Wait, I
become
gotta
Eclipse?
change my- I gotta
Oh,
change
hell
my
yeah.
tune,
Yeah.
actually.
Let's
Wait,
like
no. I don't know who to actually be. Question. Are you distracting, Sid?
Yeah. Do you want to like swap
Okay.
distract though?
I can try.
Okay, hell yeah.
Do you want me to put on which? You gonna do ribbon spill or clown horn?
I'll do ribbon spool.
Okay, then I'll do Clown Order. I said Spiel,
Let's
by the way.
let's go to
so...
Shellevator. 3, 2, 1, go. Go, 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 go.
Yos.
I can only go so fast.
I think we lost a friend.
Did we lose a friend?
I think we might have lost someone.
You lost me because my hands were on my food.
Damn.
How dare you? Out of time
Don't
for
buy
crisis.
anything. Don't buy anything. Don't buy anything. Don't buy anything.
Why?
Go Dendy run.
No, I mean don't buy anything as in I'm leaving this game.
Oh.
Oh. Okay.
Okay, we're
I guess
gonna
I'm
do
out
like
too,
the
then.
typical pro run thing and leave.
Okay. I feel bad, but okay.
Fuck them bitches. We told them we're waiting for somebody. We're waiting
were
for somebody.
impatient.
Damn,
They were
Wish
impatient.
damn it. See, and this run is doing it, leaving anyways, so it's okay.
I don't think you understand how much I have bird brain stuck in my head. It's so good.
I found Suki.
I don't know how
We
much
didn't lose
I had
anyone important.
you in my brain.
It is so cold.
Okay.
How cold is it?
Fine, I'll walk
Is
away.
that a 5?
What's over here?
Hold up. Oh no.
I have yet to
69
see anyone
is
like
my partner.
Eclipse Evader.
Hi, Obsidian.
Hi.
I found
Guys.
her.
Sorry, not Eclipse Evader, Astrovader.
Eclipse Evader.
Oh,
They're
look,
both
it's a
moon-based.
glisten.
So wait, you're at the Astrovator?
No,
Yeah. We're in the room where it happened.
and I'm
Me
not in the
too.
server.
Let me go be in the room where it happened. Who's this goob?
I have no idea. were
We
just there
walked
when we
in
went
and they were here.
Yeah.
So I think they're just saying AFK.
Get
being-
away!
No
Get
one
out of
else
the
was in
room,
the
where,
room
it
where it
happened.
Leave them be. Leave them. They were in here first. Pookie.
Salem's here.
Pookie's leaving me. This is sad. I got left.
I mean, I could do way worse.
Not sure if you have the energy to be sprout and collect things. Ooh.
Salem,
No,
go bite Diggle.
Suki, you don't
Why?
have to.
What?
Damn,
Why?
I went from
Oh wait, I gotta buy a
fucking
skin.
a week ago to like 245 to 270 within like a week.
Oh wait, they're 600. I forgot they were 600. I guess I'll buy.
Holy cow.
I guess I'll buy stickers. What sticker?
It's
I
fine.
guess I'll buy this sticker.
You'll try to stay awake.
Dang, I can only purchase one sticker. This is sad.
Salem, I don't know if you can hear me, but be someone else so it's easier. Because if you're gonna try to stay awake, don't push yourself too hard.
Huh?
Huh?
What's
No,
wrong
I mean
with me?
Suki.
Oh,
Oh.
Suki said I'll try to stay awake.
Suki, I think you should probably go to sleep. Sleep is important.
Obsidian,
It's like 4 a.m. for them.
Obsidian, do you want me to do odd or even floors? Also, hi Salem.
Hello.
Which one of you guys wants to swap distract?
Dude, I already got the swap distracting trick. It's
I
on.
know. Cause Gabby
I'm
was
giving
gonna
Bagel a
go.
muzzle.
Gabby was AFK for a bit.
That's okay. If we already have two, that's fine. I don't care. I'll do a dog push and speed trinket just in case one of you both of you die. We have like a backup.
Do you have Dial's trinket?
I don't know.
It's a trade muscle.
So if I want to get Looney, should I just?
I do not. I literally have 52 on him.
Yeah, you have to mastery Poppy.
I am not mastering run over them. Every other time I try to do a run, everybody dies before floor 3. And it looks like a promising team, but ends up not.
What is this creature that I have on my screen? What is Poppy? What are you?
Soda
Poppy's a
bubble.
survivalist.
Poppy's a beginner tune. Poppy's just basic.
Yeah, she's like a
Alright.
basic.
Like
she's like the
me.
basic survivalist because her panic pop she receives a 50% speed boost for 3 seconds when she's attacked.
See, and then you put on.
I'm gonna miss not
Sylvester's
having
trait.
debuffs.
Her mastery is kind of easy though. Like it's
It is.
really
Well, I would
easy.
hope.
I'm debating if I should be Pebble or Bassie because the only last 2 masteries I need for them both is literally I have to reach floor 20.
I
I'll be
feel
right
that.
back. Don't leave without me, gang.
Okay, let's leave.
Guys, let's leave
Let's
without
leave.
him. Not us having the same thought.
All I have left of
I can hear everything you said.
I'm so happy. I
I'm
just
not-
trolled
Nah.
Cheese Beagle in their own stream. I love doing that. I love just popping into Cheese's stream whenever and just fucking trolling them.
The fact I saw it too.
Oh, it's my favorite pastime is messing with Cheese Beagle.
I'm just gonna say E in chat, and so I can fix my thing.
What is Eclipse's like
How do I change?
extraction?
How do I change my badges again? I don't know how to do this. Dang, I think I'm stupid. Oh, there we go. I'm gonna have 2 badges on. I can't have 2 badges. I'm not changing my low badge. that's not fair.
The fact that Finn and Shelly
Hey,
like,
what
are
is
literally
happening?
the same besides for skill check, that's wild.
I think I'm making everyone do the alphabet. I don't know how it happened. I just put an E, and we got A, and then B. Now we're at C. Is it gonna go up? Or we're gonna do the whole alphabet and then letters? Hey, we can go up to like infinity at that point.
To
Just saying.
infinity? Infinity letters.
Technically, infinity numbers, not letters.
Oh.
Now you only have a 50 character
Nah,
limit.
infinity letters.
Your favorite newbie has returned.
Welcome back.
It's the newbie.
ants.
Poppy looks mad. I want to kill Poppy.
How can you kill Poppy when she's already dead?
Oh my god. You're so right.
The name's
And
just
her
came.
anger brings her back.
Whoa!
Our feet like merge into the carpet.
That's okay. Besides Sprout.
Yeah.
No,
little-
it's just
That Sprout is levitating a little bit. That's crazy.
Suki. Do you have words?
Wait, is it just
Suki's
with that
falling
Sprout?
asleep.
Yeah, I think Suki
Suki's
should go to
probably
sleep.
falling asleep.
Suki's probably knocked out now because Suki's quite quiet.
Bro's probably like, oh, no words.
Suki, go sleep.
How many tapes would it be per heal if everybody was Sprout?
Pretty bad. Probably like 200 maybe.
Oh my gosh, I heard about that. SMG4 is ending.
What? Are they too busy to focus on glitch?
I think I forgot what the video was, but like yeah, SMG4 is ending. Because it's been going on for like 14 years, I think.
Isn't it funny that I have never seen a single video?
But we get more Knights of Guinevere now.
The whole series actually hasn't been greenlit yet.
It hasn't?
Not yet.
No.
I thought they greenlit like their shows like a day after the pilots come out.
You're sad and you can't sleep. You
No.
should join us.
Nah.
Um,
What was this random ass
Scrap's asking to join.
Who's this random Gordy?
The salt.
Scrap is asking to join. We're not even
Get rid
run
of
yet.
them. I'm currently still just giving Roger a muzzle.
It's so funny. It is so funny. You gotta have the furry Roger. You gotta have furry Roger.
He's just happy. Oh, and the ears. Wait, I can make this better. Hold on, let me
400
Hold on.
tapes. God damn.
400 tapes is legit insane.
That's a lot.
There we go. Now I kind of match Roger, right? with his thing, right? A little bit, maybe.
Guys, I gotta go back to
Roger's
my
now a
roots.
furry. Dude, I feel that. That was my roots too.
Dude, what the fuck is this Scraps like talking about? Only one Sprout. Nah, let's all turn into Sprout. Whoever has Sprout.
Okay. Okay. Where's my Sprout?
I'll turn into Tegan.
That don't count. Oh, that don't
I
look
literally
right.
can.
Bagel, that don't look right. Like,
I
don't
literally
think
can't
that's
turn
right.
into anybody because I'm
I
on
don't think
PA,
that's right.
and the chat box is literally in the way. That doesn't look right either.
I'm
Bagel.
still sad
Um,
though. No.
I can't help it. You're behind me, dog. Fine. Fuck. I'll be Roger again. Just peg me, okay? That's what's happening.
Let's
Oh,
do a
no.
run together.
What?
Dude, what the fuck is this Scraps doing?
You want to try those words again?
Yeah,
Maybe?
you wanna try to say that again, Bagel? That was
No.
insane, dog.
I will not rephrase my words.
Nah, okay.
I know. I meant what I meant.
I'm out. I'm out. I'm out of here. I'm gone. Bagel, you cannot be saying that on stream.
What did they say?
I said what I said.
Wait, what did they say? I was
Don't
not
worry
paying
about it.
attention. I was like zoned the fuck out.
There we go. I don't think you
Bagel,
want
don't
to know.
repeat it. Bagel,
repeat
don't
it,
repeat it.
Please.
Don't you dare. Don't you
Please.
dare.
Please.
No.
Okay, thank
Big
God.
difference on who I am.
Literally, that left my. That was insane. I will never say. Bagel
That's
the
why
same.
I said it. That's why I said it. I need to throw you bitches off. Y'all
will
can't get
never-
too
You've been
comfortable.
throwing us off.
Good.
I'm trying to get this right. Did I do it?
Oh.
There we go.
I'll be
Perfect.
I'll change
It's
trinkets.
perfect.
when I'm-
You can't tell me this is not perfect. Look at this. Look
That
at
is
this abomination
so.
I created.
That is terrifying. That
That
is
is an
terrifying.
interesting
by the way.
face you have there, Bagel.
It looks like Roger's wearing like some sort of like bikini or something. I did.
It does.
It looks like Roger's wearing a cursed bikini.
He's holding his hands. I can't help that, man.
He's-
His hands are at his chest. I can't fix that. I can't fix it.
It does look like you're wearing a bikini.
It's you, not me.
It's a fucked up bikini.
I'm not
bro.
Roger. You're Roger, not me, man.
It's Eclipse,
Oh,
but wearing
Good night.
a freaking
Good night, Liam.
high heel. Look at the pan. We got pants,
Good night, Liam.
We
There
got-
we go.
bathing suit, energy.
I can't make it better. It's just like this now. Ready for a
Are you
dip?
saying
Yeah,
ready for a dip?
Yeah. Aw.
Go to sleep, Suki.
Oh,
Go to sleep,
The
Suki.
illusion is ruined.
Go to sleep. Go to sleep. Go to sleep.
Yeah, go to sleep.
Go to sleep. Go to sleep. Go to sleep.
Go to sleep. Go to sleep. Go to sleep. Go to sleep. Go to sleep. Go to sleep. Go to sleep. Go to sleep. Go EB. Go EB. Go EB.
Go to sleep. Go to sleep.
Go EB. Go EB. Go EB.
What the hell is this scrap saying?
I don't know.
Bro's like, can this be a run?
Dog doesn't
Suki
realize
went to
we're
sleep.
streaming.
There we go. It's perfect. Look at this.
Mother fricker.
Suki went to sleep.
Suki went to
Suki's not
sleep.
missing.
Well, at least Suki went to sleep.
Only if you pay shrimp. What the heck? What is this poppy saying? Ants.
That's
Say yes,
ants.
Ants. Say yes. Say yes.
This is.
Oh, hell no.
wild.
What does this
I'm not
one
playing
look
with
like
a
with
shrimpo, let alone a weird looking scraps. I'm so used to the skins.
Shrimpo's just a girl boss.
That don't. This
That
don't
doesn't
seem
look
right.
right.
This
That doesn't
seem
look right.
This
That
don't
doesn't
seem
look right.
What the fuck?
That
Well,
doesn't look
Tegan's a
right
furry.
either.
Oh gosh, Tegan is a furry. Tegan's a furry now.
Oh, my
Oh, they
God.
said, oh, sorry, I don't have him. I did not care about getting him.
Damn, Rip. Get out of here then. Get gone. Get
And-
gone.
Anne says I'm incapable of joking. I lost my something, something, something.
The facilities in my brain.
That's
Hey,
crazy.
you moved. Back up. Get your ass back here.
Salem's gonna bite me. Salem's gonna bite me. Salem's gonna beat me up. Salem's gonna
Get
Do
back
y'all
here.
want to
my house.
like bait them into joining the run and then like
Get
at
back
the
Be last
very
second.
last second leave?
Get back
That
here,
would be
Bagel.
rude. I
Oh
would
yeah,
be.
we could do that.
That's a little too
God damn it.
rude.
Bagel, get your
Nah.
butt back
Fine.
here.
Ay, 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 ay.
Okay, well, I
Bagel.
guess we're getting out. Bagel.
Who's Baby B?
I don't know.
Baby, no money? Oh, hi, baby.
Baby,
Hi,
no money?
baby.
Oh,
Baby,
did
no
you guys
money?
start the run?
No.
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 This salt is following me. I know
Yeah, I can
how to
see-
get rid of them.
Oh.
Bagel just goes back to spawn.
Just respawn.
Is toggle loadouts the one where you get to see people's trinkets?
Yeah.
Yep.
Those two Rogers, I don't like. Which one's the real
There can only be
Bagel?
one Roger in our damn party, and that's damn fucking me, shoddy.
Guys, who's the real Roger? Who's the real Bagel?
I don't know.
can't see the difference.
Who's Bagel? Like who's Bagel? Who's the imposter?
Oh yeah, Obsidian the Bagel. Don't make sense to me.
It's Obsidian the Bagel. Yep.
Obsidian the Bagel.
I'm a bagel now. Chad, I'm a
Real
bagel.
Cat girl. Just happening.
I am a real cat girl.
Wait, is Cheese doing headshots today?
Oh,
or is it just,
hydrate? Okay, I'll hydrate.
Goat and the other stuff. I don't know.
It's the Halloween stuff, like the candy, the goat, and the.
You gotta start
pop-
too.
And I'll
Obsidian.
stretch. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
At
that
least
makes
it's
sense.
not. At least it's not crazy. It was crazy once for 5 fucking minutes, like earlier.
That was funny.
Bagel had
right?
went
That
That
was
was
hilarious.
wild.
That was
Bagel went
funny.
running. Now to find a bagel.
I think Bagel's back at
Mhm.
spawn.
Bagel. You can't run, Bagel. Bagel.
I am.
You can't run.
tilting.
Come here, Bagel. Bagel. Do you literally change it to two?
Bagel's demon child. Follow the demon. Follows rabies. Follow the rabies
Oh
child.
my gosh, why is this so bad for you? Why is this so bad for you?
I was T-posing in the ground.
Oh,
I
back
was a
spawn.
girl in the village doing alright. Then I became a princess overnight. Now I gotta figure out how to do it right. So much to
Oh god, that
Up
song
in
is
the
stuck in
castle with
everybody's
my
head.
new
Amazing tree.
family.
This
The
is an
school that's
amazing
just
tree in the
for
lobby,
royalty.
guys. This is an awesome tree. It's the tree where the Halloween tunes spawn.
So excited to be Sophia the first time finding a
Has anyone checked on Creep's mic?
Sophia the first.
Yes,
I
what are you
forgot there's-
doing?
Oh my lord. How the hell?
I must be
Can someone
horizontal.
please, can someone
do
please
that.
screenshot
Oh.
that? Can someone please screenshot that? Oh no. Screenshot that, please.
It's the Halloween tune tree. It's the Halloween tune
I have
tree.
the funniest fucking picture ever.
Oh, this is beautiful.
Go check stream call chat.
Oh gosh. Only ones in need of love are those who don't receive enough, so evil one should get a little more. Yeah.
What did
Did
my
you
friend
look at
just
it?
send
Did you
me?
look at it? Did you look at it? Did you look at it?
Oh, that's hilarious. This is the awesomest tree.
I gotta look at the chat. Hold on, give me a minute. I gotta look at the
The it.
nailed it.
The it.
No one can
Shut up.
match my horizontality.
Why are you so horizontal?
It apparently decided to kick me out. That's nice.
Oh.
Oh,
Oh.
sad.
Oh, I got
What a
I got
lovely
on top.
photo.
Hey guys, I'm on top.
What? Whoa, let me up. I want up. I want up. Let me up. Let me up. I want up.
This Cosmo wants up too.
Let me up.
Oh, someone else is trying to go up.
Oh, I did it.
Where's Bagel?
I'm the king of the castle. Get down, you dirty rascal. Hey, 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 get
Yeah.
Oh. get off. This is mine. I'm taller. My ears count. I'm taller. I'm taller. Get off. Get down. Mine. Me.
7 minutes to 4 a.m. Oh gosh.
I'm still taller.
Shut the
I'm
fuck
on
up.
the stick. I'm on the stick. I'm taller. You know what? You know what? You know what? You want to play that game? Okay. Okay. I see you. I see you. Where is it? Where is he?
Sprout's not that tall
I am
anymore.
completely unbothered.
I'm still taller than you. I don't want to hear that. Well, that's cheating. Now you're the same height. That don't count. Wait, who's considered the tallest then? Is it Louis?
Bagel, what you doing in this corner?
Wait, Bagel's in a corner?
Bagel's in the
Crying
corner.
Is that crying in the corner?
Bagel's a corner in a corner. Now Bagel's running. Come here, Bagel.
Come here,
Let me
Bagel.
sniff.
Damn.
Why
Stop
does
trying to
everyone
fudge the
chase
machine.
me?
Why are you climbing the wall?
Why does everyone decide to chase me? I didn't do anything.
Why are you climbing the wall? I don't think you should be climbing the wall, mate. I don't think that's
Oh
healthy
no,
for you.
man. I don't know, man.
I don't think that's healthy. I think you might have a problem. I think you should get it checked out. They go, what?
Greetings, the dizzy one. You have come in to a lot of us that are. I have become vertical. Shit, I'm not.
You
vertical
already are
anymore.
vertical.
You mean horizontal?
I'm tired.
Vertical is what I am, mate. Horizontal is what Answer
Shush,
is,
I
basically.
know it's horizontal. I know I've been.
No, you
told.
don't. Apparently not. You got it
Chat's
wrong.
like it's. Chat's like it's horizontal.
Yeah, even chat knows. All right. Oh, I don't think that's right. Destroy our hitboxes. I don't wanna. How did you? What?
I'm so glad I got away from these bitches. Damn.
Wait, how did you? I want to be horizontal. How did you? That's not horizontal. I want to be horizontal. How you? How? What? I want to be horizontal.
You're probably like across.
No! Someone...
What?
Did I do it?
I'm
I'm in
Did I do it?
America.
I'm the tallest now.
Right.
I'm the
Oh,
tallest
shit.
now.
Did I do it?
I'm climbing a wall.
Nuh-uh. I am. Look at me.
I'm just running up the walls, man.
I don't think you're running
I
up
love
the
how this
plant.
Cosmos is staring at us.
Literally.
We're like, what's going on here?
Sylvester
It's
must
none of my
run up a
business.
wall.
Anyways, time to get super time for what?
To get Sprout, that's part of Cosmo mastery. Like,
Rip. Imagine needing a mastery. Couldn't be me.
me. Could be me. I literally need 7 blackouts and 2
Me
more
too, I
rounds
need
of
to-
We are
7
both
people.
horizontal.
I need
both
just 2 more
vertical
blackouts, and
and
then I need to do
horizontal at the
Brusha
same time.
mastery, and I need to do Sylvester mastery, but I need Connie, and I don't want anyone to
Sylvester's
play
a
as
pain in the
Connie.
butt. Sylvester's a pain in the butt.
Yeah.
Mm.
And
The
I
only
think
reason-
Brusha's I need Tisha. I refuse.
I have everybody else's besides
We're just in the
Bassy,
tree.
Pebble, and Eclipse.
I feel that.
I'm stuck. I cannot move.
Well, that's your damn problem. That's
I
your
can't
problem.
move.
Why'd
said
you
to
Why'd you change
yourself.
You've
Ab-
done this to yourself.
Yeah,
You
did
wanted
that to
this.
yourself.
I'm
You
fucking
changed avatars.
stuck.
Can Pebble
yes.
squeeze out?
Wait, where's Pookie? I want Pookie. I miss Pookie.
Wait, can I like?
it's a skin. I can't afford it. I
Oh.
just spent like 50 Robux like 2 days ago.
Damn.
Oh, Salem, I didn't know. Salem, I didn't know you played on PS4 or PS on controller, whatever the hell it's
Yeah.
called.
Yeah. I always do. Usually, typically.
It's a
Rarely
struggle.
you will
for me.
see me on my laptop. Rarely.
Do y'all
Where's
want to
Beagle?
do y'all want to do the last run?
That's where
Where's
I'm
my
wondering. I think
Pookie?
Bagel, yeah, I think was the one who went to the little roleplay area.
Oh no.
Damn.
They caught
We've been
on.
ditched for roleplay. We've been ditched for roleplay.
Oh, I found out a really funny thingy that you could do on computer in the roleplay mode. You can do Shift P, and it puts you into like a spectate mode.
Bagel, come back.
Oh, I love
Bagel,
Kyle.
come back.
Oh, he's so slay. He's so mean.
Have y'all ever like played like hide and seek in the roleplay mode?
No.
Nope.
Dude, it's hilarious.
Oh. Oh.
Salem,
Yeah.
are you okay with me friending you?
Go for it. I don't care. I'm like, I
There you
don't
go.
care. Whatever.
Oh.
Only thing you'll probably see me play is Roblox. Hop on Fortnite
needs
just to
asking?
like check the shop, and then I'll probably be on like just
Thank you,
Roblox
Coffee
actually. You
Pot.
might find me on other games, but
Guys, I'm gonna
that's
fly
rare.
away. I'm gonna fly away from
Did you
Yeah,
find
you're-
Bagel?
the roleplay.
Yeah, you're gonna
No,
fly away.
I found Bagel. I
I'm
found Bagel.
I'm
Sometimes
Where's
you're
flying
lying with the
away
system
from
software.
the
It's
from
a
the
Bagel.
roleplay area.
Oh.
Great, great. Good to know that my system is failing already. What a great start to my life.
Yippee!
Of the PlayStation community. Oh, I gotta charge my
There's a thing
controller.
right here.
Should we all
Bagel, did
just do a
Sophia
What is
kill your
this
voice
thing?
box?
That's Sophie.
Did what?
Sophia, kill your voice box.
Mine?
Obsidian, are you
Bagels.
coming back?
Oh yeah, I should probably go back.
Bagel!
It's a should totally all do it. Oh my god, you guys just lagged for a second. I just saw you in a corner and then I saw you all scatter.
Bagel! Bagel's gone! Bagel!
It's
Boogie!
Bagel.
Boogie!
Is
Guys,
Bagel
Boogie's
okay? Bagel's
dead.
quiet.
Bagel's dead. Bagel's dead. They're dead. Bagel!
No, Bagel died.
Are we waiting for everybody else?
The silent treatment.
Oh no, Bagel died.
No, no
Bagel's
hugs.
Dead.
No nothing.
Bagel perished.
Grounded.
Why is everybody getting inside me?
Huh?
Hello?
Wait, rephrase that?
Oh.
Rephrase that?
What?
There's no way to rephrase it. That's what y'all
Yes,
are doing. Merging with me.
The hell's going on? Oh.
This is a beautiful fusion.
You know what? Y'all are robots. Y'all are actual bots. You clungers.
Hello? What does that even mean?
This is the Obsidian Hour. What do you mean?
Why are you trolling me? I'm not the streamer. Don't troll Obsidian.
Nah, we gotta keep
Because
on
we can't
trolling
troll the streamer, we gotta
Bagel.
troll the unaffiliated one.
You always troll me, no matter what chat I am in.
Shall we all
Gang,
do a run?
You know
or
what?
just
You know
bother
what?
We should
Bagel?
all
You know
do a
what?
run.
Fuck, man. Yo, you know what?
We should do a run.
Just
Every
have
single
one
run,
who
we're
started the run.
inside of each other.
Good enough
No one
for
knows
me,
who
I
started the
guess.
run. No one could tell who started the run.
Oh my god.
This is
Wait,
normal.
what are we doing for okay. Okay.
This is normal.
This is a totally normal run.
Nope.
If you see
Oh, yeah,
a
just like the-
hardcore run,
5 people in them.
One moment.
The pebble's just chilling right there.
Pebbles like, what the hell? Oh, then they're like ABC for death run. Oh gosh.
And then they're
the Death
bot.
Run. I am the Death Run gang.
What even is a death run?
You basically try to
You
kill
Where you
each
just
other.
kill people. Yeah.
You have to stay alive. You basically have to be the only one standing.
There was
Yeah.
a strange person at my door asking for eggs.
What the?
That's me.
Are they trying to be Eggson? Like in the Toon and Danny's world?
I love Exon. I love old Peepaw.
Oh my god, that reminds me. The other about like 2 days ago, I think I mentioned this story in Beagle's stream. I was literally doing a run and I was playing as whatchamacallit, Rebecca, and I thought I was the only one there because everyone died on floor 2 or 1. And my goal was to get to at least 4 or 5. And I just see an Eggson pop out of a corner. Just turn the corner completely unbothered by the funeral that just happened.
I love that.
Gordy's way
I
too
love
short for this.
Exon. I love Exon. Gordy is
It's
a little
okay.
too
It
short.
just looks like Gordy just has an interesting
A
forehead.
tumor. I think
Gordy
bro
got
has a
some
tumor,
weird-ass
actually.
forehead.
I think bro has a tumor. I think there's a difference between a tumor and a big forehead. I think he has a tumor.
Or like how you can barely see my nose. Like you can see my nose poking through everything.
Literally, and then there's just my
Rebecca has
muscle
an
that's
interesting
poking through.
eyeball. Rebecca has an interesting
Rebecca's
eyeball.
got a weird eyeball. Rebecca's
Oh,
got pink eye.
oh.
Shall we all just do a run and just stand
Yeah,
here?
Let's
Like
do
we're
a run.
ascending some.
What if I wanted to go
Wait.
play Black Myth Wukong? Nah. I'll
Did
play
you?
around. I could. Like I could
Sprout
play it.
evader, sprout evader.
That's a
sprout
nice-
evader,
that's a nice
sprout
photo,
evader,
Ants.
sprout
Thank you for
evader,
that photo.
sprout evader. Let's go to the sprout evader. Whee!
Come on.
Come on, guys.
Bagel.
You run.
Oh yeah, we're going. I didn't.
We're going,
I
we're
don't know.
going. You guys better hurry.
Bagel.
Wait, where, what? Ellie,
We will
where,
not
Get
be
out the
leaving the
elevator.
queue.
Get out the elevator.
Yeah,
Get
get
out
in
the
time.
elevator.
Have to get in
What,
time.
Ellie?
Okay, now
You
we
don't
can
even
go.
have a full run.
It's fine.
That's
So-
fine.
We're
At this
going. We're
we're
going on a
fine.
trip.
And our
We don't
favorite
need
rocket
that many
ship is
people.
Jamming through the sky.
Little Einsteins,
Come
come
on,
aboard.
get ready,
Ready to explore.
to explore.
There's so much to find. Little Einsteins.
Imagine if trinkets physically appeared on your character.
Oh,
That'd
that'd
be
be awesome.
adorable.
That'd be silly. I would like that.
I gotta change my trinket to dog plush. That just reminded me.
I have dog plush and the.
You're very
I don't
welcome.
have ribbon spool. That's right. We're doing swap. I
Yeah.
forgot.
You're doing one and someone else, I think.
Okay,
So,
I'm good.
what do you want me to be?
Wait. Mastery.
Well, no, I know that. Are you want me to be ribbon plush? Oh, wait, no.
Wait, why are my things not thinging? What the hell? Where do they go?
Your things.
Where do they
I only
go?
see you having I only see you having a valve, mate.
No, my stream. The little thingies.
What? The trinkets?
No. Oh, there you are. Oh, there we are.
Exclamation point. Attack Obsidian the Rock Boy.
Please let me have the shoe. No, I didn't have the shoes. Even though I equipped it in time.
Guys,
Oh.
I think I might have to turn down my graphics real quick. Hold up, give me a minute.
You have no trinket slot. You have an empty trinket slot.
Oh,
I know.
No. Oh no.
I didn't
Okay.
realize you had spool. You had ribbon thing.
This is
I
my
get this one.
active floor. Oh,
Excuse me.
I'm sorry.
Cosmo's here.
Excuse you! Where's the other one?
I don't know.
I don't know either. That's what scares me.
Cosmo's
do we have a
over
healer?
here. I got Cosmo on
Oh.
me.
We don't have
Okay, I
a
got it.
Or
healer.
I had Cosmo on me.
I got him.
That's okay. Do not bring them on me, please. I'm known. I literally
Okay,
I literally
I
have-
primed the closest.
I literally have the sense of Gordy because Gordy has horrible stealth.
Yay,
And I get
a
seen every turn.
machine.
So I literally gotta go.
I know how to distract. It's okay. You're safe with me.
What are you doing? What are you doing?
What, you want me to die? Okay, Bagel, I will.
No, I'm not talking to you. Are you around me? Are you around me, Salem? No.
Yeah, probably. I don't know.
What does this dog think they're doing?
The dog thing.
What the dog do?
Tell me when to pop. Tell me when to pop.
No, don't pop yet.
I said tell me when.
I know. And I said,
Tell me when to pop
Yeah,
you.
because I'll be the last bubble you ever pop.
You're right, bubblegum. I'll pop you any day.
every
Hello?
time I go and watch Dandy World stuff, every time I just see I see one video of Shrimpo and Louie, and Shrimpo just pulls out a thumbtack, and Louie just looks at them and just is like a little dog and wags her little tail.
Oh my god, that's from Havu. Or Havu?
Yeah.
I'm
Havu?
pressing it. I'm pressing it.
Yeah, Lee the dog.
Pop.
Lee the dog. They're
Yeah, I love their
I
art.
love their shit. I love
do
their
too.
shit. Their shit's
Oh
so
my
good.
bubble.
Fucking love it.
I love their stuff.
Nuke them.
I need to come on.
Hello, Salem.
We're waiting for
I
you.
need a
How was I
free-
supposed to know? I don't know
I
these
just
things.
realized
You guys don't tell me.
lurkers, guys, lurkers. Put your emotes in
Hey,
the
stop
chat.
lurking.
I just realized, I wonder why my
Bandages.
viewer count's so low. It's probably because all the lurkers are lurking.
Is survive 25 floors cumulative? Or is it?
It's just in total. It's in total.
Okay.
We could probably
Oh.
get to 25 though.
You need to encounter
Genuinely.
100 twisteds. Oh.
I was like, wait, we
You better
gotta
pray Pebble- you
unlurk the
better pray.
lurkers.
You better pray Pebble doesn't
Pebble,
come.
pebble, 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 pebble.
Mains
Pebble?
can't
God.
spawn.
Pebble research? Give me pebble
There's
research.
Louie.
Wait, where's
Louie and
Louie.
Rebecca.
Louise.
It's Louie!
Louie, get your ass over here. Where are you going?
Following my ass.
Get off me, get
It's
off me. Rebecca,
Louie
get off me.
and-
Louie.
Aunt,
Rebecca's on
What?
stage, by
What do you
the
want?
way.
you weren't
I'm
walking
on
away
my
from you.
way.
Come here, little bubble guppy.
Who
Come
you saying? Oh, okay.
Bubble,
Guess what? I got a wrench.
Guess what? There. I'm still giving you the damn machine.
Bubble,
Am I priming this one, or should I get it?
Prime it.
Okay.
That's
It's
a lot.
primed to the
This
max.
It's actually a lot closer to the
I'll
elevator
prime
than
this
the-
one. I'll prime this one.
The one outside by the door?
Yeah.
Why is it stuck in my head now?
That's your problem,
Because
mate.
yours.
They're changing bubble guppies,
Yours?
by the way. It's not going to be the Little
What?
Mermaid. It's gonna be. They're changing the bubble guppies. They also changed the magic school bus.
What the fuck?
Yeah,
Yeah,
they
I know about
already
the
did
magic
that.
school bus, but what about the bubble guppies?
Hey
They're
there.
planning to change the characters,
How?
or I think they have already.
dare they do that to my
Obsidian,
bubble
I'm gonna take
guppies?
pumpkin.
Not
Bye-bye.
my guppies.
How dare they do that to
You
my
are
bubble guppy?
goofy.
My
Mm.
childhood.
Why are 2 of them primed?
Yeah, Beagle just said they were gonna prime one.
Yeah.
Are we-
okay,
are we ready?
fine, I'll do this one. Damn.
Gabby, you took my machine.
You took my love for you.
Damn. This is wild.
I wasted a wrench on
Yeah.
that.
Damn.
I wasted
Aunt
a
and Gabby.
What?
They're beefing it out, man.
Damn.
Oh, I didn't get a gamble. This is sad.
You didn't get to
Good.
gamble?
Amen.
I didn't get
Boy.
to gamba.
Bagel, we had
This
the
is
same idea. We
sad.
went for Avaricious and then we immediately switched it to well-faced.
This is wild.
We saw the diamond
Our
icon and was like,
floor
oh, it's
goal-
shiny.
What is our floor goal?
Hear me out. Copy
don't
distractor
have
question
one.
mark?
We
No,
don't have a floor
definitely
goal.
not.
Probably
I'll be
20.
happy if we get to 20, because I want my Gordy damn research.
I want my blackout research, but I can't get that because I only have 9 and I need
I got it. I got it.
What do you think I am? Gonna let you take my machine? Right off
I'm
the
probably-
bat? How rude.
I'm priming the one next to the elevator.
Taking an air horn. I might have an air horn in my inventory.
Ooh.
I'm priming the one next
Is
to the
that a might
elevator.
or is it a
I'm
yes?
gonna sneak past you real
I do.
quick.
Oh, hey! I found another. I
primed the
found
one
an air
closest
horn.
to Ellie.
You
I think
guys
that's
heard
an air
me?
horn.
Guys, I
There's
have
a-
wrenches. Let me use wrenches.
Yummy.
No.
There's a machine next to the elevator. I'm gonna prime it.
Obsidian, let
No,
me
you're
get
not.
that
I
wrench and then
primed
you can take it
mine.
back.
Don't do it.
Okay.
Don't do it.
You better give it back. Give it back. Thank you.
There you are.
Thank you.
I just see a running zero. My God.
Yippee.
Is that really? Bro, I'm so screwed if I distract. No shoes, which makes me a lot
Oh,
faster.
hello.
Hello. You act like you're gonna get hit. You're fine.
Well, I don't want to go
that
through
was-
them, do I?
I mean, it could.
Well, I don't want to.
Who's on
Are we
last?
getting
What are
to?
you doing?
We're getting to Ellie? Are we getting to Ellie?
Urge.
Ellie?
Bagel? Are you that elevator bagel?
Why are neither of these primed?
I was told somebody primed.
I'm trolling at this point. Every time I say
None
I
of us
tried
are on
something,
last
I'm lying.
gen, or not gen machine.
The last one's probably next to
I
Salem.
got
Not
it. I
even
got
done. It doesn't even look started, actually.
Salem, start looping around over by the elevator. I'll run on over in a second.
Kitchen gun.
Oh,
dun,
yeah.
dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun,
You decided
dun,
to
dun.
cuddle up next to
New
me.
kitchen gun. New kitchen gun.
Yeah,
Bum,
you
ba-dum,
decided to
bum,
cuddle
bum,
up next to me.
Bum, ba-dum, bum, bum,
Yeah.
bum.
You get
Are you
some
turning into a
sweat.
cat bagel?
Yeah.
Have you no pity for my bubblegum ass?
Bum,
You're
Bagels
I'll eat
talking
my
to
bubblegum
their
ass.
cat. Their kitty.
What a cutie patootie.
Bagel, you want to come in the elevator?
Hi,
Salem.
I'm here. I'm here.
Well, I
Guys!
kind of wanted that. I wanted that pumpkin. There was a pumpkin right in there. I wanted it.
Guys,
Damn.
I want to get things.
I'm
You're all
broke.
cooking me. You're
I
done.
wanted. I
Yeah.
wanted a pumpkin. Sorry.
Bro wanted a
Damn.
pumpkin.
Yeah, there was a
Like,
pumpkin on the
Speed
floor. I
rush.
wanted
I'm
it.
literally trying to speed rush and buy these skins because I'm still have most of the. I literally have most of the shop. I only have 3 skins.
I'm just gonna.
Yeah, you're purring. What a purry kitty.
Meow.
Bagel, do you have a cat in your lap? You legally have to tell me you
Bagel's
have a
gonna
cat in your
fall
lap.
asleep soon. Bagel's gonna fall asleep.
I have
soon.
a cat near me named Trixie.
Aww.
I found an air horn. Whoever wants that.
I have
Bagel,
Bagel, I
an air
swear
horn.
to God. I swear to God.
You know
Swear
what
to
thing
God.
I want, Salem?
What?
Oh, here, you can do this
Oh,
one,
not
Ann.
Sam.
Ann,
My
Ann,
bad.
you can-
Nah.
I know you have wrench.
nah.
I know you have wrench.
I'm trying to find.
Come on, I'm just gonna prime it.
Twisted.
I know, that's what I said. You
Where's
have
my
wrench.
Twisted?
Next one's down that way. Obsidian.
I feel like wrench is
Info.
better on things you're not gonna prime, though.
Oh, Boxton.
know.
Boxton.
I got Boxton.
Yeah.
Yeah. You want to tell the story on why you're missing a trinket?
I was speed rushing and I literally am on PS, so it sucks to try to get the trinkets because then the chat gets stuck and I have to leave and then I have to rejoin. So the only way to change anything is if I'm in a lobby or in a game already.
Yeah.
Wait, is this the one for the
Research.
raffle? I can't tell and choose the stream. I don't have audio.
Here, I'll turn them on. Yeah, this is
Okay.
another raffle.
Okay.
Is Cheese-
The-
wait,
the-
is
the
Cheese
last
doing
one
a
was fine.
raffle?
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oops. I'm not probably going to be able to join in time, so...
I joined
was
it
last
as
gen?
soon as the countdown started.
Woo.
You didn't see that?
I'm watching Obsidian stream, so...
Hi, Bagel.
I'm like sitting here like
Hi,
zoning out.
That is so relatable, Kellum. Or whoever it is.
Look how
Imagine not
Caleb's
watching only
so
Obsidian
cute.
and no one else. Couldn't be me.
Hi, Bagel. Hi,
Couldn't be me either.
Bagel. Hi, Bagel.
Salem, we need to make tune versions. There's research
get
in
over
here.
here.
Obsidian, don't look in your chat.
What?
I'm looking in
I
Obsidian's
let you-
chat.
Bagel, I'll have you
What's
know,
going
I
on in my
have
chat?
two.
I'm looking and it's like what?
Bagel, I have two.
Bagel, get over here,
Danny's
or I
World
swear to
OCs.
God, I'll pop this while you're on the other side of the map.
I was gonna make a third one. but-
Dog,
'cause
I'm
I
trying
was-
my
I was
best.
making- Oh. The
They
car.
should really, make a tune where you can grab another tune and carry them.
That's literally
Is it
what I
time?
have
No,
my
no.
that's literally what I have my like the tune of the
You
tune
stole
version
my
of
pumpkins,
Obsidian.
Bagel. You've stolen
Come
my
here,
pumpkins,
Obsidian.
Bagel.
Come here, you little circus
Well,
one.
you keep stealing my tunes every time I need research and I need to get them seen on me.
But yeah, Bagel,
Oh,
I have
hydrate?
two
Okay, I'll
OCs, by the
hydrate.
way.
I have less research than you.
Well,
You know
I
my Dandy's World
listen,
OC. Well, you know one of them. You don't know the other one. The other one was gonna have a wife, but I didn't bother with that at the moment.
I miss my wife tales.
Shut up!
Listen,
miss my
I
wife
have
tales.
67 out of 100 encountered
67.
tunes. I don't need the research. I need the visibility of the
Wait, it's not my
tunes.
active floor.
Yeah, it's not your active floor. All right, get it right, scrub.
Shush.
Damn, trying to steal my distracting floor. Wild. Get your ass over here, Louis.
I'm sitting here like zoning the fuck out.
I can't
Damn it.
believe this.
Damn it! Dang that tape. Like sitting
Bagel
here
is a
trying to get
menace when they're not. Actually,
goddamn
I was about to say Bagel's a
machine.
menace when they're not streaming. Bagel's just a menace.
Bagel
Basically.
In
is just a
general.
menace, but I love them. Okay,
Fuck
what's
yeah,
up?
machine. Where was I sliding?
Aw, you're so cute.
What do you mean don't look in my chat though?
Nuh-uh. Who's winning? I can't tell. I'm not
Dreadful and
looking.
Salem.
Are you winning, son?
Yo, I was in the lead. This is what happens when I don't pay attention. I swear to God, it's gonna be like last time.
Oh, I
I know I'm
was the first.
losing. I hope Bagel wins.
Douglas, Ultimate Warrior,
I hope
29,
Bagel
Nats
wins.
Cats,
Oh, wait, who won?
Hazan, Poya, Cheese
Get
Beagle.
to
is
the
in first.
elevator. Get to the elevator, all of you little munchkitties.
Hold on, I'm
I'm
watching
on a
Cheese Beagle stream.
machine.
Bagel,
Well,
we
you might
didn't
want to
win,
hurry up.
alright? Bagel, we
on.
didn't win.
It's okay.
Is Bagel at the elevator?
No.
I don't know.
No.
Not yet.
Bagel.
Barkeep won. Love that. It is a first time
Funny.
winner though. That's super exciting.
We have
Let me
similar
know when it will.
heads.
Yeah, cause
Let me know when Bagel's at the elevator.
Cause you need
Bagel's on the elevator.
you need your mastery done to get me.
I
I
can't
need my master
believe
done.
that it's an Obsidian stream and we're making it all about Bagel because they're so incredibly slow.
I know what I'm doing. I'm not dumb. I'm
That's
dumb
crazy.
in some plots, but not all the time. I thought we weren't buying, but you know,
Why?
whatever.
I didn't
Whatever.
do I didn't do nothing.
Yeah, you did.
I'm
You
off.
blew
No, I
an air
didn't.
horn and then
No,
used it.
I didn't.
Yes, you
I
did.
didn't.
I know
I
you
did nothing. No, what do you mean? I didn't even have an air horn.
You're such a liar.
It's
No,
so
I'm not.
confusing on. Okay, so
I know you're
does someone wanna
lying,
fill me in
because I
on
pointed
what
out an air
67
horn.
is? Oh.
I don't have an air horn.
You
What-
bought
I-
an air
Does
horn.
someone-
You used
No, I
an air horn
didn't.
to get one. Yes, you did.
Does
Yes, you
someone
did.
want
Yes,
to
you did.
fill me in
Hi,
on what the
Aaron.
hell 67
Hi,
is?
Aaron.
Extraction
Oh,
candy.
Aaron's here?
Aaron, I
And
didn't
in the
have
chat?
a. He's in chat.
You did!
No, I didn't.
Yes, you did.
No, I didn't.
Guys,
I
I'm
didn't
being
do
rage
nothing.
baited actively.
I
Actively,
didn't do
am.
nothing. There's
I mean, they
been
Such a
didn't
liar.
have an
nothing
air
done.
horn. You're
Yes,
just
they
going
did.
crazy.
Yes, they did. No, I'm not. No, I'm not.
Yeah,
oh my
you're
God.
going
you're
really
not.
crazy, bro. You're going crazy.
Dog, I don't know what you're talking about.
Guys, I'm gonna lose it. I'm gonna lose it. I'm
Hi,
gonna lose
Crimson.
it.
I win.
Hello, Aaron.
I'm gonna lose my
And-
shit.
There are so many candies here. Like, ooh, a piece of
Oh,
candy.
wait, she's
Ooh, a
legal
piece of
went
candy.
AFK.
Ooh,
I'll
a
be
piece of
right
candy.
back. I'll be right back. I'll
Ayada
be right back.
probably died there.
I'll be back.
Big hole left the vision. Dude, dog, they joined Cheese Big Hole stream.
Oh.
I cannot believe this betrayal.
Oh. They have betrayed
I actively
us.
witnessed it. I actively
They have
witnessed it in front of my
betrayed
face.
us. I've been betrayed.
Someone else joined Cheese Beagle and inform him of Beagle's crimes.
Yeah.
Okay, but I got you. Actually,
like-
I can't because I don't have access anymore. Hi.
You traitor.
What did I do? What did I do? What did I do?
You
What
went
did
to
I do?
Cheese's
What didn't you do, huh? What didn't you do?
What didn't?
I rage baited Cheese Beagle when they were AFK. That's what I did.
Oh my god.
Did we lose Gabby?
No,
I think so.
no.
Who-
I
who
just have
did
to
we
mute.
lose? Someone left the VC though.
Yeah, someone did.
Oh,
lose.
it
Garflin
wasn't.
and-
It wasn't Gabby. It
That
was
was
Garflin.
Zan. That was Zan.
Yeah.
It's not Garflin. It's Zan. It's Zan. It's Zan.
That's a nice photo you sent in the chat, Bagel.
Wait, what photo? Wait, I want to see this.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. I deleted it.
I
It's,
Don't
want
worry
to
about
see
it.
this. I'm curious. I want to see it.
it's okay.
Now, wouldn't it
Curious
be
cat.
funny? Now, wouldn't it be funny?
Listen,
I'm
listen,
getting
listen,
Christmas
listen,
ads, chat.
listen, listen,
Oh.
listen.
Bagel, what the
Listen.
fu- I
Listen.
look so menacing. That's not.
Are you kidding
Hello?
me?
Rip.
I only
I'm
did that
sitting
because every time I do extractions, I get 100% faster stamina.
I guess that's true.
Dude, does this
Bum,
lag
bum.
not scare the crap out of you? I'm sitting here like zoning the fuck out.
Let's go gambling.
Let's go.
Let's go gambling.
I'm not
Get
gambling. I'm not
good
gambling.
items.
Bagel. No. No, we're not gambling.
Hydrate? Okay.
What did
I
I
have to
do?
go in like a couple of minutes because I gotta take my dog out.
Oh.
Because apparently no one in my household can take him out besides me.
Oof.
Damn.
Beggle, get your
Rip.
head in the fucking game.
Are you talking about this ritual where
Are
I
you gonna
just
auto
go,
run?
like...
No, I can't auto run. I don't know how to do that.
Fine.
I think you can do it on PlayStation. Not PlayStation, Xbox.
It's annoying. It's not worth it. It's really annoying. Trust me, I should know.
Should we just wait for them to come back then?
No, because I have to leave my dog out for at least 10 minutes, 10 to 20 minutes.
Let me join
Oh.
your goober. What?
Aaron, we're in a run.
We're in a
Is that Aaron
run.
speaking?
Yeah.
I mean,
Bagel,
we
you
can
don't have
He's
to
He's
run away
gonna
from
be
me
my
actively.
last run, Aaron.
Yeah, have you been streaming for like
I've been
6
streaming for
hours?
6 hours.
Little guy levels of streaming.
literally?
Like, I'm sitting here, like, fucking zoning the fuck out. Because I got 3 hours of sleep. Oh, fuck, I meant to prime that. Oh, well, I'll do this one last. Because there's one next to it. Hi.
I gotta do my college work after this round, honestly.
I gotta go to bed after this round. I have work again at 6:30 in the morning, and I don't want to sleep for 3 hours again.
I did that last. I only slept for like 2 hours last night.
Machine!
Use this tune's passive ability, and I have yet to get hit.
I'll hydrate.
Oh look, it's the heart stealer.
And I'll like
What?
stretch.
You stole my heart away.
Oh shit.
I'll have you
Skill
know,
check.
I'm a proud homosexual.
Damn.
I'm also homosexual.
I'm also a bisexual.
I'm all over the place. I'm wonky. I'm a
Homo,
wonky.
you say? Yeah.
That's not what also means.
Oh no, that's kinda gay. You're gay, Aaron. That's yeah. I don't know what you're talking about. Well, what are you talking about?
Oh, I was gonna say, where's Bagel? You know what? There we go. Perfect. It's perfect.
I'm gonna say it again.
Don't
we
dare.
all gay?
What are you gonna say?
Aren't we all gay? Yeah, pretty much.
Bagel, don't you dare. Whatever you're thinking.
You're-
don't.
You're and me
Flutter.
every day, Bagel.
Huh?
Flutter.
Flutter's here.
Flutter.
Flutter and Tisha.
Yeah. What was that sound I just made? Oh shit! Oh god damn! Ow! Owie! Well, that kind of... I just got turned around. Watch out, Bagel.
Oh. Flutter. I hate that
I didn't mean to
bitch.
pop it.
Matter,
My bad.
Martha. Don't tell them our
sit down.
secrets. Huh?
You just
What?
passed me obsidian.
Oh, hi. I'm like sitting, I'm literally sitting here, I'm like, am I like, my brain isn't braining, oh my gosh.
You're not
Careful,
aura
Salem.
farming, Salem.
Sam is like literally that way.
I'm on last, by the way, so get to Ellie.
Martha.
I will not be priming this.
I'm not going that way. I'm going this way.
Big will get to Ellie.
I'm trying.
I will not be priming. Okay, go on, yet.
You said ooh, meaning you were probably gonna prime it, but accidentally did it.
Thank
Thank you, Papa.
How did Poppy not get hit? They were literally getting
Give us a
freaking touched by the
clue.
Twisteds.
What's wrong?
Please, I need
What's the
electrician.
matter? What's
No,
the
I need
matter,
electrician.
Martha?
No,
What's the
guys, stop
matter?
rage
What's the
baiting, stop rage
matter,
baiting, stop rage
Martha?
baiting.
I don't want that.
What's
I
the
need my
matter? What's
blackouts.
the
This is
matter,
rigged.
Martha? What's the
I'm just.
matter?
I can't
What's
believe
the
this.
matter?
You need blackouts too. Disappointment. Why?
You can call me Gabby, Salem.
You can call me. Hi, I'm in your house.
You can call me Bond.
Actively.
Also, I-
You
Hey,
can
hey, hey!
call
Can I
me
see this real quick? Can I
Obsidian,
see this real quick?
'cause
Thanks.
I'm a rock boy.
Yeah, hump the thing all you want, Bagel.
Uh-huh.
Thanks.
Hello?
Ah!
What the heck is going
You
on?
cutting out is
Dude,
crazy.
you're fine. Damn, you're fine. You worry too much.
She
Holy
scared
shit.
me. She's
I didn't scare
Obsidian,
you.
is
That
it
was
even your
all
floor?
you.
what?
Is it even your floor?
No, I literally like came across Yada and she scared the shit out of me.
Obsidian, you passed by a machine.
We're gonna ignore that.
I currently have thoughts of Shrimpo extract animation.
Me too.
I love it so
always
much.
have that in my head.
I have thoughts of shrimp.
Gabby, should I be priming this or nah?
I think Bagel primed one.
I primed
Okay.
one already at the front. It's the closest
Hey
one.
Salem, you remember when the Discord bot used to just go like all the fucking time?
What are you talking about?
Like whenever the stream
I'm
elements with
lagging,
Discord,
too.
whenever it used to be like, whenever I had to go like, don't forget to just join the Discord, don't forget to join the Discord.
Get to the
It used
elevator.
to go like every like 5 minutes.
No, I need my research.
And so my
I'm
entire
lagging.
chat was just, don't forget to join the Discord.
Yeah. Yeah.
How's the elevator, Ants?
Big
It's looking pretty
boy.
snazzy.
You're bored?
I'm going around a circle in a freaking and I feel like I'm summoning Roger right now.
I forgot I didn't miss
Fine,
that I
I'll-
have to move
I'm at
every
the
1,000 meters.
Ella. Fine,
Bagel, you
I'm
missed
at the
a
Ellie.
capsule.
Hold on. Oh, fuck
Ew.
you. I
Fuck
didn't
you
get to
too.
do
Just
it.
which way? Down, up, down, wall, kitchen counter.
Kitchen counter.
Leave my
Salem.
bagel alone. Leave them alone. I'll... Where? Who
Salem.
said that? Who said that? Who said such a thing? He'll die on my hands. Also, I got water.
It's my active floor.
Yeah, do your job.
I've been doing my job. I done been doing my job. What do you mean, do your
Do
job?
it better. Do it better.
Does this mean you could do like
I'm doing it as
you could
good as
outrun
someone
a pebble
that
with
has
like
been up
just missing one hit?
since 7.
Dude,
like,
I'm messing
since
with you. You're fine.
Since
6 in the
7?
morning,
Sorry.
Me too. I've been awake
And
since 6 in the
then-
morning too.
Ah! Oh my god!
how do you think
Wait,
I
Holy
felt?
shit!
How do you think I felt?
Oh my heart. Oh
Yeah,
my
I
heart.
only got
Rebecca.
2 hours of sleep last night.
No,
so that's
you
my life.
I
Stop.
got 3 hours of sleep, and my brain is like not
Lucky.
functioning.
Oh
My
God,
brain
my
has not
heart.
been
Oh shit!
functioning. My
There's
sis-
3 Twisteds.
Yeah,
Shrimpo's
Tisha
here.
scared the living shit out of me, man. I had a heart attack. Holy Christ.
I have Shrimpo.
I had to wake up early because my sister has just got her wisdom teeth pulled, and my mother was supposed to drop my sister's kids off and take care of them to make sure they got to school and stuff. And the lady was blackout drunk, and so she had to drop her kids off at school and then do all that stuff. While she had to also take my other sister to the wisdom teeth because you have to have a driver there.
Right.
You have to have
'cause they're
somebody
gonna
who's
put you
gonna
under
watch
an, they're gonna make you sleep.
Every
with them, and
story
then
you tell
gotta
sounds
make
like it's
you
traumatized you.
sleep.
Pookie, I literally have the most fucked up life, and my therapist even said, "How are you actually this happy in life?"
It all
My own
evens out by
therapist
being a
said that.
furry.
Exactly. I tried to explain that once to somebody who was like, I told
Is
them my
someone
whole
on an
lore.
extra? Okay, I'm gonna pop the last one when time is up.
What time is up?
When does time
When
come
Biggle
up?
is by the thing. Don't you dare! I spent a wrench and a jumper cable on that.
Well, I'm not by the thing, so it's gonna take me a while to get over there.
What you mean bite?
Actually, no, Bagel's at Ellie.
That
I
wasn't me
spent
this
No, I'm
a
time.
not.
jumper cable and a
Yes,
wrench
you
on that.
are.
I'm literally not by Ellie at all.
That was
What do you
not
mean,
me. I
Eric?
Bagel,
cannot
you
be
are
framed
such a
for
damn liar.
What do you mean bite? Why are you biting people,
Who said-
Aaron?
Oh my god.
Salem, go by Bagel.
Hi,
You deserve it.
I want a discount.
Okay,
I
fine.
don't eat
Discount.
bagels.
Yay, we get
Unless
a
it has cream
discount.
cheese. I don't want your damn discount.
Fuck
Fine.
you.
We're not buying anything from Dandy. What does it matter?
I want a
Speak for
discount.
yourself. I have a
Express
use items mastery
it?
quest.
No, it's not.
Hiking
Is it?
again.
It is.
Why is
Aw.
Aaron here?
No.
And Cosmo.
Hi, Cosmo. Come
And
on.
cuz
Oh, I have jumper cables. I have
excuse
jumper
you?
cables. Let me do a machine. Let me do a machine. Louis,
Bagel, I
can
went
I
past a machine. Connie's here.
abstain? Obsidian. Can I
What?
steal this for a moment?
Fine.
Where the fuck is Gordy?
There you go.
So we
I
definitely
need-
need to prime this time, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Unless you want
Are
me to
we
deal
all
with Gordy,
block-
I can deal with Gordy. I wouldn't
Okay.
mind.
I'm trying to find Gordy. Air horn. Where is Gordy?
I
Gordy.
didn't do that. I have no idea.
Okay, I primed the nearest one, I think.
Oh, I found Gordy. I found Gordy.
Bonnie's here.
Okay,
I
where
also
they
found
at?
Gordy. Let's feed him an air horn.
Are you actually gonna feed him an air horn?
No.
Yes. Oh, that's
Where
sad.
they at? Where they at?
Excuse me, so I can feed
You
him.
terrify me, Salem.
You're fine. You're actively okay. That air horn.
Did you feed him the air?
Because I had an air horn already. Fine. I used an air horn for an air horn.
An air horn for an air horn.
I used an air
An
horn
eye for
an
an
air horn
eye.
gave Gordy an
Here,
air
I'll be
horn,
with
and then grabbed an air horn.
Gordy because I have a bunch of candy.
Okay, and then I'll be here for when he pops. Hey, what's up?
Hey.
Hey, what's up? You want to talk about your feelings? Sad feelings.
We
Is
can have
there
that
any machines
conversation
out?
after a stream.
On-screen therapy.
On
stream therapy.
Wait, I'm
Too
trying
bad.
to find Connie. Where's Connie?
Too bad.
I don't know. Somewhere.
What the heck?
Somewhere.
I was gonna feed them a stealth candy!
Nah.
Did you?
Dog,
No.
you're done.
Is anyone on last?
No.
Okay.
I found a ghost.
Connie.
Oh, I wonder who that could be.
Oh, the last one is is primed, right?
Yeah, it should
I
be.
think so, yeah.
Who was
Looks
the one
like
that primed it?
I primed it.
You didn't see that, Vigil. You saw
I
nothing.
heard something.
I did see something.
I heard a
You
weird...
didn't see it. You didn't hear
It's right
it.
around the
You
corner,
didn't-
the primed
You
one.
didn't see it. You didn't see it.
Oh.
Nope.
Okay.
It's fine.
What
I had
time?
Band-Aid.
I heard a sound that sounded like
Pop
an
it.
eclipse getting hurt.
Everyone
Nope,
get to
you're fine.
Ellie.
Bagel.
Obsidian, no.
Morning.
Obsidian,
Somebody bring
no.
Gordy,
Yes.
though.
Obsidian,
Obsidian,
no.
Yes.
Obsidian,
I will
no.
bring Gordy.
Do it.
Obsidian,
Do
no.
it.
Obsidian,
Do
I'll bring
it.
Gordy.
Do it. 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 Do it.
Fuck.
Do it.
If none of you.
Oh my god.
Is somebody bringing Gordy?
Yes,
Wait, when did I
Salem.
get to 3 hearts? Oh, stretch. Okay. When did I get back to 3
Bye.
hearts? I know it was at 2.
Nope, you were at 3 all the time. What are you talking about?
Uh-oh.
Air horn!
Ooh, air horn?
What does
I
a
didn't buy it.
stopwatch do?
What?
What does a stopwatch do? Whatever.
I
It just increases your skill check size.
Well,
Yeah.
I bought it anyway.
I said You're now 2 colors. You're white and brown.
Let's go. Oh my
Let's
god, that reminds me of
fucking
like.
go.
And now
a
you're
nice
blue.
bit of Rudy with.
Now you're yellow, you're piss yellow.
Ew. I don't.
No, that's evil
Oh.
flesh yellow. That's.
Evil flesh yellow?
Oh.
Oh, of course.
Oh, well,
Hey, Salem, you happy now?
Who was that? Oh,
yeah,
it's
a little
Yada.
bit. Oh, take your Yada.
I've got
God.
I don't
Yada.
want to. Don't bring
You
Yada
sound
to
Yada.
so
me.
depressed.
Ants.
What?
Ants.
You're gonna get in.
Come here.
What?
You're gonna go to bed. It's 4:40.
Yeah, okay.
God damn.
You smell like
Bagel, are you
strawberry.
priming?
I am priming.
Okay, great.
Kind of.
I'm taking this.
Okay.
Where's the other
We all know-
person? Who else is... Where's Tegan?
Do you guys need me as a nightlight or you're good?
Where's Tegan?
Oh.
Oh my god, ow, Tegan hit me. Tegan hit me. Tegan hit me.
Well, I'm trying to find.
She's
I'm
going
trying
towards
to
the
find
tapes.
her.
Goodbye, tapes.
Toy area.
I don't know where
Oh,
Toy
Tegan
is.
hit me as well.
Tegan's
Hey, Bagel,
getting
take Tegan for me. Both.
all- Oh
Where's
my god.
Tegan at?
I got
It's
her. I
fine.
got her.
Tegan's on, Louis. Hey, what's up? What's up,
Hi.
Pinky?
I could take
Bye-bye,
every single
Willow.
afflicted if I really try.
And
Wait,
be
what?
dead by in a second.
Literally.
Oh, hey,
Oh,
there's a
Brush
med
is
kit over
here.
here.
Med kit!
Yeah, there's
I'm
a
not
med
taking
kit
that
over
'cause
here.
I'm. Oh, bye, Yada. Bye, Yada.
Somebody who needs it, who's distracting, please take med kit.
Oh, there's
I
a
have a med
machine
kit, I'll
over
be
here.
fine. So,
Whoever doesn't have any meds and is distracting, take it.
Salem.
I got it.
what, where, what, oh.
It's right near Obsidian's distracting. Just careful, because Yada likes to
I
be
got
a
it.
little
Where the hell
manipulative.
is Ellie?
Where are
Oh,
you?
so,
I can
Sid
help you.
took it?
I
Okay.
took it.
Sid took it.
I
Oh
went
my-
num
I'm
with the med
struggling to
kit.
find ants. Where's this little bubble guppy?
I'm just circling the wall.
Hey guys,
Look for something shiny.
opposite way.
Hey,
This is Broken Ellie.
Oh, I know where you guys are now. You guys see
Hey
me?
guys, guess what?
I'll get there
Hi.
eventually.
I am trying to find the bubble guppy.
You're
I like the bubble
bubble
guppy.
guppy?
I found it. Too late.
Ants.
Hey guys, guess what?
What?
Fish,
Fish. Fish.
fish.
Bagel, this is
What?
not primed. This is so far from the.
Where's
Listen,
Bagel?
I keep getting skill checks on them, so I don't
You just
do
gotta fail
them.
the skill check.
Where's Bagel? Oh, found Bagel. Bagel, come here.
Hold on.
Bagel's getting
Go
capsules.
through this wall.
Fish.
I'm going to find Bagel.
Hi, Bagel. It's the
It's-
opposite way.
Bagel needs
Yeah,
to
it's
buy
that
light.
way.
Is Lido doing a horror game? What does Lido get scared mean?
Mm.
Finding Bagel. Hi, Bagel.
I can't believe we have to carry Bagel.
Well,
I could
Roger's a
r-
struggle.
I could fuck people up right now. Don't test me.
How?
Do it.
We're all
Go
at
find
the
Brusha.
elevator.
Go
And
find
the
Brusha.
machine.
Do
Okay.
it. Prove it.
I'll throw at a. Okay, whoever wants to finish the priming, you know.
God fucking damn
Come here,
you.
Obsidian.
Fuck you. Fuck you, Brusha. Fuck you, Yada. Fuck you, Tegan. Fuck all three of you. At once.
All my homies hate Tegan.
I don't see
Literally,
you.
I don't like that Tegan tapes my tapes.
Here you go. You got one.
That was so delayed.
Just the
Delayed reaction.
the
I feel like this would be better. Fine, you pressure.
But something will eventually one day you'll look up at
Why?
the
What the fuck?
that you led.
What the?
Huh? Huh? Am I the only one?
Who's that? Oh, hi, Blot. Hi, Yada.
Oh wait, it's not my active floor. Hold up. Oh shit.
Yes,
Oh, wait.
what are you doing? Oh my god, Louis. Louis.
Cosmo here, too.
Okay, I'll grab Cosmo wherever the hell Cosmo is.
Who saw me? Who saw me?
Hey guys, take this one for me. Take this one for me.
I'm going in a corner and I'm hiding and I'm crying and I'm gonna like absolutely
Excuse me?
Cosmo saw me.
sob.
Fishing
I
and
wasn't
shitting and
expecting
crying.
Them. I wasn't expecting them to fucking immediately beat my ass.
Oops, hello, bye bye.
I'm
Are you gonna pop that one in?
Exalted.
I'm not gonna pop it.
crying in a corner.
You're fine.
I'm not
Oh my
fine.
God.
This
There's
isn't
Ants, there's one
fine.
across from me. If you look straight ahead, you'll see a machine.
Still wanna go to.
Yeah,
Oh,
but
yeah,
like
I'm supposed to go
there's
to school tomorrow at
ichor.
10.
There's
I forgot
ichor
about
all
that.
over it.
What were
Chat,
you
I gotta
supposed
text
to
my
do?
mom.
You gotta
Oh,
text
Sid,
your
I'm
What?
sorry
mom.
if they latch onto you. I gotta text my mom. She texted me. Oh my god, this is horrible timing. Oh my god.
Your
Do you-
mom.
Do you need me
You
to
want
take
me
the
to
switches for a
distract?
second?
Yes, please, if you can. I'm in the broken elevator kitchen.
Are
Okay,
you
I'll
talking about
distract.
Beagle? Beagle, I don't trust you.
What do you mean?
Come
I
here.
can
Got hit.
distract perfectly fine.
There you go. It's just for a moment. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
And the
Obsidian
point
will be
goes to Poppy.
Okay, I'm good.
Where's your babies?
Thank you.
I'm on the 5th.
Research. Research. Oh wait,
Hey,
I
look,
can
you can
just
literally
walk
walk.
up you.
Yeah, you can just walk up and grab it.
You could.
You have more stealth.
I know, but I've gone hurt before. It's trauma.
You would have been fine.
It's
called
okay. It's trauma for me when you're Gordy.
Ugh.
When you've been Gordy and you've been seen so many times, it's big trauma.
They're
All
gonna
right,
fall.
every
When I
single
see
one
the
here.
illness side effect on someone, I'm popping it. I'm popping it. I'm popping it. No.
Rip.
Salem, come on.
I'm coming. I'm bringing them with me.
Bring your conga line.
I am.
Yippee.
They already seen me. I don't need them.
86 out of 100 twisteds. That's all I need is the
Damn.
twisted. Wow! Instructions!
Instructions?
pick up
Wow. Instructions.
Wow, instructions.
Wow, instructions. Thanks, Dandy.
This is so awesome.
That's so
Guys, my
cool.
mom told me not to stay up
So
too late.
cool. So cool. So cool. So cool. Sprout floor.
Well,
Michael,
that's
did you
Sprout
find a
floor.
band-aid and use it?
Rebecca.
Oh, I've never seen this floor before.
This is the sprout
me too.
floor.
Ants,
What?
come here.
The
Okay.
only reason why I know what floor it is outside of the elevator, or well, from inside of the elevator, is
Roger's
because
here.
it's so like the lighting
Be
is,
careful with
is
capsules.
right. I'm gonna go immediately open up Roger.
Oh,
Oh, is this
okay.
Sprouts thing?
Yeah. First time seeing it, well, actually, second time seeing it in the light. Last time I got him was when Pepple and Shelly and Tisha and Boxon were here in
Oh,
Blackout.
never mind. I've seen this one
Hi,
before.
Roger.
Yeah, this
Hi,
one is mainly in the
Roger.
dark,
Hi,
from
Roger
what I've always had.
Capsule. I want to
This one's.
open you
I've
so
also
bad
only
'cause
seen
I
like
don't
the
have
inside
Silent
portion too.
Trinket.
Ants, you're near a machine if you go straight more.
Where's
Okay.
where's Roger? I see
It's
him on the
a
picnic basket.
It's on a picnic
Oh,
right here.
picnic blanket.
He's going on a picnic.
Picnic
guys.
basket.
I want to pick him up. I really want to pick him up. But I will perish if I pick him up. Damn, I need a gaming PC so badly.
A gaming VC?
You know what my suggestion is, and it's starting to get annoying every time I say it. So
A repair shop.
correct.
Repairs are like expensive though, aren't they?
No, like you
Well,
buy
you
someone
buy
something
it.
that someone left behind.
Oh.
Because they'll sell it for cheaper because it's used.
Oh, hey, Roger's
And if they're a
here.
good repair shop.
Mm.
Roger's here? Where?
Yeah,
Picnic-
Roger's
Oh, yep.
I heard that open.
So I may not have any health left.
That's okay.
I have absolutely no items.
Are we all getting to
I
elevator?
have a decent amount of items.
Are we all getting to elevator? I'm hoping
I
Sprout.
got it. No,
Nope.
no.
Yes.
I'm hoping Sprout comes next floor. Come here, Obsidian.
I'm on my way.
Come on, balloon dog, walk
I'm
faster.
on my way.
Dog.
I shouldn't be risking it, right?
Don't risk it for the biscuit.
Well, too bad.
Always,
Don't do it.
always risk it for the biscuit.
Whoa.
Always risk it.
Are
for the
you
biscuit.
like a bunny balloon or a dog balloon?
I
Huh?
was hoping to say dog.
I'm a dog. Bow wow.
Come on.
Bow wow.
Damn it, Star's
Wow,
candy.
more instructions.
Oh, I got a stamina
Crazy.
candy. Like it's so.
I got a stealth candy.
cool.
Oh no.
So
stealth.
so cool.
If someone
You can
finds a
tell Obsidian is
bandage,
getting
please,
so EB.
please.
Sylvester's here. I
Toodles
saw
is
that
here.
little wig.
Come on,
No, I'm
Toodles.
gonna snatch his weave one day. I'm gonna.
Rebecca's
snatch his
here, too.
weave.
Rebecca and Cosmo.
I ask if
Cosmo,
anyone
get
finds a bandage, please leave it to me. Don't
Yeah.
let my journey end.
I'm gonna
Don't
let it
your
end.
journey
Everyone
end.
pick up the band-aids and medkits.
Please pay
Everyone pick them up.
$100 now to continue your bit life. Fuck, I completely missed that skill check, bro. That skill
hello.
check was so bad. I missed it immediately.
Let's hope there's not a Roger. Yep.
Yup.
What type of Roger? The twisted one? The one that's in the
Twisted.
floor?
No,
The
we have
annoying one?
Cosmo, Rebecca, Sylvester, and Doodles.
We have the menace Roger and the annoying Roger. Which one do you need?
What the heck?
Damn.
Both are bad, you know.
What the heck?
Your mother.
If any,
That's
I'd rather not have
insane.
any, like, see any ever, you know?
Damn.
You
So you
are
like
done.
the menace
insane.
Roger?
That's insane.
I'm not gonna lie. I want
And
to
the
get to
fact
the
that
point.
you watch my streams.
I want to get to the
I gotta
point
go
one
at like
day
7.
to where I can
Aw.
actually do like a subathon.
Bye,
I
Gabby.
feel like that would be so fun to
I didn't say I
do.
had to go now.
Oh. I thought you said you had to go.
I said I had to go in a couple minutes.
Oh,
In
okay.
a couple of minutes. Get to the
Yeah, whenever I
elevator.
die.
No, I'm not at L yet.
Ants
Hey there.
on.
I'm on second to last.
I can
You
see
want it? You want it? Huh? You want it?
No, I was just wanting you.
Too bad.
Pause?
Take it.
Huh?
Wait, hold
Huh?
on, hold on, hold on.
Pause? What?
Hold on. I would like to rephrase.
Rephrase what? You didn't say anything.
I don't know how to feel about this.
Feel about what?
I primed that one, Obsidian. I primed that one.
Then do it.
I did it.
Oh yeah.
I said
Come here, Sarah.
terrific.
I'm coming. I'm on my way.
I'm
might
on
wanna
my
look
way. I'm on my way.
That kind of reminds me of the little
I'm on my way.
I manifest the medkit.
Oh, you almost got eaten by
Oh.
Toodles.
I did get eaten by
Bagel.
Toodles.
No, I mean
I manifest
ants.
the medkit.
Oh,
Hey, a box of chocolates, so
That's good.
yeah,
I'll take that actually.
that's really good.
I hope Sprout comes.
Pause.
Why would you
I hope
wish
for
for
Pebble.
this?
Pebble. 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 Pebble.
Hey, I'm not doing Pebble. I'm doing Sprout. Sprout's a lot
Pebble,
easier.
Pebble, Pebble, Pebble,
I
Ben
don't think I
Pebble.
have. I will let you
Pebble,
know. I don't
Pebble,
think I
Pebble.
have the brain power to even do Pebble.
Pebble.
I'm not like I will perish.
Salem got it.
No, I don't. No,
Oh.
I don't. No, I
It's
don't.
my
Don't
act
face
of
me.
If I
Or-
die, I need you to avenge me via
Okay, there's that
sacrificing
medkit.
Meggle.
Ow!
Hey, the pumpkins were right next to each other. Hell yeah.
I meant one.
Rebecca's here.
Gotcha.
Salem, are you gonna?
I'm gonna grab
Salem,
the
are you
band.
gonna?
You grab the
Hey,
med
someone
kit.
help me! Someone help me! Someone help me with
Am I
this
gonna
Tisha!
Where are you?
Where are you?
Someone help me with this Tisha!
Where are you? Where
Loki,
are you?
I think I've never
Get the
seen
med
this
kit in the
map.
This is
middle and use
behind
it.
you. Come here, little fuck. Oh, I'm okay.
You
Come here.
med kit. You grab
Blah,
med
blah, blah,
kit.
blah, blah. There's your
Where
family.
med kit?
No,
You
don't go
equals
on me.
Good.
Oh, hi,
Med kit
Sylvester.
food.
You
There's a
plus-
brusher following me.
I'm fucking.
There's a Sylvester after me.
I think I got them. Yeah, I got them. Go grab that med
My
kit.
machine.
Grab the
May I
med
grab
kit.
it? Thank you,
And-
I don't
Salem.
know where you are!
I am in the
It's
middle.
in the middle.
Grab
It's
the
in the
med
middle.
kit. Get your ass
I'm on my
back.
way.
Get your ass back over here.
I was literally about to be murdered by Sylvester because Sylvester's
Thanks.
loose.
No, he's not.
He was before.
Sylvester's not loose anymore.
I'm gonna prime the one next to elevator.
Okay.
Ants, go watch it.
To watch what?
The machine. What else?
Watch
pet
the
gold.
machine?
Yes. No, I mean watch my pet
I'm gonna
goldfish.
wash a machine.
I'll wash your machine.
I'm a washing machine.
I'm
gonna
uncomfortable
wash
with the
a
energy we've
machine.
created in the studio today.
Me?
I said I'm gonna wash your machine.
I'm gonna
You
wash
know,
a
wash the
machine.
machine.
I'm a
Which
wash a
machine?
Sometimes
machine.
your washing machine.
Toss
Duh, your
dirty
washing machine.
shoes
I'm
in
gonna wash
my
your washing machine.
heart. Baby,
The,
bang it up
the from
Wait, I
inside.
inside.
forget who's the white eclipse.
Me.
That is Salem.
Shalem.
Salem, you are permanently crazy eyes for me for some reason.
Crazy, I am crazy once.
Oh,
To be honest, I'm
lovely.
the same. That's a bug. That's actually a bug that's going on.
Yeah.
Is it funny because mine are normal right now? For me.
Oh, is there a machine over there?
That's because I'm crazy for bagel. Oh my gosh.
Get to the elevator.
Nice.
Pretty sure I saw them on the machine, yeah. Shylum is on a machine, and then the machine got done.
I can see Begel running towards it.
Pop it, pop it, pop it, pop it.
Hold on.
Hey guys, what's up? I'm at the elevator.
Hey, what's up?
Hey, what's up?
I didn't get all my research. Sad face emoji. Guys. I don't
Don't
think.
scare me.
I didn't get it.
Whoa! I'm so close.
No.
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 Please
Damn
no.
it.
Please no. None of you. I don't have the capacity to do that shit.
Damn, that's sad. It would have been on my floor. What do you mean?
Yeah, I don't have the brain capacity though. I will fail a
Well, what are
fucking
you gonna
skill
do?
check
Distract
and then
Dial?
fucking die.
There's
I mean,
Boston.
Eclipse. Okay, low key, Eclipse can distract Dial.
Ah,
Why did you get in the way?
I didn't mean to. I'm fucking.
Who's
like,
up priming?
dying.
Where's Toodles? No, Toodles. Okay, I got Toodles, gang. We're good. We're good. We're vibing.
I may
We're
have been
fine.
distracted.
What?
Wait, who's priming right now?
Not me.
I can prime if you want.
I probably should.
Ants is the one that should be
sigh.
priming.
I'm like, I can prime the one
Let's
that's might as well.
sigh. No, I primed it already.
I'm on my way. I'm on my way. I'm on my way.
Where the pumpkins
Are you singing the Miss Robertson version?
And Ants is blocked.
Backyardigans. Do you guys remember the Backyardigans or the Wonder Pets?
Wonder
Oh,
Pets.
Oh, that's where it's
We
at.
are castaways. Ahoy there, ahoy.
You can do that machine, you'll be fine.
Castaways.
What's the other
We're
one?
stuck
God,
where we
I don't remember.
are, with no house, no car.
I'd like to reiterate, one wide turn and I'm dead.
Remember
Nuh-uh,
the
you're
like
doing fine.
tiny song?
Guys, 69.
you mean
also,
sharp
Sorry,
turn?
one narrow turn.
Short turn.
Narrow turn,
Yeah.
sorry.
No,
Yeah.
Kai, literally
You'll be
Kai.
fine. You'll be fine.
Yeah, you have more
Yeah.
stealth than you, Salem. You have 3-star
Oh.
stealth.
We can all get
But
to the
one-
elevator.
one
I'm
narrow turn.
sad,
You'll be fine.
but then
Damn, no
he
Bagels on
made
the-
me
Bagels
happy
on
with
the machine over there.
Cupcake
Damn, I had that. You had no faith in me, Ant.
to
That's
Dandy.
crazy.
Thank you for giving
Would
me
you?
smiles.
Yes.
Get to the
Damn.
elevator, come please.
Okay, guys, I really need to
The
get
zero
this
faith is
the
wild.
twisted research, and then I don't have to play this damn tune anymore.
Crazy.
Mine.
Dear Astro, it's
Where's
okay to
Ellie?
be sad, but you make me happy.
Elevator's over
There
in
it
this
is.
building.
It's right here. It's right here. I found it.
Are we all done?
Hi,
Yeah.
Bagel.
Hi. That's my name, Bagel
Hi,
Maego.
Come here,
Bagel.
Salem.
It is in fact not your birth given name.
I'm obsessed.
Fuck, I needed them.
Bruh.
I want to
Because they
stand
have to
up
do
there, but
another
I don't
floor.
want. I don't want to. I don't want to get in people's way, or die.
I
'cause I'm already at
You'll be
2
I
hearts.
really just went that route because you were in that route, so I was like, let me just make it easier. Because I can just pop in right next to you. And then
I
have the
need-
research.
I'm at 97 out of 100 twisteds.
Well, we have this floor.
Yeah.
Go
And next time
distract
I'm
for a
gonna
little bit. You'll be fine.
Oh, GG. GG here.
Yes!
I don't want to do with
Yes!
her.
Yes!
No, 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 no.
A band-aid,
I
band-aid,
have
band-aid,
you.
band-aid, 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 band-aid.
I don't need it.
Thank you.
Lisai.
Cosmo's
Yeah.
I
also
found
here.
a ghost.
Where's Connie? I want Connie. I need
Connie's by
Connie.
elevator.
I got it.
Connie's by elevator.
Ow, you.
I'm running to the hill.
Ah!
Connie's by
Fuck you,
elevator.
Gigi.
And she's right here. She's right here. Right here.
Thank you.
A
You wanna do the
fucking
machine?
box of
Come here,
chocolates.
I'll do the machine. Fine, I'll do the machine.
A fucking box
Go
of
stop, Connie.
chocolates.
I need one more twisted to see me, and then
Is the one I'm on
done
the
with
one that needs to be
Roger.
primed?
Where'd my other twisted go?
Oh, Cosmo's loose, and
I'm
I'm
trying to
on one
find
heart.
my other
That's
twisted to
perfect.
Cosmo. I think I'm missing Yada.
Yeah, Yada's near.
Okay,
Hi,
I'm on my way.
Trixie.
I'm cooked if I get hit one more time.
Get away from me! I'm trying to do my damn machine, girl. She's walking
Connie's
towards
in the
broken, I think.
machine by broken. So be careful.
Never mind. Yep, she's that good, Ellie. Yada's that
Eee.
good, Ellie.
Hi, Bagel.
Hi, Gabby.
I'll do the running one. I have a soda.
I have a singular cat with me, who
Oh.
I'm petting furiously right now. Not furiously, gently.
I got
And she's
mugged.
doing
Pity with kindness.
I'm doing what?
I got mugged.
Oh.
Come on.
I got
Come on.
mugged of everything I
Go to the
own.
elevator. There's one that should be top near Ellie by ants.
I have exactly 400 tapes.
I
Where do
have
store them. Do I
in
just, like,
air.
Do I just like
Eat
shove
'em.
them in between like my fucking jeans
Someone
or
who
something?
popped? Who popped the machine?
Wasn't me.
It was Salem.
It was not me.
It was
Ugly
you.
It was not. I was doing a machine are broken. You can't put that on me.
She tried stealing your item.
Boom! Mastery's done, gang!
No,
Fuck.
no, no, no,
no,
no, no,
Yes,
no.
Please, 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 Bagel, please.
There's so much research of dial.
Damn it. I
Hey,
want
you're
dial
not the
gang.
streamer today. You're not the streamer.
Oh,
Hey,
I
give me
was
1
streaming
second.
today,
I have to
actually.
change my headphones.
You did
Excuse
stream
you.
today?
Yeah, they
Yes.
streamed today.
And you didn't
Oh.
text me?
oh.
At least you guys are
Who
getting
just
your
saw
blackout
me?
floors.
Tegan's
I already did my
here.
blackouts. I'm already done with this
I have
twisted.
Tegan.
Oh, wait, who saw me?
Oh, wait. I
What?
forgot. I'm
Finn?
distracting. I forgot I was
Finn,
distracting,
Finn.
honestly.
Oh
Genuinely.
my god. So,
Two of
um,
them.
it's a Rebecca and the Toodles and the Toodles and the Toodles and the Toodles.
And a toodles and a
Excuse
toodles and
me?
a toodles and a toodles and
And
a
a
toodles and a
fin?
toodles and a toodle. And a
Okay, I'm priming
City,
this
you
one.
come here. See this for 1 second. Look at how my run goes. When I go in panic of nearing time. Look at this.
Guys, I lost a fin. Where the fuck?
Hold on.
Get your ass over here. Oh, I'm trying to find- Where's the other one? There's supposed to be more. Oh. Okay, and Rebecca. Hi, Rebecca.
Mine did just
Am
go.
I missing anyone?
"Whee!"
Finn's here.
Yeah, we know.
Yeah, I got Finn.
I like the girl tag vibes. They make me feel alright. Stories in
There's
my
one right across from
brain.
me, ants.
I
Yeah,
got so
I
much
saw.
speed. Oh my god.
Opinions on it.
Sid! I was ready for a higher two. So Please, for the love of God, Sid. I don't really have anywhere to distract other than
The open area by Shelly. I think there's no machines there. Maybe. I'm so slow.
Who slows us again?
No, it's me.
Finn slows
Finn's
us
here.
down.
No. Finn slows us.
Yeah.
Damn, Finn.
There's a lot of running machines on this map.
There really are.
I am.
Bandages over here. Meds over here.
Can I get a
I
band,
think that
please?
should go to Gabby.
I just need a
Gabby?
band. I'll take the band.
The band.
Where's the band?
I'm trying to.
Dandy has been entirely unhelpful.
Oh, hi, you go.
Literally.
Yeah, he hasn't
Thank you.
sold anything. Good.
Yeah.
Damn, there's another running machine right here.
That's second to last. The other one is primed.
Actually, Bagel's on one right now.
Yeah.
Pickle shouldn't be. Pickle, did you
No.
not prime it? The prime you said the one you would prime?
Nope.
I
Nope.
didn't say anything about priming.
You said, I'm going to prime this one, and then you
I
did.
said that last round.
Bagel, do you want? Oh, okay. Come on, Bagel.
You can't gaslight me.
I'm.
I say
literally
after a
not.
long pause contemplating.
Girl boss.
I literally said I would prime last round though. And that's what I
Salem.
did.
Oh, okay. I don't know.
Last
Everyone goes to Ellie. No one tells me anything.
Salem. 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 Salem.
Bagel,
Mwah.
bagel, bagel, bagel.
Fuck you, Dandy. I
I'll take
fucking
that.
hate you. Go.
I have
fucking die in a
600
hole
tapes
on
and
Hey,
your
Dandy.
no meds.
own, and go.
Dandy, you want to
fucking
sell healing items?
Go on
Dandy,
fire.
you want to sell
Light on
healing items?
fire. I wanna light Dandy on fire, guys.
You
Yeah,
know
that's
he
not
would burn
vibing.
good.
I'd
I gotta-
be vibing, actually.
I gotta die on floor 22
Why?
because I gotta take my dog out. It's 1:09 in the morning.
It is 12:09 a.m. for
Guys,
me.
I gotta go to school at.
No.
On my
I
fucking
think this might be
active
my last
floor.
round.
Guys, I gotta go to
be shitty.
school. At 10
There's
in the
Boxton,
morning.
I have
Brusha.
college work to do that's due in 2
No,
hours.
no, no, no.
Fuck, V's on me. V's on me. V's on me.
Bagel, go do your schoolwork.
I'm playing Dandy's World.
I'm playing-
I
That is
got-
a-
Dandy's.
It's a very good excuse.
That is not a very good excuse. You know what? I'll die right now because I
No.
gotta do schoolwork.
No, don't leave me alone.
Right after this match,
I was responsible, and I didn't. I made sure to do homework before Dandy's.
Listen, I was trying to, and I came home from work.
I got him.
Oh, I'm
I
lying.
forgot Gordy
Okay.
was here.
Should I feed him an inject button for a chance?
I mean,
No.
Hold on,
man.
hold on. Where's he at? Where's he at?
He's in the house. He's in the far back corner.
I'm coming.
Gordy in the house.
Is Gordy in the
Yeah.
Oh, he already got fed.
Gordy's gonna throw it back in the house. He's right near you, Bagel. Bagel.
Yeah. He doesn't need to be fed right now yet.
Yeah, I just fed him an air horn.
I may or may not have 2 eject buttons.
Why do you have 2 eject buttons? Where the fuck am I
'Cause
going?
I-
Oh, shit. Oh, shit.
I
Oh,
pressed
shit.
E without thinking, is why.
Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god.
Who's getting their
Me.
shit rocked by V right now?
Me. I'm getting absolutely
funny 'cause I'm
butt-fucked
watching
by
it.
V right now.
It's funny because I'm watching it.
With
I got
this
him.
conversation and the pegging.
Sure, I
Jesus,
got
his,
him. I got him.
his thing went up so quick.
Oh,
Excuse me.
I really want to
Hey,
grab
what's up?
research for Gordy.
Go grab the research.
Yeah.
Go grab the research, Bagel.
And I need V research so I can get the V emote.
V-mode's quite good.
That's pretty good.
The V what? The V mode?
No.
Yeah, the V.
V-mode, yeah, it's a remote. It fills only
It's a
one machine,
machine.
though. It literally
Oh,
only
is it a
fills-
trinket?
Yeah, it's a trinket.
Yeah.
It's honestly
It completely
pretty good.
fills it.
Okay, he's fine for now.
Yes. Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay, I've grabbed every
Mm-hmm.
single research on the map, so I'm going to go to Good Ellie.
Okay, I'm gonna get Gordy and take him to Ellie.
Here, I'm gonna feed him one last time.
Alright.
I'll
You
get
of
a
all
little
people.
bit closer to the alley.
Mm-hmm.
I'm running. I'm low stam though.
Is Bagel taking the long way? Oh.
I have
Okay,
help.
I'm at
Just
Ellie.
as long as as long as V doesn't get up on my screen, I'm fine. Come here. Come here, you big porcupine of a pumpkin.
Here's V.
I'm coming. Hi, and oh shit. Hi. I'm so screwed. I'm dead. I'm dead.
Oh my god.
Ooh.
I think this one.
I think this
You know, I
one.
think this one.
I think this one.
Imagine we all get a med kit somehow.
Imagine.
that'd be funny.
That'd be so good.
You just watch my head get bigger.
What if I died
got a
on
large
purpose,
head.
gang?
No.
I think that's the idea, isn't it?
I have 505 tapes.
I have 432.
I got
back-
all that matters to me-
397.
All that matters to me is I
Boston,
got
Poppy,
my
Cosmo,
research.
Rebecca.
Ants.
Air horn.
Cosmos
Louis,
here.
Shrimpo.
Band-aid, 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 band-aid.
I'm okay.
Band-aids
Someone
are
else grab. I
broken.
should be fine.
Damn it.
Fucking do the fucking
I
mission,
accidentally didn't
damn it.
prime that one. Sorry.
Guys, I lost 2 twisteds.
Oh
Oh,
no.
Okay, I
Brush
got him.
is
I
loose.
got him. I got him. We're good. Someone take this band-aid, because I'm gonna die next floor anyways.
No.
I gotta die next
Isn't
door,
the
too.
intention to die next floor?
What if I died this
We end-
floor?
The run ends here.
Please don't. I'm trying to get my high score to 21. My high score is literally 12 because people like to die quickly.
Wait, your highest floor is only 12?
Yes, that's Perk's a horrible team.
Or we made it to like 21 last round. What you want?
It didn't count. It went to 20. It doesn't count.
I see. Illness makes this very hard.
Yeah. It makes it very tiny.
It makes mine very
That's
tiny.
that's what
That's what
That's what
that's
she
That's
said.
7, that's 8. Where's 9?
mine is probably hidden in the back, maybe.
Because... Wait, we don't have a
Pebble
primed
next
one.
round.
There's a
Pebble
band
next
right here. Does
round.
anyone want?
Pebble next
Oh, they're
round.
right here. I found them. They're kind of in the weird corner area.
Pebble next round.
Pebble next
No,
round.
Pebble next
no
round.
Pebble. That's
Actually,
grab
no,
the band.
Sprout next round. Sprout next round.
Sprout and Pebble.
No.
I say V. And Shelly. And Pebble.
All the mains.
Fuck
All the
you.
main.
That is my
Let's say
active
Gordy.
floor.
Get to
You're
the
Let's go,
not
elevator.
Gordy.
gonna distract. You're gonna throw next round. We're all gonna throw.
Get to the elevator. Me and
You.
me and
Gabby, we
Obsidian are-
love you, but we gotta go, don't we?
Yeah.
Get to the elevator. I'm on the last one.
On. 1. Ah!
Ultimate
Oh, there's
machine
research.
of
I should go grab
pain
that.
and anguish.
Salem.
I'm coming. I'm on my way. Down with the twisteds.
I'm on my way. I'm on my way. So what are we gonna die to? Really? Oh, I
now
think
have
that would be
exactly
funny if I just
500.
bought an air horn.
I bought an air horn.
I have
2 air horns.
I have one air horn.
Hold on.
It's time.
I gotta die this floor.
Release. Me too. I gotta really go lock in and do my college.
Who's here?
Pebble, 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 pebble,
Is it
pebble,
really
We
pebble.
got bright.
No.
Russia.
No, I think. Oh, you gotta be kidding me.
I just start distracting because why not?
Come here. Come here.
Everyone at elevator.
This was a fun run.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I need to find more research, though.
Lucky I
They
have
was
the
just walking
trinket.
around.
Is everyone? No. You're still alive, Biggle. Biggle Maggle.
Bagel, Salem,
There's
Obsidian,
Bagel.
Ants.
Target locked. Target locked. No, it's gonna latch onto Sid. No!
God damn.
Hey, Mr. Strimmer.
Salem just distracting.
628
Yeah.
paperwork. And I home and I go get my mastery and I get super excited about my mastery.
Boom.
I love how Obsidian's just distracting and Ants just walking around.
Guys, it's happened. It's happened. I hate Roger so much.
Yippee.
Damn.
You're gonna hate Sylvester so much. His speed is horrible.
Yeah. It's way worse. It's so bad.
I've done it though. I've done it.
I'm walking like
I love how
in...
Obsidian's just like,
Oh.
It was Shrimpo. It was Shrimpo.
It was the fucking shrimpo out of everyone.
Actually, let me go get some Ichor while I'm here.
Okay, bye everyone.
Oh,
Nah.
no,
You're not allowed
you're
to
doing-
leave.
Yeah, what do you mean I'm not
Really?
allowed to leave?
Really? You saying?
You're not allowed to leave. What are you
Why
on
not?
about?
Why not?
Go get some Ichor.
Why not?
Oh,
Why not?
literally, I'm at 94% for freaking
Salem,
Gordy.
how did you find me?
Okay, I'm off Daddy's World, guys. Okay.
I love you all.
Ants, I don't think you realize when you
Who
go,
should
can
I
go to the
raid?
Discord. When you can go to
Cheese
the,
beagle, cheese beagle, cheese beagle,
PlayStation.
cheese beagle, cheese beagle, cheese beagle,
Yeah,
cheese
cheese
beagle, cheese
beagle.
beagle.
I'm watching Poppy
Am I the only one
distract.
left alive?
I'm watching Poppy
Yeah,
distract.
probably.
Obsidian's like right there, chilling.
Oh.
And
I
Ants,
won
let me
the
tell you
death
something.
match.
Yeah, what? Huh?
Yippee.
What?
When you're in the PlayStation
Look how
Discord
fast I
VC, you
am.
can go and see if someone's on Discord on PlayStation, and I saw you, and I clicked the
Woo.
button.
Whee!
watch you die by Shrimpo again.
Oh my god. That's how I found you on.
Death by a
also,
million cuts.
Rip. All right. Bye. Bye. Bye.
Why are you leaving? What are you
My
doing?
only option was accept, by the way.
No,
I'm gonna go do my college work. I'm gonna lock in. I need to
gonna
lock in. I only got
Lock
like
in.
an hour.
I'm fine.
So,
Okay.
Bye.
Bye,
Bye, gang.
guys. I'm gonna start the raid, I guess.
alrighty, I'll
Hooray.
Yay. Let's get to the raid thingy. I'm like super sleepy, guys. I'm gonna probably stream tomorrow. Yeah. I'm gonna stream tomorrow around the same time I stream today. Do y'all wanna join? Hell yeah. Alright. Y'all ready? Are y'all ready? Are y'all prepared? Cheese Beagle. Alright. I hope y'all have a nice day, night, whatever time it is for you. Be cool, be safe, be nice to the rady. It's Cheese Beagle. You guys are rocks. You guys gotta I know who Cheese Beagle is. You whenever you guys get into the raid and whatnot, you guys gotta be like rock raid because you guys are rocks. I'm punting you guys at Cheese Beagle. Cheese Beagle's getting rocks thrown at them. Yeah. Anyways, good night and bye bye. Thank you for the